to be complications with you being able to determine that, right? So I was just seeing how you get around stuff like that. But is there anything else you'd like to go to talk about or anything?
Yeah, there's many more reasons why.
For sure. Would you like to name one? But before I go on to the next person.
Um, I would say how how life is and the way how life came about and like when you examine, for me personally, when I examine the creation, or some people will believe it will be evolution, and these different billions of galaxies and these different stuff and how we on here and how our animals can cope with one another.
Yeah, you're just asking why
Stuff.
is the world this way rather than being a different way? But that same question also exists under your notion of God. Like, why does God desire to create this world rather than creating a world in which there aren't humans? Or a world in which there's Nickelodeon slime, or a world in which there's marbles? All of these are possible desires that God could have generated, but God specifically desired to create this. So, like, also, we could ask the same thing about God's desires or God's mind, right? Why was it this way rather than being a different way? And it seems like you have the exact same issue to explain. Seems like there's also fine-tuning that exists within the notion of your God's mind.
So you're trying to say that so you're already asking why would God create something this way rather than the other way?
Yeah, that's a question that you can ask, because would you say that, like, it's necessary for humans to exist?
Necessary?
Yeah, is it necessary?
I then well I consider by the way we tend to have an instinct to value life, then I would say it's necessary.
It is necessary.
Yeah, I by the way humans, like for example you wouldn't naturally have an instinct to value life. Like people have that natural desire to value life. Like for example people don't really have a desire to really die or something like that. So for me, I would say that is necessary.
Okay. Is there anything else you'd like to talk about or add?
No, not necessarily.
Appreciate you coming on.
I just give my personal reasons.
Thank you so much. Appreciate you coming on. Have a good day. All right, we're going to go on to the next person. Everyone, if you like the content, follow me. If you're ready, tap that screen, everyone. Let's try to get to 150,000 likes. If you want to help get out to more people, everyone, share the live copy link, send it to a few friends. Let's get on to the next person real quick, everyone. Please only do send a guest request if you've not been on here before. We're just looking for some new people to get some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
34.
For sure. Do you think that God exists?
I think that something had to create life. I don't think life can come from no life, but
Okay, so something biologically alive had to exist to produce something biologically alive.
exactly.
Okay, well then wouldn't that apply to the thing that was biologically alive?
I mean, something can't just start from nothing.
Well, no one's making a claim that something started from nothing.
I mean, something had to create the initial life. I don't like, just like, for example, like a life can't come from.
So why can't it be a naturalistic set of processes?
Something had to put everything in motion.
And why can't it be naturalistic?
What's an example? I mean, I believe in evolution. So everything had to evolve, but from one original point of life.
Okay.
So I think there was like a God isn't a creator, but not a God that's all perfect. And that
God isn't a creator. Wait, what's that again?
So there's a God that was a creator, if you want to call that the creator as a God, but I don't believe that he's all perfect or that humans had to exist or anything of that nature. But something
So you just believe that like there's like a deist notion of a God, like kind of just like create the universe.
Yeah, and I don't feel like humans are necessary. Obviously, there's been dinosaurs. There's been times.
Sure. So wait, why or how do you know that this God exists?
How do I know that this God exists?
Yeah.
Well, there had to be someone to put life into motion, or put the universe into motion.
That seems to be an assumption. You're saying there has to be someone. Why does there have to be someone?
That's just based upon how life's evolved to this point. Everything starts with something. It can't evolve from nothing.
Something is different from someone, right? Like when you say someone, you're trying to reference like a mind, right?
Yeah, I'm not necessarily saying that it has to be a
okay.
mind.
If it doesn't have to be a mind, then your view is compatible with atheism.
Yeah, in a sense.
Okay. All right. Well, is there anything else you'd like to talk about or add?
No, that's it.
Appreciate it. All right. Let's go to the next person, everyone. We just got another atheist. Let's go on to the next person, everyone. All right, everyone. Tap that screen in the meantime, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
22.
For sure. Do you think that God exists?
I do.
Why so?
Well, you were talking earlier, you said that if something was beyond your comprehension, you said, how do you know?
Are you driving?
I'm not. I'm in the passenger seat.
Can the other person talk or something?
Yeah.
Or can you turn your camera on or something?
How do I do that?
I can send you an invite to turn your camera on. All right, you're good.
All right. I don't know how to turn it off, so.
You already did it. You turned it off.
Oh, sweet. All right, yeah. So you said.
Now it's back on. I'll turn it off for you.
Oh.
I got you.
Anyway, sweet. You said if something was beyond your comprehension, it doesn't exist.
No, that's not what I said.
So what was your point, or what were you making?
If something is beyond comprehension, it would create issues for someone being able to identify that it exists. So I was just asking him how he got around it.
Well, I think the whole thing based on religion is if you had one set way to be saved, say that's proclaiming Jesus as your savior, and you could just automatically be sent to heaven. Religion is based on faith. You have to take a chance on there being something so that you can have that in the future.
Mm-hmm. So let's say that I decide to have faith in Stewie Griffin creating the universe through a temporal loop. What is the relevant distinction between these two types of faiths to say that one is going to be a valid form of faith and the other one's going to be invalid? Because I don't think you're going to hold to the idea that, right, me having faith in Stewie Griffin, right, creating the universe through a temporal loop is going to be some sort of legitimate stance, right?
But you don't have any.
Oh, you're cutting
Stewie
out.
Griffin that has been passed down generations by generations.
So we have no evidence. So what evidence do you have of your religion being accurate?
Well, you know you're alive. You know you're not a grandpa.
Luke, you're lagging a bit, bro. I might have to go on to the next person. This is a bit bad. Okay. I think I'm going to go on to the next person, chat. He's lagging really bad. Do come on another time when you can, man, when you're not lagging, bro. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 18 years old.
For sure. Do you think that God exists?
Yeah, I do. I do think that that everything needs to be explained by some cause, any material thing, since we're in a material universe. So our ultimate question is where does the universe come from? Since nothing can cause itself, right? Do you agree with that?
What do you mean by nothing can cause itself? You mean just like you can't be there prior to your own existence to be able to
nothing can cause its own existence.
Okay. So nothing can cause its own existence. So nothing can explain itself?
What was that?
Do you think something can explain itself?
What do you mean by that? Like,
Okay,
what do you mean by explain itself?
Don't worry. If you don't know the terminology, then it wouldn't be relevant to you. Okay. So restate. So you think that there can't be, restate your claim. Sorry.
So I think that, since nothing can cause itself.
Yeah, I agree. Nothing can cause itself.
Nothing can cause itself. So there must be some power outside the material universe that we live in that created it, that created matter, because we live in a material universe.
No, there doesn't have to be like some sort of like some sort of power outside of it. There could be like some sort of prior state of naturalistic, like fundamental particles. Right?
But where did that come from? Are you saying that
it always existed in the same way your God always existed? You could say that too.
So it's eternal is what you're saying.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And the point of bringing that up is not because I believe it or I think it's a sufficient explanation, but because it would be an explanation that would require less assumptions than saying that there's a God that's all knowing, all powerful, all good, that there are miracles like people walked on water, turned water into wine, part of the Red Sea, like talking snakes. You don't have to hold to all those different things to be able to describe as to why we exist. Right. So if you require less assumptions to explain the question as to why we exist, well, then it's going to be more likely to be true because it's simpler within a theoretical context.
Well, I don't think like we're not talking like we shouldn't be trying to make this simple. Like it's not a simple topic. And that's why even if matter is eternal, because you ultimately have to go back to
Oh, I don't mean like easy to understand. By simple, I mean like you require less assumptions to explain the same question.
Okay, I just think that it would be more simple to acknowledge that there's more likely to be the higher power than just matter coming into existence like through. I'm not sure what your explanation for that. It
didn't come into existence. It always existed.
So even if it did always exist, there would have to be a creator that was co-eternal.
Okay. So God's always existing. There has to be a creator of God.
No, because if something is eternal, there has to be something that created that eternal thing that's also eternal.
Okay, so like, God is eternal, then there has to be some. Okay, so then there has to be a creator of God.
No, God has always existed.
That's what eternal means. So there has to be an eternal thing that creates that.
But there has to be an infinite power to bridge the infinite gap. Like you can't. No.
What do you mean an infinite power to bridge the infinite gap? What does that mean?
Like if matter is infinite, there has to be a co-infinite that created it.
You can believe that matter. You mean by infinite? Are you talking time, or are you talking some other characteristic?
Infinite time. Like time didn't exist the same way.
Okay, if you can hold to the idea that infinite regression is possible, well, then there would be no reason to say that a God is required.
I disagree because I can go on to my second point, which is the need for an intelligent designer based on what we can clearly observe in the universe.
That's not going to follow through either, but like you're moving on to that point because you have a lack of foundation here.
No, because based on what you're saying, I'm not gonna be able to. If you truly believe that, then I'm not gonna be able to refute that. But that's why.
Why can't you refute that?
Because I'm not educated enough on the topic. That's why I go on to my second.
So then why do you hold the same belief, given that like you don't even comprehend whether or not it's right? Seems like there's a lot of problems.
What you believe either.
What do I believe that
neither of us are going to fully. You believe that God doesn't exist, right?
I believe that your God does not exist, but I can show you contradictions. We're just talking about the justification at this point, right? Because I'm trying to get you to like critically think about your justification. Because like there's a real question of, a thought process of you require evidence to be able to justify things to be true. If I just show you the contradiction, it doesn't show you the thought process.
Well, neither of us are going to have concrete evidence. That's why that's why our beliefs are based on what we can see and what we do understand. Not that we're going to fully understand it, but what we can understand more than.
What's your point with that?
I'm saying that it makes more sense for there to be a intelligent designer that always existed rather than everything just poofed into existence, or it always existed magically.
What do you mean magically? Your God magically always existed. Your intelligent designer magically always existed. So the same way that you just referenced that's going to apply under your model as well. This is also why I think both of these models are insufficient, because they're just relying on assumptions. Because you could say they're magical on both ends. Okay.
Yeah, but one is there being magically matter existing forever versus there magically being
a God that exists forever. I don't see the distinction.
Yeah.
What's the distinction?
The distinction is that God is an intelligent creator versus the universe magically existing doesn't require that.
Yeah, it's not intelligent. Okay, what's the point? Why does it need to be intelligent? Because under both models, you would have to assume that has the necessary properties to bring about this reality rather than another one. And just intelligence itself does not produce that property. Okay.
No, I think that based on how the world works, how intricate, how intricate the world is, that it would be more likely for there to be an intelligent designer.
Okay, so you know how intricate God's mind is? Well, it's more likely that there's a designer of God's mind.
Well, then the loop would just go on forever. It can't be like
Exactly.
that. There has to
Wait,
be, like I said.
why can't it be like that,
co-eternal.
actually? Why can't it be like that?
Because there has to be a co-eternal that started.
Wait, so are you saying that infinities don't exist? Because when you're
No, I'm
saying
not
that
saying
there
that.
can't be an infinite sense of regression in terms of causes, that relies on the idea that your infinities wouldn't be able to exist, right?
No, I'm not. I just acknowledged that infinities existed. I said that.
Okay, so then there can be an infinite series of causes. There's no logical issue with that, with an infinite set series of causes.
What I said was, that there must be some power outside the material universe that created matter to begin with, and that would be God. I'm not saying that there's
I know
no
you
such
just
thing as
keep
eternity.
you keep assuming that, right? How is that any different from me saying it's Stewie Griffin, right? Stewie Griffin's eternal. He created the universe through a temporal loop. Okay, how is that any different from you saying that your God created the universe?
I mean, if Stewie Griffin, if you want to refer to God as Stewie Griffin, then I don't know what to tell you.
So, are you saying that my view in Stewieism is just as tenable as your view?
If you believe that there's an intelligent designer, that
It's Stewie Griffin.
it doesn't matter who
Stewie's
it is.
pretty fucking intelligent.
If it's God, then it's God. If it's who created
Stewie.
everything,
No, it's Stewie. He prefers to be called Stewie. Okay.
okay, that's fine then.
Yeah. So my view's just as good as yours. I'm just as justified as your worldview.
If you believe that what I just said, apart from however you want to refer to it, then yeah.
Okay. So that's exactly why your worldview crumbles. That's absolutely an absurdism.
It doesn't matter because
Believing that your worldview, the thing that you base your entire life on, is just as tenable as someone believing that Stewie Griffin created the universe through a temporal loop.
No, because
is
the only
actually
difference-
wild.
no, the only difference is the name.
Actually wild. Yeah, I
didn't
know.
say
The
through a
only difference.
temporal loop.
No. The difference is the concept, right? And clearly, right? If this can be justified given your standard of proof, given your justification, well, then I'm going to say that this is not going to be a reliable form of justifying claims.
Well, I'd say the same for yours.
What did I say that is not reliable in forms of in terms of justifying claims?
If you don't believe, how do you think the universe came into existence?
I don't know.
You have no idea.
No clue.
But do you think there's a possibility of a God,
Depends on what you mean by God.
an intelligent designer that
There's a possibility
has
of
always existed.
an intelligent designer that's always existed. Sure, right. I wouldn't say the Abrahamic notion of God, right? Because I think there are
That's not what I'm
contradictions
saying.
with that.
I never said that. I never.
Yeah,
brought
no, I'm
religion
just
into it.
clarifying.
No, yeah, that's fine. I just think that it's more, for me at least, it's more reasonable to believe that rather than
To assume just like that there's some more magical creator
than being atheist.
without reason.
Yeah,
Well,
rather
no, you
than
can be. I'm agnostic. I just don't know. What do you mean by atheists would say that there's not gods, right? If you're talking in the
Okay, yeah, that's
philosophical
fair.
sense. What
That's
I would
fair.
mean by atheist in an agnostic atheist sense would mean that I don't know and I don't believe in a god. And I think that's the only really position that we can hold as of now because there's no data. There's literally nothing to go off of. We're literally just like going back and forth in our imagination.
Yeah, no, that's fair. I think that's where the problem lies within this topic. If you're not an atheist, then then yeah,
Agnostic
that's-
atheist. So it's like a different notion of atheism than what you'd probably see in the literature. The literature would more or less define it as like there are no gods. I'm not making that claim because I think that there's possible notions of gods, just not the Abrahamic notions of God. But I'm not saying that it's probable either. I think that they're not probable. the notions of gods that exist.
So yeah, I'll just finish on, since you don't believe it's probable, like when we see something, I'll use like the human eye for an example. This is commonly used, but it's so intricate, with such a clear purpose, and no one on earth can understand it. They couldn't recreate it.
I know you're just going to say it's complex, right? Like we can go over that. God's complex too. God doesn't require a designer. So just because things are complex, that doesn't mean that they require a designer.
No, it does, because nothing.
No,
How?
You dispute that when it relates to your God. Your God is complex. Do you agree?
It's more complex than we can even imagine.
Okay, exactly.
Just like.
So then wouldn't the same thing apply?
No, because something has to start the cycle.
Why not? So starting that special pleading then. You're just saying that something can violate the rule because it has to start it. Well, that doesn't actually explain it, because you're saying that in order for you to stop there from being a violation, you have to violate it. That just doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, I mean, that's fair if that's what you believe.
Sure, I guess. Is there anything else you want to go over or talk about?
Nah, that was it.
All right. Let's get on to the next person, everyone. If you want to support me, Venmo, Cash App in the bio. If you want to tap the screen, everyone. Let's try to get to 150,000 likes. It'll help get out to more people. Let's get on to the next person real quick, everyone. Pet and octopus. Octopuses seem cute. And kind of scary at the same time. Is that just me? They seem cute like on cartoons, but then like I feel like they'd be scary as fuck in person. Like, you know what I mean? Squidward, it's so real.
How you doing, man?
Yeah, what's up? How old are you?
18. You?
For sure. Do you think that God exists?
I actually have a question for you. Do
What's
you
your
think God
birthday?
exists? My birthday 2005.
For sure. I do not believe God exists. Do you?
Yes, I do believe God exists.
What notion of God do you believe in?
Well, I have the Bible in my hand. Caress your soul, motherfucking bitch ass motherfucker.
Was that like supposed to be funny? I'm like, dude, I actually like legitimately feel bad for him. He's like that bored. Yeah, what's up? How old are you?
19.
What's your birth year?
2004.
For sure. Do you think that God exists?
Yes.
What notion of God do you believe in?
I believe that God is the one that brought us here. I don't do notion or anything like that. If God didn't exist,
I was saying, what idea of God do you believe in?
that God is our Savior.
So do you believe in Jesus?
I believe in God, Jesus, our Lord and Savior.
How do you know that Jesus is God?
If God did not exist, then none of us would be here.
Okay, so I still think that we can be here without a God's existence. Now, can you give me the reason why that's not true?
How would there be a reason that it is true? How could we be here without God?
I would just say it's possible. I don't see a contradiction with it. I'm not saying that like I would say it's like probabilistically true.
Yes,
but like when it relates to the idea that it's logically possible, yeah.
Yes, but what I'm wondering is, how do you think that we could exist without a God? Without God, what is your perspective on that?
Yeah, so there could be like a prior state of naturalistic fundamental particles that have always existed that led to our existence. That's possible, but I don't think that there's any sufficient explanation when it relates to this. These are just going to be logically possible models, things that we're just going to be imagining in our heads. Okay? We have no idea. There's no evidence. There's no data. We have nothing to go off of. So my question is, why are we making a claim if we have no fucking clue?
Because in the Bible, I'm not sure if you read the Bible or not, guessing that you have, But in the Bible, it states we were brought here by Adam and Eve.
Yeah, which we know not to be true.
And how is this not true?
There's too much genetic variation in the population for us to have descended from just two beings, specifically, like that many thousand years ago. So just like the notion of young Earth creationism just isn't going to be held to. Many Christians today are just going to hold to like Adam and Eve kind of just being like symbolic, not like actually of occurring, but symbolic within nature in terms of like a moral teaching and in terms of like the fall of man in general, not necessarily something that literally happened.
Yes, I get what you're talking about there, but my thing that everybody goes on about, you did say that, I do believe that there could be another being that brought us here, or some sort of anything, but what people don't really, what they don't grasp is that how they state God or Jesus died on the cross for our sins, but it is true. That's pretty much why everybody has gone towards.
Yeah, but how do we know it to be true?
How people put in different religions. Yes, people can have their opinions on different
how do we know it to be true?
How could we say it's not true?
Well, we're not. So true is going to be like whether or not we consider it to correspond to the world around us. If we have no basis to consider it to correspond to the world around us, like no evidence, well then yeah, we wouldn't be able to establish that that's the case. So yeah. I think what you're doing here is you're just assuming things, right? And I can assume things too, right? I can assume that historical events occurred, right? Like if I want to, I could, assume that in the past I resurrected from the dead, right? What makes you think that that's not true? I have faith. Well,
now there's not really much faith, so I do say you're good for having faith, but you haven't actually explained on how there could possibly be anything, which was actually the first question I asked, is how could there be
I actually did give you an explanation for that. Did you not hear me refer to the naturalistic set of fundamental particles in which it always existed, which brought about this world rather than another one? But I also told you at the same time that's only a possible explanation, right? We're not able to make any type of probabilistic claim as it relates to these different types of assumptions unless we relate to like theoretical virtues. Because there's no evidence to go off of.
Well.
All right. Well, okay? So I'll just ask you a few questions, right? God, let's say that there's a cop that sees a P3 video raping a child, right? A cop can stop it, but chooses not to stop it. Did he do something wrong?
My bad. I didn't hear what you said there.
Yeah, a cop sees a P3 video raping a child, right? He can stop it, and he doesn't stop it. Did he do something wrong?
Well, technically, yes.
Yes. Okay. So, God sees P3 videos raping children. God can stop it and chooses not to stop it. Did he do something wrong?
My bad. My brother's over here talking to me in my ear. Give me a second. I'm trying to figure out why he just walked in on me. Hang on.
For sure, everyone, tap that screen. In the meantime, let's try to get to 150,000 likes. If you want to help get out to more people, everyone, share the live copy link. Send it to a few friends, everyone. As well, if you do want to support me, Venmo and Cash App in the bio, everyone. Y'all, I'm kind of hungry, bro. Like, I'm so hungry. I don't know what's wrong with me. I need to, I low-key want to eat soon. But I've just started live, chat. We put on live for 40 minutes. I got another, 5 hours, chat. Hey, dude, I'll get a Cliff Bar, chat. I'll grab a Cliff Bar. No, I can't do another Bukamon. Mukbang. I can't speak, chat. Delivery? Nah, chat, I don't do delivery. Delivery is so expensive, chat. It's so expensive. Eat more food, Parker? I can eat when I get off live. Are you here? Hello?
Yeah, I'm still here. Give me a second. I'm still talking to him. Sorry.
Okay, so should I just go on to the next person?
Yeah, you can go ahead on to the next person. I'll request it again in a minute.
All right, let's go on to the next person. If you like my content, follow me if you haven't already, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you? How old are you? Hello? Okay, we're gonna go to the next person. Everyone, only send a guess. Okay, the connection is unbelievable. The connection is so good, chat. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm in my 40s.
For sure. Do you think that God exists?
Yes, in its own way.
What do you mean in its own way?
Life around us, right?
Oh, you just think everything is God?
Well, Buddha, right? That's a Buddha belief.
Okay. I'm not really, if you just think everything is God, you think I'm God, the floor is God.
No. There's the books, right? The books think that they're God. Books are not God, but what we all live in, that's our God. Our world is our God, not a book.
Isn't that a part of the world?
It's what describes a God to us. The book helps us describe our gods, but our true eternal gods are metaphorical gods, the eternal gods like Buddha.
So a child getting leukemia, that's just God?
No, that's our world. Okay, and it's a doctor's note.
And you said that's God, right?
But it's a doctor's note, right? Yeah.
What?
Leukemia is a doctor's note, right? The kid never heard about.
What do you mean a doctor's note?
A child never heard himself grow with leukemia until a doctor told him, right?
Yeah, kids would get leukemia. They just weren't diagnosed.
I understand, but that diagnosis is a doctor's note, right? If you put that inside your head,
but it still happened.
I know.
Wait, are you saying that if someone doesn't get diagnosed with COVID and dies, that they didn't die of COVID?
Well, it's you're putting stuff inside the head by getting something prescribed. By getting something prescribed to you, you're putting it inside of you, right?
That sounds great.
I'm not going to say the world is a natural healer. I'm not going to tell you that the world could be a natural healer. But if you didn't have to listen to somebody telling you you're sick all the time, then you could.
They don't.
I know lots of people don't live. There's a lot of people in the world that have various diseases.
They tell you you're sick if you're sick.
They're not diagnosed. There's so many.
I'm sorry. Wait. Are you saying that it's bad?
Okay.
Because they tell you you're sick.
A boy in America gets diagnosed with leukemia, but how many boys in the world might be with the same condition, not described or prescribed or diagnosed, and still living in the natural order of life?
We see higher rates of death in countries that have less access.
It doesn't matter, but I'm just saying that they're still living, right? Without the diagnosis.
No, they're dying. They're literally dying.
Okay, yes, but I'm
at higher rates than countries that have developed medicine and developed technology.
Okay, but in due time, other countries will catch up.
Yeah, because the development of technology will extend to them.
What's your theory about? Okay, so you're giving a description where somebody is touched by God, like getting a leukemia disease or having an accident, having a.
No. You said the world is God. Okay.
Yes.
And I said is the leukemia that a kid gets, is that God?
Is that an action of the world? It's not the action of the world.
What do you
an
mean?
action of
It is a
life.
part of the. It is a part of the world,
It is an action of life.
which is a part of the world.
The world is its own, our own.
You
living
kind of
source.
claim that like you don't have cancer if you don't get diagnosed. That was kind of like what you were trying to imply earlier, right?
Well, yeah, yes, but if you're brought into an office, you're gonna get a note. You're gonna get a note. You go inside a doctor's office, you're gonna get a
So
note.
you're saying that if my mom never went to the hospital, she wouldn't have cancer right now?
No, it's that the embedment, embedment when it really.
So you're saying if my mom didn't go to the hospital, she would never have cancer right now?
No, I'm not saying. I'm saying that in due time.
You're saying that her going to the hospital caused her to get cancer?
Okay, but how many days do you go by understanding that there are evolutions in the cures and learning about cancer, right? There's evolution of that happening every day, right?
I don't think you're answering my questions. Hello? You muted yourself, man.
Oh,
Thank you for all the good wishes in the chat, everyone. Yo,
I'm back.
scroll out of the swipe out of the app, minimize it, and then unminimize it. Minimize it and then go back into the app, okay? Minimize it and go back into the app. Are you gonna figure it out? Minimize the app and then go back into it. He hasn't figured it out, chat.
I did.
Dude, minimize out of the app and then go back into it. Are you okay, bro? Are you like sober, man? Can you minimize out of the app and then go back into it, bro? He left. Okay. All right, dude. The actual incompetency around technology is actually astonishing. It's fucking astonishing, chat. It is actually astonishing. I literally just swipe out of the app. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hey, how you doing, man? I'm 29.
For sure. Do you think that God exists?
Yes, I believe God exists.
Yeah, why so?
Well, I believe he's the creator of all things.
Okay, how do you know it exists?
Well, no, you and I both don't know how the world started or began. It's all theories. So how do I know he exists? Through a belief system.
Okay. How is that belief different from me believing that Stewie Griffin created the universe through a temporal loop?
Well, I mean, that's a ridiculous belief because you're comparing Stewie Griffin to God. I mean, humans cannot understand God. If we believe God exists, your mere human brain cannot comprehend God at all.
You can't comprehend Stewie.
Well, I mean, he's a TV character.
Uh-huh.
So how do I comprehend the TV character? That he doesn't.
We literally have video evidence of the world being created.
You have video evidence of Stewie being real or a cartoon?
Stewie creating the universe, yeah.
You have video evidence of Stewie creating the universe?
Yes.
Which video evidence?
Have you watched the Family Guy episode?
I mean, probably.
Yeah, that's video evidence, bro.
I mean, that's a cartoon.
Yeah, and that's how they sneak in the evidence, right? They're putting it right in front of you.
Okay, we're going into the whole.
It's not as fun if everyone knows. Stewie's trying to fuck with us.
Okay.
He only wants the people who have the revelations to know.
How do you believe the world started?
Stewie. Stewie created the universe through a temporal loop.
Let's be serious and not be childish. How do you believe?
Dude, I have no clue. The idea is that if you just have a belief and you have no evidence, how is that different than the belief that I just mentioned to you? I understand it sounds absurd. That's the point of what's called a reductio ad absurdism. But you need to swipe out of the app, swipe out of the app and swipe back in. Swipe out of the app and swipe back in. There you go. You got it. Dude, yeah, the other guy had no clue what he was doing. Let me unmute you real quick because there's going to be no echo now. All right, there you go.
Go for it. What were you saying? I just got a phone call.
I kind of forgot. Sorry, what were we talking about?
Prove to me that God exists.
I understand that, but we got to a particular point.
I was asking you, how do you think...
Stewie, oh yeah. So I'm saying that there's the same type of justification for your worldview as there would be for the Stewie. a worldview. That's called a reductio ad absurdism. I'm showing you an absurd belief to either entail a contradiction under your worldview based upon your standard of justification, or it would hold you in an absurdism.
Okay, I completely understand. I mean, I believe God is a belief system. To prove it beyond a reasonable doubt with facts is probably impossible. I don't think you can prove the way the world started beyond a doubt with facts in any way possible. The Big Bang Theory is a theory. So you must believe.
Oh, it's a fact. Big Bang Theory is a fact. Scientific theories are facts. What you're talking about in theory is a more colloquial sense of theory. The way that you're referencing theory within that sense is actually more or less related to the notion of hypothesis, right? But there's two different senses of theories. Scientific theories and just theories in general. Theories in general are more or less, again, hypotheses.
Yes, but scientific theory implies fact. It is not fact. It implies fact.
Oh, no, it is fact.
Yeah, I'm Googling it right now. It implies
fact. Look it up right now. No, it is fact.
I'm looking it up right now.
Look it up. Look it up. The Big Bang is a theory and a fact.
The Big Bang is not a fact.
It is. Yes, it is. We can observe the Big Bang. You can literally see the afterglow of the Big Bang. You can see the cosmic background radiation photons. You can see the red shifts in the universe. These are observable phenomena.
So you're saying
anyone given them having the supplies can go look at and test.
So it's beyond the reasonable doubt that the Big Bang occurred. You're saying it is a fact that has occurred 120.
It is a fact. It is a fact. It is a fact. It is most probable to be the case. We observe it.
Parker, and you happen to be wrong. I just Googled 3 or 4 different sources. It is implying fact. There is evidence that can show.
No, what source? What source? I can't hear you in your pause, just letting you know. Tap that screen in the meantime, everyone. Let's try to get to 250,000 likes. If you want to help get on to more people, everyone, keep sharing the live, y'all.
Okay, I'll put it this way for you, Parker. So the world billions of years ago.
What source was it?
It was scientific. I just got off of it, but let's put it this way. I'll do another argument. We'll just argue with logic at this point. So what you're saying is the world, years ago, millions of years ago, was volcanic ash, right? It was volcanoes. It was uninhabitable. Is this a fact? According to your science, yes. Millions of years ago. Okay.
I don't know the specifics when it relates to that.
Well, I don't know the specifics either, but I know it's uninhabitable by life forms. Sure,
yeah, I agree.
Okay. So what you're saying in this situation is, I'm going to compare the world to a junkyard of cars. A tornado came by this junkyard of cars, and all of a sudden, at the end of this tornado, there was a perfectly functioning Lamborghini. That's the way you're asking me to believe, by believing that God does not exist. So you're saying
that's not what we're saying.
Formed a human being who can think and have.
No, because we have prior experiences with Lamborghinis being created by human beings. We don't have prior experiences with intelligent beings creating universes. So the same. Let me please finish. So the same type of inference that you form from like the Lamborghini scenario can't be formed when it relates to the universe, as we don't have the same types of experiences or priors.
Well, with this argument, I mean, you can't prove anything and I can't prove anything. You can't prove he doesn't exist and I can't prove he does exist.
I do believe in the Abrahamic notion of God, all-knowing, all-powerful, and all good.
Well, here's the thing when it comes to God.
Yes or no? It's a yes or no. That was a yes or no question.
I can't answer it. It's not as binary.
Yes, it's a yes or no question.
You're making it binary.
It was a binary question. Do you believe? It's either that you believe or you don't believe.
I believe in my own way.
Okay, so you do believe in like an all-knowing, all-powerful, and all-good creator of the universe.
Sure, let's go with that.
What do you mean, sure?
I said yes. You said it's binary, yes and no.
Sure. Sure is different from yes.
Okay, well, sorry, I didn't know the grammar police was in town. Sure.
Oh my gosh, bro! Like it is. You know that there's a different implication in statements when you say sure.
Yes. Parker, yes. Let's continue. Let's move past this. This is irrelevant. Yes, I said yes.
It's not irrelevant. You're gaslighting. You what?
I just said yes, bro. Continue. Yes, I do believe in the Abrahamic notion of God.
Okay. So, what specific religion?
Well, you see, now I'm Catholic, but I don't believe necessarily any book. I believe God has a whole philosophy where basically all books, all religions state for you to be a good human, essentially. That's what God is trying to imply.
You're a Catholic, but you don't hold to the Bible?
Well, no, I don't. I'm a sinner, just like everyone else at this point. Is there any human that holds to the Bible perfectly other than Jesus? No, so
you do hold to the Bible at all?
To a certain extent. as much as I can.
To a certain extent. So you disagree with God.
It's not that I disagree with God. I'm not perfect. I'm not God. I'm not Jesus.
Yeah, but you disagree with God. Like purposefully. God tells you to believe something. You're like, yeah, you know, yeah. God literally puts, like, either you go to eternal suffering or you go to paradise with me. And if you do these things, you go to eternal suffering because you have not repented for them because you're continuing to do it. And you are just like, I'm going to keep fucking doing it. I'm sorry. Like, if someone did that to me, if I actually believed that an entity was going to send me to suffer for all of eternity, I would be terrified every single time I engaged in an action. I would be fucking scared. I would never want to do that. But it seems like you do it so willingly.
Parker, you're talking like you understand God. You're a mere mortal.
God, you're a mere mortal. You think that you understand God. Yeah, okay, you think you understand God. Okay, you're a mere mortal.
I'm going to ask you this question, Parker.
Wait, so then you can't understand anything about the Bible. Do you agree?
If God did exist, do you think you would be capable of understanding him?
Certain aspects.
What aspects?
Like things that would be told to me, right? Like if we're meeting your conditions.
So let me explain. This God, you're gonna believe me?
I want you to listen. I want you to listen for a second. If this God is all knowing, all powerful, and all good, right? It is powerful enough and it is knowledgeable enough to know exactly how to explain to me what its characteristics are, because it's all powerful. It has that power to do so. So if it would communicate with me, and if it can communicate with me, my expectation for that, communication would be the fact that they could explain characteristics of itself to me, because they have all powers. Does that make sense?
It makes sense. So if something all powerful wants to explain something to you that you're not all powerful, how are you going to comprehend all powerful? He's all powerful, so his level of understanding is beyond your intelligence and mine.
That means he's powerful enough to explain it to us. And he's also knowledgeable enough to also explain to us exactly, specifically, like what, or I mean, know exactly how to explain it to us. Like, know what would convince us.
He can explain it, but you can't comprehend it.
If I was all knowing, I would know right now what argument would convince you. Do you agree?
Yes, I agree.
Okay. So, like, what's your point then?
But you're not all knowing. So
I know, but we're talking about the hypothetical sense in which it is.
If you and I can agree and disagree. Again, these are all belief systems we're arguing about here. You can't prove how the world started, nor can I. You can't prove that God exists.
Okay, so then we have no justification for any religion or any claims when it relates to prior to the universe. I agree with that. Let's be agnostic then. Let's say we don't know, and let's not believe anything because we don't know the answer.
Well, no, 100%. Because you want to talk from a scientific standpoint.
I'm not talking from a scientific standpoint. I'm talking from a purely rational standpoint.
You want rational, concrete evidence. That's what you want that God exists.
I want rational proofs. Because I think empirical proofs are not possible under your notion of God.
Well, here's something about science. When science can't explain something, what is it called?
That just means it's unexplained.
No, it's called a miracle. That's actually a term in science too. It's called a miracle when they cannot explain how this phenomenon happens.
A miracle would have supernatural aspects about it. You're just relating the concept of being supernatural.
No. That's a different word. That's a different miracle in science cannot be explained. That's when they refer to it as a miracle. It doesn't.
No, it's not. No, a miracle is going to be something that is the least probable thing to occur. Right, there's going to be not a notion that it's
a miracle is something that cannot be explained that occurred. That's a miracle. Something that cannot.
I don't think that's going to be true under your worldview, because do you think that the resurrection can be explained?
Well, if God is all powerful, it doesn't need much explaining.
Is it explained? Is the resurrection explained?
Resurrection of Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
That's what you're referring to. Okay.
Yeah.
If God is all powerful.
Is it explained?
If God is all powerful, what do I need to explain there? If an all powerful,
it's like I'm asking you a yes or no question. He just doesn't realize it's a yes or no question. So is it?
But you tailoring the question to make it yes or no.
No, it is a yes or no question. I'm being very nice to you, right? Would you like to continue that niceness? I feel like you're being disingenuous.
You as well. I don't think I've been rude in any way.
Yeah. Well, I think that you specifically not answering the questions is pretty rude.
Well, you're tailoring it like you're the judge and I'm on trial, and you give me a yes or no question.
Yeah, I have a yes or no question for you. Would you like to either answer yes or no?
Answer your argument. You want to argue with questions, argue with more evidence as to why.
This is relevant. This is literally relevant to what you said.
Okay, can you give me...
You said something not explained as a miracle. You think that Jesus' resurrection is a miracle. I'm asking you if you think that Jesus' resurrection is explained.
Yes, there you go. Yes.
It is, yes. So if it's explained, then it's not a miracle.
Well,
because you said that something that's not explained is a miracle. So you just agree with me that Jesus' resurrection was not miraculous.
Well, if God is all powerful, can't he resurrect me? I could just die right now, and if God decided to resurrect me, can't he resurrect me?
No. Do you agree with me that Jesus' resurrection was not miraculous?
It was a miracle, but you and I cannot explain it.
No, it wasn't. Wait, you said it's explained. So it's not a miracle.
No. God can explain, and not you and I. No, it's not explained between human intelligence.
Oh, okay.
Supernatural intelligence could explain it.
So we can't explain Jesus' resurrecting.
Well, in what way now? Because now you're generalizing. You just switched to another channel of argument.
No. You said that the difference was that humans can't explain it. So you're saying that we can't explain Jesus' resurrection, yet God can?
Yes.
So how can we not explain Jesus' resurrection?
Well, when you say explain, you mean, he rose from the dead? That's the explanation. Or explain exactly how this man rose from the dead, part by part, the way science would dissect it. God came in, made his heart beat again, whatever the case may be, however this worked, and then he brought Jesus back to life. Can I explain that Jesus rose from the dead? He rose from the dead. How did he rise from the dead?
Is that not an explanation?
That's not an explanation? What type of explanation are you looking for exactly then?
It is an explanation. That was my point. Right. So if it is an explanation, then it's not miraculous. You disagree with me. You disagree with me since there is an explanation that it's not miraculous.
Okay. Well, there is no concrete explanation. Can you explain to me?
I don't know what that means. Now you're moving the goalpost, so now there's no concrete.
No, because I don't understand the question. Maybe it's me now. So what I'm telling you is you're saying it cannot be explained. Or you're saying it can be explained. I'm saying it cannot. I'm saying it can be explained as God is the reason this happened. But can you break it down the way science would break down things it studies? As this is how it happened. Phase 1, phase 2, phase 3, phase 4, and then God got resurrected. We can't explain it into detail. I'm saying it's a miracle because science can't dissect it. Like an example, this was years ago. There was a woman who fell from a great height. I don't know if it was out of an airplane or somewhere, and she miraculously survived with no injuries. Science said it was a miracle, that they can't even explain how she did not die. I don't know when this happened. This was years ago. I just remember. And then science was explaining.
You're not actually responding to my critique here.
What?
You're not actually responding to my critique here, because you said the conditions in which establish whether or not something is a miracle is whether or not something is explained. I brought up a scenario in which something was explained, and you said that it was still a miracle. That would contradict your prior statement saying that it was something that is not explained and which is a miracle.
Yes,
so what is your true definition of what a miracle is?
Okay, there's two types of miracles. A miracle in science is something that cannot be explained by science. A miracle with the Bible, with God, with religion, is something that happens that we cannot comprehend, and usually God performs miracles, like the resurrection of Jesus Christ. That's God performing that miracle. God performs miracles. He can make things that you cannot explain happen. And then we can sit here and argue all day with our mere human minds. Oh, God this, and he doesn't exist, and he does exist, but at the end of the day, you cannot prove he doesn't exist, and I cannot prove he does exist. It's a belief system.
So we actually can, right? But you didn't actually respond to what I said. We can move on to the next point. Do you believe in the Trinity?
Yes.
Okay. Do you believe that God, the Father, and God, Jesus, are logically identical?
Break down that question a little further.
Do you believe that Jesus is wholly God? 100% God?
Mm-hmm.
Do you believe that the Father is 100% God?
Okay.
So they're the same, because 100% God is logically identical to 100% God, right?
Okay.
So if that is the case, well, then it would be. Let me ask you this: the Father did not die on the cross, but the Son did. Isn't that a difference? Wouldn't that contradict the idea that they're logically identical?
Well,
Because they can be identical and have a difference.
Well, we're arguing how God exists, and now you're going into the Bible. I'm just trying to show how every creation has a creator. Non-intelligence does not form from...
Wait, I showed a contradiction within your worldview as it relates to the Trinity. Okay? I showed you how you believe that there's a distinction and that they are the same. Something cannot be 100% the same, logically identical, and then also have a difference. It's a contradiction. Your view is false.
Okay. So that doesn't make much sense. As I said, if you believe in God and God's all-knowing and all-powerful, this is possible. It cannot be false. It's God's all-powerful. You're again trying to understand the intertwinings and workings of God. You cannot understand the workings of a superior intellect, that created intellect. And here's another thing. Do you really think that...
So you just didn't acknowledge the contradiction.
But it's not a contradiction. That's the way it is.
It literally clearly is. So it's identical and distinct simultaneously. That's the contradiction.
So in the Holy Trinity, the Trinity stands for three, correct? You forgot about the Holy Spirit in that situation. You just mentioned God.
Can you give me the I didn't need to mention the Holy Spirit. Can you give me the difference between Jesus, the Father, and the Holy Spirit, and then me with dissociative identity disorder, thinking that I am Matt, Danny, and AJ simultaneously?
Now, I can use Bible passages, but there's no point to argue Bible passages. This is beyond my comprehension. I'm a human being. You want me to explain the Holy Trinity?
So you can't give me a relevant distinction between dissociative identity disorder, me thinking that I am Matt, Danny, AJ, and Parker simultaneously, and the Holy Spirit, Father, and the Son. You can't give me a distinction between these two?
But God can't have dissociative identity disorder. He's perfect. That's not
no. But the point is, you can't give me a conceptual distinction between these two things.
Okay. This question just completely mushed up. A distinction between these two things. Okay. So first of all, if you believe Jesus was resurrected, is it that far-fetched to believe that they're all one, the Holy Trinity? Is it that far-fetched?
Sorry, say that one more time.
If Jesus rose from the dead, is it that far-fetched to believe in the Holy Trinity? You were still believing a man died.
Dude. It's logically contradictory, right? Resurrection isn't necessarily logically contradictory within terms. The Trinity literally is a contradiction unless you hold to modalism. Okay,
I'm gonna ask you a question. Isn't it logically contradictory to think that a world that was uninhabitable, with lack of oxygen, to turn into what it is today? New York, LA, cities all over.
Yeah, I don't see a contradiction with that.
Yeah, I see one, because you're basically saying that there was nothing here and all of a sudden everything's here just by random occurrence and chance, which actually goes against the law of science, because chaos does not create order. Did you know that?
Yeah, no. So chaos can lead to order. You can give me no contradiction with that, right? But the second thing I would also say is that you would also require that under your notion of God, as it is the case that God's desires could have been differently than they are. So the idea that it's either that your God's desires are random and it randomly landed on us existing rather than an infinite set of other desires, or it's the case that it's ordered, right, in the same sort of way that the prior state which led to the universe is also ordered. Right, so these are just going to be necessary properties that exist under either model.
But what you're trying to do is dissect God like he's a frog. And you're going to pick out its liver and this and that and figure out, does God exist? But that's not the way this works. God is not a human, so you cannot rationalize him with the human mind. It must take another...
So God is not rational?
Well, God doesn't have human rationality. Absolutely not.
So let me clarify. So with human rationality, you cannot justify the notion of God.
Give me 1 sec. Say it again.
With human rationality, you cannot justify the notion of God.
You can, but again, it's a belief system. It's a belief system.
You can, so it is within the context of human rationality.
No, it's a belief system. My rationality...
Is it in the context of human rationality, yes or no?
Okay, I'm going to ask you this question. Is not believing in God in the context of human rationality?
Is not believing in God in the Yes, you can be rational and not believe in God.
Is the opposite correct as well?
No.
Okay, why not?
Because there's no reasonable justification for any notion of God.
So why is there reasonable justification for any notion of not believing in God? What proves?
Because that's going to be lack of holding a belief in which is unjustified.
Say that again?
Yeah, that's going to be lacking from holding a belief in which is unjustified. Not believing something just means you don't think something to be true. That doesn't mean you think it to be false.
Okay. And you believe God to not be true because you have no empirical evidence that God does not exist. Is there any, can you prove to me with concrete
Not true is not the same as false.
that God does not exist? Prove it to me. Let's see. Because
Do you believe in an all-knowing, all-powerful, all-good God?
Yes.
Okay. So do you think that God has free will?
God created free will.
Does God itself have free will?
He's the creator. I can't speak for God. You're asking me to explain.
You
how-
don't know.
I'm
You don't
asking
even know. You don't even know if your God can make choices. So, like, what's the point of even having this conversation of whether or not it can create things if you don't know if it can make a choice? He has echo, everyone. Hello?
Yeah, sorry, that's my bad.
Do you think that your God can make choices?
Well, how about this? I don't know anything about how God operates in his intertwinings in his daily life. Let's put it that way.
Oh, we don't know if God can choose things.
I can't.
So you don't know if God chose to create the universe?
Well, according to the
That's
Bible,
pretty absurd.
According to the Bible, he chose to create the universe.
Oh, so he did. So you know he does choose
I said
things.
according to the Bible.
So the Bible indicates that he does choose things, and you believe in the Bible, right?
Well, to a certain extent, I don't believe anything written by man because the Bible isn't written by God. If you really want to,
All of it's written by man, so you don't believe any of it.
No, I'm going to argue the way you argue.
You understand that like what's written by man is no different from you as a man speaking it right now. So you're essentially based upon your own standard of justification. You're telling everyone alive to not listen to a single word that you've said. And you know what? I fucking agree with you.
What I'm saying is I cannot.
I actually agree with you. I will listen to that one point.
No, what I'm saying is I can't understand God. You're asking me to explain God to you like a frog in a high school class, which is absurd to even think about. If God does exist, and let's say you did believe he exists, to sit down and try to rationalize God is moronic. It's moronic. It's a little absurd because even if you believe in God, you know you'll never, ever, ever be able to understand him. You want to dissect him.
Yep. You can never rationally justify God's existence. I agree.
Okay. If God does exist, he isn't a human, obviously. He is not a human, correct? So how can I understand a species I don't know anything about?
Wait, so no, dude, honestly, we agree. You can't rationally justify God's existence.
Yeah, but you can't rationally justify his non-existence either.
We can, and I wanted to go through that, but you weren't letting me.
Because you have to believe that God does not exist. The same way you believe he does. It's a belief system both ways.
So I believe that God doesn't exist when it relates to your notion of God because contradictions that are entailed by its nature. I've already mentioned that actually with you when it relates to the Trinity. We've already gone over that contradiction, let alone we could go over contradictions entailed from the problem of evil, the problem of heaven that you could have, that it could relate to many different problems that exist within your notion of God.
I'm talking about just the creator, because you want to go into the Bible and dissect things. I go back to the creation of all things is God. To believe a human form with its intelligence and consciousness, to believe that you came by sheer randomness requires a lot more faith than
Dude, did you not hear me earlier? I've already explained this. Like you're just restating the same claim you made earlier. It's also going to be random under your notion of God, as your God could have had desires in which were not to create human beings, but they were randomly in which to create human beings. Okay? Unless
Okay.
you'd have to say humans are necessary.
What's your point here?
That was my point. Dude, I don't know what you mean. Like what? I just told you what my point is.
No, you're just jumbling words together and you're not.
I'm not jumbling. What?
How about this? Summarize it in one sentence because you say 10 sentences.
I just said it. I literally just gave you like a one sentence.
Okay.
What did I just say? Can you tell me what I just said to you?
I'm telling you, say it again.
Okay. So I'm telling you that your notion of God, right, in terms of his mind, in terms of his desires to create this universe where there are human beings rather than another one, is just as random. Because your God could have desired to create other things.
But again, you're asking me to understand God's mind. How would I know something like this? If God does exist.
Okay, so are you saying that God could have only desired one thing?
Say it again.
So you're saying that God only could have desired to create humans? And has no other, could have, not possible to have another desire?
Okay, so if I can't understand the intertwinings of God, how can I respond to this question? You're talking to me like I hang out with God for dinner every day.
God can't desire multiple things? Like, that's just like, God can't have different types of desires?
You're asking me to understand God. I don't hang out with the dude in dinner every night and have a conversation with him.
Yeah, because he doesn't fucking exist, right? That's the idea. Right? But we need to get to that in the conversation.
But that's subjective.
Like, can you give me actually a fundamental distinction between your belief in your relationship with Jesus and my belief in my imaginary friend?
Well, I'm not even to bother because that's almost disrespectful towards God because you believed in Stewie.
How is that disrespectful? I'm using the exact same justification.
God. So I'm not going to even.
I'm sorry. It's disrespectful to use reason and logic. My bad.
No, it's disrespectful to compare it to Stewie Griffin because that's
called a reductio ad absurdum. That's using reason and logic. My bad for trying to be rational.
Okay, ask the question again.
About what?
The question you just asked.
Which one? I asked multiple questions.
The most recent one.
As it relates to Stewie Griffin, or as it relates to me asking whether or not how do you know it's disrespectful? Imaginary friend?
No, you asked a question before that. I mean, if you don't remember, how am I going to remember?
Imaginary. I just gave you 3 different questions I asked, and you didn't tell me.
Okay, ask the question because the questions you're asking are all binary. And again, you're talking about God.
What is going to be the relevant distinction?
The world. That's what I'm saying.
What is the relevant distinction between you having a faith in your relationship with Jesus and me having faith in my relationship with my imaginary friend, Stewie Griffin?
Well, there's nothing. You could have a medical condition and you can have imaginary friends all around.
There is no distinction. Okay.
Well, yeah, that's a belief system. Absolutely. If you believe your God is dog, your dog is God.
No, if you agree with me that Jesus is no different from an imaginary friend, I'm just going to agree with you.
No, that's not. You see, you're trying to manipulate the conversation into your pocket of argument.
That's exactly what you just said.
No. I said that you can imagine whatever you want. You can be as delusional as you want. I said it could be a medical condition. You can have
you can be as delulu as you want. Can you give me the relevant distinction? You said you couldn't give me the relevant distinction, but you said it's delulu. Okay. So what you just did there is you called the justification delulu, which was your own justification.
No, it's a belief because it's a belief system. You're confusing. It's a belief system. Okay, you believe Stewie Griffin created the world. That's delusional. I won't even entertain that argument because
I agree. I agree it is. But that's the same justification that you're using, my guy.
No, it's not the same justification.
It literally is.
Okay, I have a quick question. If it's the same justification that I'm using, how come there's more people who believe in God in the world than don't believe in God?
Because they're dumb.
You really think that?
Yes, they're indoctrinated. They're dumb. Okay. They literally have been, people throughout society, the reason why they're dumb is not volitional. The reason why they're dumb is because we have been force-fed indoctrination, propaganda, and lies for generations, for hundreds of years, for thousands of years. Straight lies and absolutely did not educate the population. But what we need to do today is we need to educate our populations. And this is part of it. This is why I do these lives, because educating people is very, very important. And we've been conditioned to not accept education. We've been conditioned to think education is bad for us. We've been conditioned not to critically think and to not question our own belief systems. And what that does is that degrades society because it doesn't allow for us to actually fulfill democracy, to fulfill having equal say in different things, because we are not informed, because we are not educated, because we cannot make legitimate decisions as it relates to what's going to be beneficial for us and the people around us.
I actually agree with everything you just said. I believe in God. I'm not going to go and say all of a sudden I'm an atheist. What you just said, I completely agree with everything you said there. That's facts beyond facts.
Okay. So then what's your point?
No, what was your point? Because you went on that rant. What was your point?
I just explained all my points.
No, you just wanted to point out.
You need more explanation after that?
Humanity is stupid. That's basically what you explained there.
Yeah, and that's absolutely true. Right? Actually, under your worldview, you think the same thing because you think that billions of other people hold to false religions.
Well, no, because you're implying it. You're implying it that I'm Catholic to a T. I was born and raised a Catholic. How I believe that there's a greater force in this world, that a God does exist. Okay, I believe there's a God does exist. This is my full-on belief system. Now, am I a human who rationalizes and thinks about it and has his doubts about God like everyone else? Absolutely. And my reasoning is this. All books, all religion have the same core. Be a good person, be morally correct. That's what all religion kind of states. Yes, there's different ways to worship, different ways to go about it. But at the end of the day, it means be a good person. That's what God is trying to say in almost every single religion that exists. So
that doesn't mean that God exists.
But you're absolutely right. That doesn't mean that God exists. That does not mean that. But for me, as a rational human being, to think this world is functioning the way it functions, and humans have intelligence the way we have, and the way we communicate, and the way we can ponder these thoughts and have these arguments came from volcanic ash, doesn't that sound a little stupid?
Yeah, so when you make a claim that just relates to it came from volcanic ash, when you're not acknowledging any other aspects of the universe, well then you're engaging in what's called a straw man. You're engaging in what's called a straw man, because we're not saying that just those conditions led to this existing, right? Well, there are obviously lots of things that was part of the process, right? So that's definitely not going to be something that you would say is going to be actually trying to legitimately critique an atheist or naturalistic perspective, let alone the idea that if we lack an explanation as to why we exist, that doesn't entail here that your explanation specifically is correct.
Well, you and I will never be 100% correct. You will never be 100% correct, nor will I be 100% correct unless God hops in.
Okay, I'll make a claim that is 100%.
Go for it.
My thoughts exist.
Okay. Your thoughts can also be stupid. You also claim that the majority of humanity is stupid, which means
I know 100% that my thoughts exist.
In your own, absolutely. Okay, and what's your point here?
KT, thank you for the subscription. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. You said there's not a claim that we can make that is 100%, and I gave you one.
I'm talking that you can prove God does not exist 100% to me, and I can prove.
Yeah, by contradiction, right? So, but like the idea is that you weren't willing to engage with that because you don't know characteristics. Okay, so if you don't even know what your worldview is, well, then I can't show you a contradiction with your worldview. So it's either you hold to a specific worldview or you don't hold to a specific worldview. And to me, it's very clear here that you don't hold to a specific worldview.
What's your worldview in this situation? Because
I'm agnostic. I don't know what led to the universe existing.
So do you believe in a supernatural force like
No.
God? So
No.
you don't. Is an agnostic you believe in a supernatural force, but you don't attain? I think that atheists is you don't believe.
Why
in
do
God.
so many people not understand agnosticism? Like, dude, where does it say in agnosticism that you believe in a higher power? Like, that would be like theism or deism.
I mean, you could be correct. I don't know this for a fact, so I'm not going to argue that.
Is there anything else you'd like to add or talk about?
No, man. No. I was again.
All right, let me get on to the next person. Appreciate it. Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request. If you disagree, we are just looking for some debates. Everyone, tap that. Yeah, you just didn't listen to a single word I said. It went in one ear and out the other.
You're doing a hypothetical, and in that hypothetical, in my eyes, we wouldn't exist.
Yeah, and you just said the same thing 4 times in a row, and I've heard it every single time you said it. And again, my statement that I said to you went in one ear and out the other.
You would believe that nothing created something.
That's not. I've never made that claim.
How would you go about?
You've never heard any atheist make that claim.
How would you? What's the Big Bang to y'all?
Can you name one person who's made the claim? Big Bang is just going to be expansion of the universe. No one knows where that expansion came from.
Do you even know where that theory came from?
I don't need to know where the theory came from.
Yeah, it's beautiful how that theory came about. It's crazy.
Okay.
It came from a thesis. It came from somebody who's Catholic.
Okay.
And y'all can't even make up where the Earth came from. Like, this is not even an atheist process. They took and ran with what a thesis made up from what they believe God made, which is the Big Bang, because nobody can explain where the Big Bang came from. So
yeah, no one knows. No one knows.
Yeah,
not me, not you, no person on the planet knows.
Well, you can't say you know what I know. You can't do
I know that you do not know what fucking caused the universe.
Can't
Get it?
say that.
Christ saved. You out of everyone on the fucking planet, you know how we got here?
It would be hypocritical.
You know.
Yeah, I'm not narcissistic. It came from God. I didn't say it came from me. I only know
you
because
don't know
of
that though.
I know that because I believe God exists. So
yeah, that doesn't mean you know. That means you believe.
Well, we can go in depth about Jesus Christ and his truth, the truth that he exists, and the truth,
the gibberation,
the claims he made, and the resurrection.
The gibberation. If I claim that I resurrected, do you believe me?
If you died and resurrected, and we had eyewitness statements on that.
Yep, there are people in the chat that have witnessed it. People witnessed my resurrection,
and they're not lying.
Look at them in the chat. They're not lying. No, they saw it. Look.
And died. Yeah, I would
They saw
believe-
me. They saw me resurrect. Look at all the people in the comment section.
Nobody will. Nobody.
These are eyewitnesses that can attest for the fact that I resurrected. Look at all of them.
If we were being serious, I would believe you, but you're not. This is.
I am
just
being totally serious.
No, this is a joke.
This is not a joke.
No, it is a joke.
Do you see me laughing right now?
I know you're serious, but what you said is a joke. So
No, it's not. I'm being dead serious right now.
Anyway, we can.
I resurrected from the dead, and all those people in the comment section saw. It literally happened on live.
I don't want to go in circles about your quote unquote.
Dude, it literally happened on live. Fucking 5,000 people saw it, dude.
Parker, we better than to even talk about like stuff like this. This is pointless.
What are you talking about, dude? I'm telling you what happened in front of 5,000 people, and you're denying it. You can carry a horse to the water, but you can't make them drink it. You know.
Nobody in here even.
You can lead a horse to the water. You can't make them drink it.
Nobody in here would die on that. That's a fact. Nobody in here would die.
No, people would. People in the chat will tell you that they will martyr for it right now.
No, they would not do it. They could say it, they would not do it. There's a difference between talking about it and being about it.
Look,
nobody's gonna stand on that.
Look,
y'all gonna commit suicide right now just to prove this?
No. You can't say that word, by the way.
Oh,
no,
my bad.
No, we're not doing that. We're not doing that. But people would. They're telling you they would right now.
Parker. You know, I mean, I do like comedy, but
I'm not being comedic.
We ain't gotta joke about that, bro.
I'm not being comedic.
That sounds crazy.
Can you give me a reason? Any reason that's different? Right, between me claiming this with all of the 500 witnesses in my chat, between your God claiming it in history.
I could, since you're here in person, you could perform a miracle for us.
Yeah, I already did. I did it on live already.
What is it, Parker?
Wait. So since I'm here, I can provide a miracle. Couldn't the same thing be true for your God?
Well, biblically, if
you're saying that I have to provide a miracle, well then, how about your God provides a miracle right now?
Based on my
how about
Bible?
He pops up right in front of me right now?
Yeah,
right? And if He does, if your God literally pops up in front of me right now, I will believe. I'm dead serious. I will come on here every day and I will argue for its existence every single fucking day. Now, since you said that I have to justify it, and since you said that you would test me, I'm testing your God right now.
My belief is based on the word of God, right?
Well, so your God is being tested right now, and it's not showing up. I don't see it.
Can I finish? There's a difference between you asking for it and for what He already said before you even asked for it. He said your last miracle is going to be Jesus Christ. So you're bound to believe in that last miracle. So you should. The death resurrection that's God's last words on that. You need to believe in Jesus Christ, and you probably
so no miracles happened since resurrection.
No, there's miracles that still happen. It's just
okay. So then my point is that you said that in order for me to say that I'm God, I have to prove it to you right now by showing you on the live. Okay, so then your God can do the exact same standard of proof. Okay, your God can prove it to me right fucking now. Tell him to show up. Call him right now. Call God up. Be like, yo, come on, man. I really need you to show up. Parker is asking for it, man. He's got 3.7K people on the line who want to hear about God's existence, right now.
It's not on your terms, Parker. It's on God's terms.
Thank you for the cat. I appreciate the subscription. Thank you so much for the 6 month. Okay, so God doesn't care to?
Huh?
Okay, so it's not on your time. It's on my time.
Yeah, it's definitely not on my time.
Yeah, I already proved it. 5,000 people saw me resurrect.
What are you talking about, Parker?
What are you talking about, dude? 500 people saw me resurrect, bro.
God bless you, man. You are funny, but that didn't happen.
No, I'm not joking. I'm being dead serious.
I know you're serious, Parker. We can go in circles about that.
Yeah, I literally resurrected, dude.
You're seriously joking.
I literally resurrected.
Are you talking about you died and you came back to life? Are you serious?
Yeah,
that's a miracle, dude.
Yes, Stewie brought me back.
But that doesn't make you God.
No, I never said I was. Stewie brought me back.
Who's Stewie?
Stewie Griffin. We have video evidence of the creation of the universe. Temporal loop. Explains everything.
Anyways, what do you even know about Jesus?
Stewie literally as an infant created a time machine that allowed him to create the universe.
I know who you're talking about, bro. What do you
watch Family Guy for once.
What research?
Maybe instead of reading the Bible, how about you read or actually watch a movie that will actually tell you what created the universe?
Bro, I would not even read the Bible if it wasn't so like real and serious, and there's a lot of like
Yeah, yeah. Well, go watch The Family Guy. Go watch
I
Family Guy.
could
It's
waste
real.
my time doing all that.
It's not wasting your time. You're gonna know what created the universe.
Nah, look.
I've gotten revelation from Stewie.
Parker, respectfully, I'm about to ask you a real question. Have you ever took time to actually read the Bible, read the Old Testament, the New Testament, and actually like understand what the heck is going on? Besides, just saying you don't believe. I can understand.
I haven't read the whole Bible, but I've read many aspects of it. I grew up
respect
Christian.
that. That's real. That's real. That's the realest thing he said. Yeah, I haven't either. I grew up not Christian. Well, I grew up quote unquote Christian. We all get raised under Christianity because we live in America. But it's one thing, actually going out your way and reading it is another, to not read it. But yeah.
I'm like actually not joking. If your God literally showed up in front of me right now, I would believe.
I know. I do. Trust me. I believe you because that's how some people are, and they really want to see it for themselves. I mean, if
you know how many people would be converted by that happening?
I think.
Why doesn't God do it? Why doesn't God save us?
There's another aspect.
God could save me right now.
He could.
There's literally one thing God could do, and it could save me.
He sends messages to you every day to talk to you, bro. If you
I'm waiting. I'm actually waiting.
One of them. I'm not the best talker, but I'm one of the people who are telling you he does exist. But you just have to have an open heart. Like, screw all these people. Screw all these views. I don't care about people. This is serious. Like, if God is real, obviously this is something serious.
We're going to go to eternal damnation. You understand that, right? If your view is right, and I don't believe, I'm going to be suffering for all of eternity. Does your God not want to save me?
Can I tell you something about those perspectives? There's a debate in the Christianity that whether eternity is what you think. You're actually going to be in hell for eternity, or you're going to be destroyed. Like there's debates in the Christianity about that.
And what do you hold on that?
I actually have to study more. Like, Christianity's deep, bro. Okay. If you actually took time to learn it.
Yeah, I know. But in of itself, there are contradictions entailed by every single view that I've seen.
What would you call a contradiction?
I haven't seen a single view that can account for these contradictions.
What's the contradiction that you're talking about?
So I could relate to the problem of evil. I could relate to the problem of heaven. I could relate to perfection-based arguments, things like that.
The problem with evil would be just a free will.
Who's whispering into the mic, bro?
It's my wife. She loves guys, but she wants me to ask you things. She likes talking.
She can just say it.
Okay, but yeah. Wait, can I say one thing? The problem with evil is easy, bro. That's a free will thing. That's a free will thing.
Yeah, free will does not explain it because God has free will, right?
Yeah, God. Well, yeah.
Can God do evil?
No.
No, so free will can exist when there's no evil.
Free will can. It did.
Yeah, so you saying that the reason why evil exists is because there's free will, that's not grounded in any factual reality, as it is the case that there's free will that exists with no evil when it relates to God.
Yeah, it's possible. That's what was happening. That was happening before Satan decided with his free will to turn and become a fallen angel. Excuse me, free will did exist.
Yeah, but the idea is that free will can exist with no evil, and if God is all knowing, all powerful, and all good, God can.
Oh, my explanation for evil is that there's an absence of God in the world, right? So
I understand how they're innocent. Like, they wasn't able to
do that to every single one of us, because prior to us existing, we also would have not had a choice then.
I believe, because if you went straight to heaven without understanding what it's like not to go to heaven, you might take it for granted, and that's when you'll take your free will and you'll probably choose
the aborted fetus didn't take it for granted.
No, I'm talking about there's between. Wait, I don't know how babies are in heaven specifically, baby form or nothing. We don't know that deep. That's deep.
That's deep.
That's between.
Okay, so then my question would be is that if you require some sort of experience to develop some spiritual maturation, well then did God require that as well?
Nah, we believe God.
So then it's not logically necessary.
What are you talking about? Say again.
So it's not logically necessary for us to for us to go through experiences to produce knowledge.
Oh, there's
essentially.
difference us and God. That's our viewpoint as humans. Well,
yeah, but those differences are all generated by your God particularly making it that way. So if your God wanted to, your God could have made it in such a way in which would have produced a world where there's free will and no evil, or a world in which we're in a better one, like heaven. Again, if you treat it like a friendship, like a relationship, or even like what it would be like for your children, I think any of us would say heaven would be preferable to earth. Right? Yeah. So again, why would your God do something like that? Because to me, that sounds immoral, right? Sending us to a place in which there's genocide, in which there's slavery, in which there's child sex trafficking, in which there's P3DOs that rape children, all of these different things that exist that are absolutely horrendous and terrible that we would not have to be subject to.
Yeah, in the start,
it seems to be immoral to me, right? To do that to your child.
In the start,
abusive.
In the start, everything was perfect. You've heard the story, Adam and Eve. Everything was perfect. What ruined everything was Satan. We had heaven on earth, actually. Everything was perfect. Humans were made perfect. That's the funny part. People forget that. Humans were made perfect, and the fall is what murdered humanity. So we had free will. We were living perfectly in harmony with God, and they was deceived by the devil. Yeah. Now, I know you don't really believe in that fairy tale, but it logically makes sense for why nothing's perfect no more if you go and look at it from that perspective that God told you.
No, actually, because a state in which something is perfect, that means it could not be corrupted, right? In the same idea that like God or Jesus was tempted by the devil, but never succumbed to that temptation as he's perfect, never succumbed to that corruption because he's perfect. So the same thing would be true if Adam and Eve were perfect. Well, then they would never succumb to that temptation or that corruption either.
Okay. Now, in this world where God exists, our perspective of perfect is determined by what he says is perfect. So I don't know. That's deep. That's a logical, deep conversation. And that's something you would probably have with God. But I believe since God exists, I don't think we have the true definitions of words. I think because God exists, I think he holds the definitions of what truly words are. Like, that's a deep conversation. Like, this is really...
If I can rationally form a conclusion that a God doesn't exist, how come a God would hold me accountable for believing that they exist, given that first I couldn't differentiate the claim that this religion is true comparative to all others, second that I could rationally conclude that this God doesn't exist? How could I be held accountable for believing it, given the fact that these two different things are true?
I think that...
it's about Jesus.
God, he gave us everything. He gave us all the information, that we need in order to seek him and believe in him. And really, it's really on his,
it's on
you need to meet him on his terms, and you have to, try to meet him with an open
How do I know what their terms are?
Well, you gotta ask him,
Are you, because you mean...
I've done that as a kid.
You mean which religion, or you actually genuinely...
How do I know which religion? How do I know that this is the God? How do I know I'm interacting with something real rather than imaginary?
Yeah.
That's beautiful. It's a heart posture, man. It's deep. What really takes people to God is when they hit their lowest spots in their life. If somebody's really, prideful and like they're having this life that distracts them, they're probably not going to hit that part in their life where they seek God's face, because they're living life, good, quote unquote, you know what I'm saying? Or it's pretty entertaining enough. But yeah, look, to me, God has gave us enough information, because when you look into Jesus, that's what I'm saying. You really have to actually look into Jesus and actually figure out. It's like, did he exist? Yeah, we know he exists, but is his claims true? That's what it's about. It's not about if he exists or not. We can argue about his existence, but if we believe in historical stuff, we can just go straight to the facts and to the evidence, and it's more pointing towards Jesus existed.
They have the ability to stop it, and they choose not to stop it. In that scenario, did they do something wrong?
Yeah, that's a sinful act. I
think that's bad, right?
So God.
Yeah, so my point as it relates to that is then going to be, right, if God sees a P3DO raping a child, and God can stop it, but chooses not to, did God do something wrong?
No, I'll tell you about it. God
so what's the relevant distinction?
God says it rains on the unjust and just, meaning good and bad things happen to good people and bad people because we live in a fallen world. Everything we do now is in our hands. Like, he's literally gave the world over to the people to do. He wants us to do his will on the earth, but everything's in our control. That's the point of view of Christianity. It's not like God doesn't care. He cares.
So God doesn't limit anything bad. Well, do you believe in Noah's Ark?
No, you can't. Huh?
Do you believe in Noah's Ark?
Yeah. I know.
So God, you believe that he wiped the entire planet away because it was overflowing with sin.
Yeah. I mean,
so God thought it was justified to unalive someone to prevent them from doing bad things in the future when it relates to those scenarios. But whenever it was Hitler with the Holocaust or Stalin with Holodomor, right? Not gonna step in there.
Nah, them dudes dead. Now, whether they repented for their sins or not, they're being judged correctly.
Yeah, but why did God let them do it?
There was probably some actual things God had shaping in there. Like, it's really deep. You would have to talk to God about this stuff.
So wait, so your question is why didn't he wash away like the Nazis and stuff but he did in Noah's days.
Oh,
right?
yeah, that's easy.
That's
actually
the question.
That's an easy answer.
So, in Noah's days, angels came down and had relations with humans, right? So,
Bella, he's asking. This is the general. I understand his question. He's saying, why doesn't God do that today? Then. Basically, right? Why didn't?
No, he doesn't have to do the same thing.
I know. Yeah, ask him
because
that.
I feel like God doing that is really like not specialized, right? Because like God can be very specific. God can be so specific insofar as that God can drown just one individual. Why didn't God drown Hitler?
But can I explain the Noah Ark situation for one? Because that's pretty easy to explain why he drowned everybody.
No, I'm not asking why he drowned everyone.
Oh,
What
okay.
I'm asking for is that if it's justified to have drowned everyone there as it relates to the overflowing of sin, how is it not justified to drown Hitler?
Because it's so far, it's like, so back in the Old Testament, because we're talking about Noah's Ark, he did miracle. Well, he did. He was moving in those Old Testament times. He said his last thing he sent us, like as far as he was going to like testify to the earth. Like miracles still happen. We already discussed that. Yeah. But to like his last testament to earth was that Jesus Christ. That was his last like, hey, this is obvious. Y'all need to follow Jesus, and everything else has been taken over by man. Like this is our control now, since we have the truth out here, and it's more like the evidence of Jesus is more sustainable than back then.
That's not his question though.
I know, but he's saying,
ask your question
he's
again.
saying, why didn't God just kill Hitler?
Yeah, if it's justified for God to have stepped in as it relates to Noah's Ark and took away their free will, right, but unaliving them, then why is it not justified for God to step in as it relates to Hitler with the Holocaust and with World War II, or with other types of mass genociders throughout history?
To me, it's just
because I feel like more people during the Holocaust, there was like way more people who do believe in God, and eventually they stopped the Nazis, Hitler killed himself, and all of those people.
But that happened after tens of millions of people died. After millions of people's families lost family members.
Yeah, if we want to shortcut
millions of people, right?
If we want to shortcut this,
there are people alive today that lost people.
Yeah, I totally.
In the Holocaust, right? Like that were part of their family, and you're telling me that God didn't want to step in. God just wanted to let it happen, and then I'll deal with them later, or I'll wait till humans deal with it.
He will, yeah. I mean, that's God.
So why didn't he do that as it relates to Noah's Ark?
Because they didn't have sign.
Okay, he just got removed for community guidelines. We are going to go on to the next person. If you like the content, follow me if you're ready, everyone. Tap that screen. Let's try to get to 500,000 likes. If you want to help get out to more people, everyone, share the live, copy link, send it to a few friends. Plus, if you want to support me, everyone, Venmo and Cash App in the bio. Jace, thank you so much for the $10. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Sheila, thank you so much for the 10. Brooke, thank you so much for the 15 on Venmo. Rebecca, thank you so much for the 3. George, I appreciate the 10. And Jade, thank you so much for the $1. Let's go into the next person here real quick, everyone. Only send a guest request if you disagree, everyone. All right, let's try to get someone up here. Only send a guest request if you disagree. If you want to debate everyone, send a guest request right now. If you want to support me, Venmo, Cash App in the bio, everyone. Sorry, y'all. My phone was like turned over, so I didn't even see them till now. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 26.
For sure. Do you think that God exists?
I do. Yes, sir.
Why so?
Well, a few reasons. One, I think that the explanation for how the universe came to be, as far as if you take a being that has the mind to be able to create something out of the picture, to be a little bit harder to believe than, say, God does exist. And the definition of God can be told a different way.
Why is it harder to believe in? What do you mean by God?
Well, so God is a few things. According to the Bible, which I think has the most historical evidence to back its claims as far as any other religion, and books regarding their religion. As far as what the Bible claims, God is 3 things. One, God is a creator, which is, say, the energy that takes, it has the ability to create matter and make matter move. Secondly, the Bible refers to Jesus and God being one, which means that God is also able to take a physical form, in a form that is something that we would be able to understand. And thirdly, God is also spirit, which is, I guess the best way to put it would be how we feel emotion and love and a cognitive mind and able to think.
Okay, so yeah, Janelle, thank you so much for the $5 Cash App. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Okay, so yeah, I don't see this specifically to relate to like justifying Christianity over other types of religions. It seems to just be like claims that we're making about these particular types of behaviors that we think that it's going to be derivative of Jesus. My question is, how do we specify the difference between different types of religions to indicate here specifically that it would be Christianity that is accurate, whereas other religions would be false?
I would argue that the time period in which the pieces of the text were written and the ability for us to prove when they were written based off of the timely events that happened, that it is the most accurate as far as any other religion across the board. And you ask anybody, and that's 100% true. You're saying that we have the best like relation back to like the original text? No, that's not true. We don't have the original historically.
We don't have the original text as it relates to the Bible.
As far as when the time periods of things were written. So, and specifically, and if you break down the Bible in the whole, the only thing that you really need to disprove if you want to disprove the whole religion is disprove Jesus. And that, he did live.
I believe Jesus existed. I believe Jesus died on the cross. I just don't believe in resurrection. Can you give me justification for resurrection?
Yeah, actually so, and I don't want to butcher it, so I don't want to be giving you the names of these people, but I can give you the name of somebody, and his name is Lee Strobel, and he dedicated his whole life to this.
Yeah, I've heard about this.
Okay, yeah. That is somebody that I would recommend just because he can give dozens of other, not just biblical texts, but texts and documentation of that evidence outside of the Bible as well.
I don't think that they provide a justified account for it. But I mean, you might disagree. That's just gonna.
Yeah.
I don't see it.
But another thing I'd like to continue talking about is what you were talking about before about why God flooded the earth in the first place.
No, I'm not asking you why God flooded the earth. What I'm asking you is why is it okay why is it justified in one sense for God to stop this, but not in other senses? Sure, I mean, I would probably agree with you, but
because the only thing with religion is I don't know how many there are, thousands. I don't know. They can't all be right. So that's why
obviously because they contradict each other.
Yeah,
right?
That's why I said I'm not religious, because
wait, Brandon, this is exactly what my point is. We see all these different claims that people make. We know that they all cannot be right. So what we need is a process to be able to make a difference between one claim and the other. Because if we don't have a process to make a difference between one claim and the other, well, then it kind of seems like we're screwed, and it's just a bunch of different random claims, and I'm just gonna like randomly select which one I think is right, rather than actually having a process to say, oh, given the evidence, this is what's most likely to be the case.
I just believe through the years, and this is my opinion, that a lot of the religions have, some of it has all of them have a little of the truth. Does that make sense?
Say that again?
Like, if you take 900 religions and they all have something to say, each one of them has a little bit of the truth. I think it's just like any story that you could tell over time. You probably have a story from when you were a kid that you know is true, but it's been added onto. Like when a story goes from person to person to person, something always tends to get added to it.
Like something changes over time. This is called the telephone effect. Yeah.
Yeah, and that's what if religion's that?
Well, I mean, we actually see that within the context of the Bible. And I mean, like that could be true, Brandon. I'm not disputing that. I've had these same sort of thoughts. But if religion is that, well, then it doesn't seem like we have any justified basis to believe in religion. It seems like more or less these are just going to be subject to human biases, right?
Well, you are right. That's exactly why I said I'm not
that's the point of science,
person.
actually. Science is limiting human bias. Statistics is limiting human bias. That's the whole point of these different fields of study, is to limit these biases that exist. Because when we relate to our own personal experiences, there are so many biases that we don't take into account on an individual circumstance that are so relevant to determining what's true in reality.
I did want to ask you, because like I said before, you seem highly intelligent, and I know a lot of people like to dog on you, but you do seem like you know your stuff. This is off topic, but I wanted to see if you would talk about this one thing for a minute, and I'm not trying to hold up the chat or anybody. Did you see the study they did on geniuses?
No.
They took, I think it's 50. They took 55-year-olds, and they were all geniuses. And then they followed them. And by the time they were 12, I think it was 50% of them was geniuses. And by the time they was 18, 2% of them was geniuses. So one person left out of the 50 was a genius. And when they were 5, they were all geniuses. And the only conclusion they could come through science, through everything they looked at, was schooling. What are your thoughts on that?
I would say environment dictates a lot of these outcomes. And then also just like some people develop different, right? So there can be like actually like someone like biologically is going to be like, they have the genes to be smarter, but they just haven't reached that stage of development yet.
Well, the way they put it was
that could be true. I would have to look at the data though.
Okay, the way they put it, just to break it down really fast, is in the most common basis is the 5-year-olds, they asked them to do something and they all did it in a different way. And as they got older, they seen that they all started doing it how they were taught in school. And then by the time they were 18, like 49 of it did it the exact same way, if that makes sense.
Yeah. I would have to look at what you're saying. I don't really know. Can you tell me what the title is?
Oh, shit.
If not, you can just DM it to me.
I'll DM it to you. I got you followed here. If you want to follow me back, I'll DM you. But I don't.
My DMs are open on Insta.
Oh, okay. I'll get you on Insta. I don't want to take up any more of your time, but thanks for that. And I agree.
Appreciate you coming on.
I agree with you on religion, and thanks everybody.
Have a good day.
You too.
All right, everyone. Let's get to the next person real quick. If you want to help the channel out, everyone, Venmo, Cash App in the bio, y'all. That isn't real. I'll have to check. Is it gonna actually add them? I don't think it's adding them, chat. Do y'all see? People are probably like, no. Yeah, he's not even joining, chat. So don't worry, chat. Don't worry. Yeah, for some reason people think I'm like off today. I don't know. I just feel like I'm trying to be like more calm today and like less like hyper. I don't know. Like people think that I'm like for being like calmer today. I can go back to it. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 25, 26.
Yeah, for sure. Do you think that God exists?
Yes, I do.
Yeah, for sure. Why so?
So, I think God exists just based on the way that the world is, the way that humanity is, the way that I'm created, in my understanding of it. Because I was raised in a Christian family, but I don't believe the same things that my parents taught me. I kind of went and figured it out for myself because I was also curious about whether God was real or not. And through my experiences, I've actually had times where I would talk to God and I asked him to show me, show me his presence, kind of his spirit. And I don't know, I felt like this rush through my whole body. I was by myself and it was almost like that I kind of fell to my knees and I just felt at like peace in my heart and stuff. Other than that, that's just kind of the reasons why I believe it. But back to the whole debate aspect of it, I kind of wanted to.
Here's my point with this: is that like we accept the conclusions that we form from our own spiritual experience. It seems like in this scenario, but when it relates to say other religions, like Prophet Muhammad with the angel Gabriel, it doesn't seem like we would accept the conclusions formed from that experience. So what's the relevant distinction between these two experiences that tells us that we can accept the conclusions formed from one, but not the conclusions formed from the other?
Well, it necessarily doesn't explain it, because Muhammad, he was Muslim, correct? He believed in Islam. That was so they believe in Allah, which is as well God. They believe in one God. We also believe in one God, and
they believe Jesus is not God.
They don't believe that Jesus is God, as well as the Jews, Judaism. They do not believe that Jesus is God either, that the resurrection happened and that the prophecy that it talks about in the Bible, where it says that the Son of God will come back, and all the prophecies that it talks about, they don't believe in that either. They think that Jesus has not come back yet, or the Messiah, in their belief system.
That would be Jews.
Right, Jews.
Yeah, so like I'm confused what your response is to this, because like my point is that you don't accept the conclusions formed from their spiritual experiences because they contradict your religion.
They don't, because
they legitimately do contradict your religion. Like one claims Jesus is God, the other one claims Jesus is not God. Those are contradictory. They cannot be true simultaneously.
Yes, and there's an explanation. My explanation to that, there's back in the Old Testament, when Jacob was born, that was I think he was the son of Abraham. He was the son to Abraham, or anyways, I don't know the whole genealogy, but from the storyline, Rebecca was the mother, and she had two offsprings when she was pregnant, and they were both fighting in her womb. And when she asked God why the offspring are fighting in her womb, which the reason why she got pregnant, it had to do with God. He's the one who she wasn't able to have kids, and then she got pregnant. Explain that to me. Anyways, so the angel appeared to her, and he said that in her are two nations. The two people that are in her are two nations. And that is why they're fighting. And so after they were born, it was Jacob and Esau. When they were born, Jacob took Esau's inheritance since he was the firstborn. And so now there was a huge argument that happened in that aspect. Esau ended up leaving.
Hey man, I don't even know what the hell you're telling me right now.
This is in the Old Testament. So you don't even
why
know
are you telling me this?
Well, because this is a part of the Bible.
I don't know why I need to hear
the
this.
Bible. This is where Muslims came from. Islam came from.
Why is this relevant to the
religion.
question that I asked you?
You asked me about other religions that they contradict.
No, I asked you, what is the difference between these spiritual experiences?
They believe in the same
indicates that we can accept
they just have a different understanding. They don't.
No, listen. So what is the difference between these spiritual experiences that indicates that we can accept the conclusions formed from one, but not formed from the other?
What is your point there? You're telling me that
I made the point.
My experience is, I believe that my experience is real, but I don't believe that Muhammad's experience was real. Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm not saying that you reject the experience and whether or not it's real. I'm saying that you accept the conclusions formed from the spiritual experience that you had with the angel. I mean, you had, right? But you don't accept the conclusions formed from the spiritual experience that Prophet Muhammad had with the angel Gabriel.
How do I?
So I'm asking you, what's the relevant distinction
between these two? Where did you come up with that argument that I do not accept that Muhammad had an experience with an angel?
Do you think contradictions are possible?
Contradictions are possible, but how does that make any sense?
So do you think that this cup could be full of liquid and empty of liquid simultaneously?
If I can't see the inside of the cup, I don't know.
No, can it be full of liquid and empty of liquid simultaneously?
No, it can't.
No. Okay, so then it's not possible for there to be a contradiction.
Right.
Okay, so if it's not possible for there to be a contradiction, can you please explain to me how it can be the case that both Islam and Christianity can be true simultaneously?
They can't both be true.
They can't both be true. So if you accept Christianity, then it's not possible for you to also accept Islam. So if you don't accept Islam, you have to reject the idea that the conclusions formed from the spiritual experience that the Prophet Muhammad had with the angel Gabriel. You have to dispute that.
We have to draw back to what I said.
You don't even know what I just said, and I'm saying this. Do you want me to be rude? Do you want me to be rude? Like, dude, come on.
I said I was raised as a Christian, but I don't necessarily follow that anymore. You said, prove to me that God exists. Are you talking necessarily about religion or that God exists? Because those are two different things. Religion and what church teaches are two different things. There's over 1,000 different denominations, and they all have different teachings, but they all fall into the same category as Christianity. But they all believe in different things. So that doesn't explain it to me. You said, prove God exists.
What did I just say to you?
You were comparing other...
You have no clue.
How do I have no clue?
Go for it. Tell me.
We were having a conversation. You brought up why my experiences matter, but Prophet Muhammad's don't. His experiences, I don't believe in. You made that up.
No, false.
Now, how is that false?
You didn't listen again. You didn't listen.
What you said then.
Okay, I will.
Repeat what you said.
I will. You accept the conclusions formed from your spiritual experiences, but you do not accept the conclusions formed from Prophet Muhammad's spiritual experiences.
Who said that? Where did you come up with that? Why do I not accept it?
I just explained it to you, man.
Why don't I accept it? Why don't I accept it? He had an experience.
I just told you you don't accept it. David, I just explained it to you.
I didn't say that.
David, man. Hey, David, I just explained this to you. Did you listen to a single thing that I said? Because again, you think that Islam contradicts Christianity, correct?
Who said I'm Christian? I said I was raised in a Christian household, but I don't believe in that anymore. I have a different understanding.
What's your religion?
What do you mean religion? I believe in God, and I have a relationship with God.
Jesus, right?
What religion?
Religion
was created. No, Jesus did not create religion. He actually abolished religion.
What God do you have a relationship with?
After Jesus left,
what God do you have a relationship with?
Church. He created religion.
Hey, what God do you have a relationship with?
The creator of earth.
And who is that? What is their name?
The creator of earth.
What is their name?
What do you mean, what is their name?
What is their name?
The breath of life. Creator of earth.
Sheila, thank you so much for the $30 Venmo. I appreciate it. Can you get some W's for Sheila in the comment section?
God is the name. What
God specifically? I'm asking you. Like,
what do you mean, what kind of God? The only God
is their name? You're going to say Jesus.
Let me take a breath and they'll tell you the name. That's the name of God.
That's not. That's
Yep,
dude,
that is the name.
Dude, you actually think that? You think that's trying to say Yahweh? Like, get a grip, dude. No, it's
Get
not.
a grip, really?
When you breathe, yes. When you breathe, that does not sound like Yahweh.
Okay, it doesn't matter. It's the breath of life. No, Yahweh was the word that they created, but the breath of life is. That's the breath.
Does not sound like Yahweh. It sounds like.
I never said it sounds like Yahweh. I never said.
Dude, that's the implication.
Yahweh.
I know you watched that video, and I know that's what you were trying to fucking
life.
reference.
How is that a reference? You're fucking.
You were trying to reference that. You watched the video.
No, because you're making shit up. How is me saying that this is God, the breath of life, and you said that doesn't sound like Yahweh? I never said his name is Yahweh.
Oh, I know you're trying to reference the video in which tries to say that breathing.
No, that is not a
to
reference.
Sounding like Yahweh.
It mentions that God is the breath of life.
Okay, so can you explain to me what God it is? Like, do you believe in the Bible?
I do believe in some parts of the Bible. If you didn't know,
do you think the Bible is the Word of God?
Not fully there.
Do you think the Bible is the Word of God?
Parts of it, yeah. I think there's a lot of translations, a lot of things that got added into it. First of all, the scriptures that they found.
Do you think Jesus is God?
I do think that Jesus is God, yes.
Oh my God, you're a fucking Christian, dude. Like, why do Christians do this? Please stop talking for a second.
No, because Christianity was made by
Please stop talking for a
Apostle
second. I'm just going to mute you. Why do Christians do this? Why do you not want to accept the fact that you're Christian so bad that I'm not religious. You, by definition, are religious. You have faith in and worship an a supernatural being that created the universe. You are religious by definition. It's so weird that you're trying to distance yourself so much from religion when you are literally within a Christian that is Christian by definition, okay? You think Jesus is God. What are you talking about, bro?
Okay, so back to my point. You're telling me Christianity, religion, is a made-up thing.
You're covering your mic, man. It sounds like you just went into a storm.
What?
You're covering your mic. It sounds like you went into the fucking Bermuda Triangle.
Anyways, pretty much, you're telling me that... Hold on, let me turn on my AirPods.
Bro was getting yaptured on spot, chat. Can we tab the screen, everyone? Let's try to get to 500,000
I'm turning on my AirPods. Hold on.
Yeah, it's fine. As well, everyone, if you want to help get out to more people, everyone, share the live, copy link, send it to a few friends. Let's try to get to 1,000 shares, everyone, real quick. Everyone, you can copy link, send it to a few friends. As well, again, if you want to support me,
because your understanding of religion, of me being a Christian, is me going to church every day, raising my hand, sitting down, listening to some guy fucking preach some words out of the Bible. That's Christianity. That is not real. That's not religion. I don't believe in that. That's not what I do at all.
No, Christianity to me is that you believe Jesus is God, right? That's going to be
okay. Yeah. So what does that have to do with anything else? You were
trying to distance yourself from being Christian because I said that you were Christian. You're like, oh, why are you assuming that I'm Christian?
No, I never said that. The understanding of Christianity is religion going to church. That's the structure of it. So I don't understand where you're coming from. That's religion.
What? Say that again?
Religion, the idea of Christianity, is going to a church, believing in God, believing in Jesus. You have different beliefs, but fundamentally, it's going to church.
No, being Christian is
that you believe in the whole structure of the church. Yes, that's what religion is. It's a structure that was created by
religion is defined by this: faith and worship of a supernatural being that created the universe. Do you have faith in and worship a supernatural being that created the universe?
Yes, I do. And
Thank you very much. You are fucking religious by definition.
I'm religious by definition.
Okay, so can we please go back to my argument? Because you used all of this to distance yourself from the argument, to deflect away from answering the argument. And I literally just proved that it was applicable to you. I showed you how it was applicable to you. All of this was already understood in the conversation. You just used this as a fucking roadblock so you didn't have to engage further in the conversation.
No, because you brought up Muhammad and said that I don't believe in his...
Can you give me... No. Can you give a relevant distinction between their spiritual experience and your spiritual experience in terms of the conclusions that you formed from them, to say the conclusions you formed from them in your scenario is justified, but the conclusions I formed from mine in my scenario is not justified. Or not me, Prophet Muhammad, sorry.
I never said that they're justified.
Holy
I told you my
shit.
experience. You asked me why I believed in God, and I told you an experience that I had. That experience triumphs every other person's experience.
You actually do, because you say that they're false. You say they're false,
I never
and you think
said
that you're
they're
right.
false.
Yes,
Play
you
it
do,
back.
because you
When
said that
did I say
contradictions
they're
are not
false?
possible. Because you think contradictions are not possible. We already established this in the conversation. I literally already told you this multiple times.
Yeah, but you weren't even, were you there when Muhammad saw the angel?
Were you there when Jesus fucking resurrected? Were you there when Jesus died? No. What are you talking about?
But there's witness accounts.
There's witness accounts for Muhammad. Yeah, what are you talking about? So can you give me the relevant?
Did I say he's false?
Hey,
he believed in God.
Yes, you
he
do think that.
believed in God. He believed
you do think
in God.
that he's false. You do
no,
think
he
that,
believed in God.
Yes.
So
no, you think
no,
he's false for thinking
God.
Jesus is not God. Do you agree? Do you think Islam is false?
I never said that.
Is Islam false? Yes or no?
Yeah, it's false in the fact that they don't believe in Jesus.
Okay, so you do think that the conclusions they form from a spiritual experience are false, right?
No, there's certain aspects to their religion that I don't believe in. But they believe in one God. They believe in God. They believe in a creator. No, they believe in God. They believe in a creator.
What is this guy saying, bro?
The fuck are you talking about?
Dude, what are you talking about? I just
believe in a creator. They just have the wrong fucking side of the story, but they still believe in the same
fucking wrong.
Creator of the whole world. No, they still believe in the same fucking God that created the whole world. They just have a different understanding about that God.
They do not believe in the same God. Do they think Jesus is God? Yes or no? Do you think
Jesus
do they think Jesus is God?
What are you even talking about? Jesus is
Do Muslims think Jesus is God?
No, they don't believe that.
No, so they don't think that the same God exists.
God.
Okay.
Jesus is a part of God.
Oh,
just like I am a part of God, and you are a part of God, and everybody is a part of God.
Okay, so let's classify. One thinks that a part of God is human. The other one thinks the part of God is not human. Do they believe in the same God? No. Because the God had fundamentally different desires, had fundamentally different systems that they created. This is not the same notion of God. To say that this is the same notion of God doesn't make any sense to me. You could say it's similar. I'm not going to dispute that, but you can't say it's the same.
It's similar, and you could also find aspects to
similar does not mean it's not contradictory.
Right, but you could also find similarities. I mean, the Bible even mentions Greek gods, Zeus and the likes.
Okay, so what's your point? I'm confused. You're not responding.
No, there's no point. I'm not trying to make a point. I'm just talking.
Okay.
I'm not serious.
Okay, can you give me the relevant? Can you give me the relevant distinction between your spiritual experience, the conclusions you form from your spiritual experience?
There isn't a relative experience. That's just what I experienced.
You mean a relative?
I don't know.
Yeah, there's not a relevant distinction. There we go. That's my point. So you consider other religions to be false on the same justification as you?
I don't know. Oh my God. What I said, hold on. This whole debate is about me trying to prove God. You asked me about why I believe in God. I told you why I believe in God. You started comparing my experiences to why other experiences are false. I don't understand.
What do you not understand? Okay. He left. All right. We're gonna go to the guest request. If you disagree, everyone, we are just looking for some debates. If you do want to support me, Venmo, Cash App in the bio, y'all. Dun 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 dun. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 60. No, 70.
Dun 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 dun. The fetus. Yeah. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Can you hear me or not?
How old are you?
Fucking doesn't matter. Whatever.
It literally does. You have to be 18 plus. It's TikTok TOS. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
What up, homie? How old are you, man?
How old are you?
I'm in my 20s. Or how old are you?
For sure. Are you driving?
No. I'm actually about to flip my breaker back on for my room, but I just saw you accepted.
Sure. Yeah. Do you think that God exists?
I believe that God exists, but from my own relative opinion, right? So I do believe God exists.
What God?
What God in specifically? I wouldn't say there's like a total name for God, but there's something here, something that had a big amount of intelligence.
Do you believe in a specific religion?
I recognize that many religions, there's like endless religions. I recognize they exist, and you can take and pick and choose stuff from these things that might be helpful in your life, right? But I don't believe that there's, only one way to do it, and I have to point my finger at you.
So you don't have a true religion that you can relate to? You have nothing?
I do. Like I was raised like Catholic.
Okay, so you're Catholic?
No, I'm not Catholic, but I was raised Catholic though.
What beliefs you hold now? I'm trying to know what your beliefs are so that I can accurately respond to you, my guy.
Oh, for sure. What are your beliefs?
What the fuck is wrong with people, dude? We're gonna go to the next person, everyone. Like, what? Dude, what is he? This guy, like, bro, what? Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello?
Hello.
Yeah, how old are you?
Sorry, I'm 35.
For sure. Do you believe in God?
No, I don't actually. I just wanted to say,
do you appreciate you coming on, man? Thank you so much. Only send a guest request if you disagree, everyone. We are just looking for some debates. I'm sorry, bro. Like, you know what? I'm really confused. Like, I'm sorry if you're not going to answer my question after I ask it 4 times. I'm just going to go on to the next person. Chat. That's how I'm gonna do it now. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello.
Hello?
Yeah, how old are you?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, can you turn the TV off?
Yeah, it's off. I'm 23.
Yeah, do you think that God exists?
Yes, I do.
Why so?
Why is that? Because I think every day we wake up and see God's creation and live in God's creation every day, and we're all just blessed to be here. And I mean, it's obvious to me in the creation that there is a God. There is something other than a human or any scientific theories that are mainstream going around, like the Big Bang Theory, or we're all just stardust or something like that. I think there's just something more than.
Yeah, can I actually clarify something? So, did you know Big Bang is not incompatible with notions of God?
What do you mean by that?
You can hold to the Big Bang and still believe in God.
Right, and I understand
like
that.
we literally observe the Big Bang. Like, I actually truly believe it's irrational. If someone rejects the notion of the Big Bang, it's either that they're ignorant and they don't understand the concepts that would relate to this, or it's the case that they just hold a terrible position and they're like a young earth creationist or something. Most people are going to accept the idea that the Big Bang happened because there's overwhelming evidence that indicate it to be true. Actually, a lot of people use the Big Bang in of itself to justify their notion of God because they relate to the fact that there's a beginning. And since there's a beginning for things, they require causes. That would be their notion, right? But just because something requires a cause, right, that does not mean that that specific cause would have to relate to something in which is supernatural, has a mind, is all-knowing, all powerful, and all good, right? It could be a naturalistic series of causes, right?
Right. No, I understand that. And I think that would be a whole kind of another debate and whether believing in God or believing in the Big Bang. Yeah, I do acknowledge that people, and I have met people that do believe in God, but also believe in the Big Bang. But back to the main talking point, I mean, I'm not going to be able to prove to you that God exists. I believe that God exists, and in the way that I believe it is, the creation. To me, it would take more faith to almost believe in some of the scientific things than say so like I have faith in God and in the Bible, and that's kind of my foundation, and that's where my faith lies. Whether if I were to believe in like scientific, and there's so many, and there's so many different belief sciencely, because not even all the people that believe in 100% science, there's several different ones that people that don't believe in God would believe in also. But in all those things, I feel like it takes more faith to believe in those things than it does of the God of the Bible.
Yeah. So by faith, I think that you're kind of just saying like level of uncertainty, right?
Right.
Like how much you don't know. Okay.
Right.
So if what we mean by like faith is just like level of uncertainty, you agree with me that we want to reduce that as much as possible.
In a sense, yes, because as a human, it's going to make you feel more reassured.
Yeah, we want assurance in the claims that they're accurate, right? Okay, and you're telling me that there's better evidence for your God's existence than evidence against your God's existence. That's what you're saying?
I'm saying in my life, in my aspect, yes, that is correct.
So what would be the evidence for and what would be the evidence against?
Well, it depends on what your argument point would be. Like my argument point is I believe in God, so I don't know, like I said, there's so many different beliefs on the science side. I don't know what am I putting it against? You know what I'm saying? Like I believe in in the God of the Bible, and you just asked me what proves to me that my faith is more believable than your faith. Well, first I would have to know kind of what you are leaning on.
What I'm leaning on in terms of what? Sorry?
Like evidence that there isn't a God.
Okay. So like it would depend on your notion of God. You hold to Christianity, right? Sorry.
Yes.
Okay, so like I would say that there are contradictions with your worldview. I can give you just like a basic argument when it relates to perfection, right? You think your God's perfect, right?
I'm sorry, say it again.
You think God is perfect, right?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Given a perfect test taker, what do you expect to see?
What do you mean? What do I expect to see?
What would be entailed given a perfect test taker? Perfect test scores, right?
Yeah, if you measured it in test scores.
Yeah. What would be entailed given a perfect free thrower?
100%.
100% free throws. Okay.
Yeah.
What would be entailed given a perfect creator?
Well, in the Bible, it's measured, it's just to strive to be perfect as Jesus Christ was, as when he came down as flesh and walked the earth.
No, what's entailed?
I'm getting to that.
Okay.
I can't just say, well, if you're God, then it's whatever, I know that's.
No, because we answered the other questions really easy. Like we said, perfect test taker, perfect test scores, perfect free throw shooter, perfect free throws made, right? Perfect amount of free throws scored. Perfect creator should just be perfect creation, right?
Right. And which,
okay.
Yeah, we can agree on that. Perfect creation.
So if we agree perfect creation, are we perfect?
No.
Are we created by God?
Yes, we are created.
So imperfect creation. So if you told me that perfect creator entails perfect creation, and we exist in something in which is not perfect, that tells us that we do not have a perfect creator.
But sin is outside of God. But at the same time, it's also, God is all sovereign. It says that not even a bird land on a limb without God knowing. So basically, I can't quote scripture, and I could Google it. I'm not gonna act like I'm all knowing on all scripture, but it does teach to God's children that He is sovereign over everything. So yes, God knows everything, but He's also outside of sin.
Okay, so I don't see how that responded to me. My idea is that, okay, you already agreed. You already agreed. Perfect creator entails perfect creation. We exist in an imperfect creation. Therefore, we don't have a perfect creator.
Well, you're saying, I get what you're saying, and I'm trying to be respectful about it. You're saying, so because we are imperfect, but God created us, you're stating that would make God, the creator, imperfect. Is that pretty much what you're saying?
No, it would just mean that we don't have a perfect creator. Right? It doesn't necessarily mean that we have an imperfect creator, but it does mean that we don't have a perfect creator.
Well,
does that make sense?
And I 100% know what you're saying, but the thing where we're going to have a disagreement in is, yes, I believe that God was a perfect creator, but he gave us the option, free will, in Genesis he created man and he created woman, and he gave them one rule and to not eat the fruit, the bad fruit. Okay. So Eve was tempted by the devil to eat the forbidden fruit, therefore made us imperfect in sin. But like I said, going back, that God was outside of sin, but he also gave us a choice. We were created perfect, but man made the decision to not be.
Yeah, I know, but like, if they were created perfect, it would be the case that then they would never be able to be corrupted. Like, think about it this way, right? If I'm a true perfect free throw shooter, there's no possible circumstance where I'm going to miss a free throw, right? Because if it is the case that I was actually, I would miss, well, then prior to the point in which I missed, I still was imperfect. So our point would be is that if we just relate to the idea that perfection is based upon what you've currently done, I don't think we're describing what we truly mean by perfect. Because when I relate to the notion of perfect, I'm going to relate to characteristics, capacities one has, not just what they've done. Because if I shoot one free throw,
I believe that God didn't create people to be robots. He created people to make their. Before he created us and the future and everything, if he knows all that, then technically make it happen. From a human perspective, if I want to go unalive people, then I'll go do that. I'm trying to.
I know you're going to.
Would explain almost everything you would ask me would go back to my foundation, which is the Bible, the Word of God. So a lot of times whenever I have a problem with people who don't believe, not necessarily a problem, a disagreement, it's like, where is any foundation in anything y'all do? So, like, if you want to go kill somebody or unalive somebody, what makes that wrong?
Again, we'll give reasons to account for our intuitions, but ultimately it's going to be like just like our preferences on the matter.
But okay, if you go and do that, obviously you're going to pay consequences. You're going to be in prison for probably the rest of your life. How is it that because somebody just disagrees with your action that you have to pay the consequences of something like that?
That's how our society functions. That's just in a descriptive sense. We'll give reasons to account for our intuitions, like how like we won't have to have the ability to have like a functioning society if it is the case that we allow for people to do things like this to other individuals.
So you wouldn't say that something like that is evil?
Say what is evil? I do say things are evil.
So if a mass shooting or something like that were to happen, is that evil?
Yeah.
Why is that evil?
Because they are violating the rights of other individuals, in which I think that they have.
What
right? So like,
what rights do they have if they've just come from an evolution line?
Right. So moral rights are just going to relate to like what my preferences are. So like I determine that individuals have rights when they meet the criteria of being sentient, past or present and future subjective experience.
What morals do animals have? Do they have any?
I don't know what you mean by morals. Like they don't have the same conception of morals. We're animals, by the way. They don't have the same conceptualization of morals as we do, but they have empathy and like stuff like that. So there's like senses of morals that exist, but like not necessarily the same level of complexity as what we're talking about.
At what point in evolution did we gain morals where we have more moral rights than a cow that you eat?
What do you mean more moral rights?
Like if we can
it would just be granted by our views, right? Like it would be the case that like we would have like a human and sentience condition. That would be our standard for me.
See what I'm saying? It's like you don't have any foundation.
Like, what do you mean I have no foundation? I just described to you what my view is.
Right.
What do you mean by foundation?
But your view is different than.
What do you mean by foundation?
Like, what are you going back to saying this is not right and this is why?
I literally just gave you a reason.
But that's your opinion. But that you said that was your personal.
Yeah. So it's all of these different reasons are going to relate to my opinion. So
why
by ground it, you're just trying to say something that's not my opinion?
Why does your opinion matter over your brother's opinion?
What do you mean over my brother? I'll give reasons to account for why I think that should be the case. I gave you reasons, right? Because it's going to violate.
You gave me reasons, but you also didn't give me any reason why it's not wrong to murder or slaughter cows for beef.
I do think that in certain specific senses that you can consider it to be wrong. It just depends on the model that you're referencing. Right? Typically speaking, we're not going to see it to be as bad as we would see with like human beings, because we'd have like some sort of like condition, right? That would state that like there's a conjunction of human and like some other characteristic, like sentience.
Well, still, you're still on your own personal opinion, where the difference between me and you is I have.
Dude, I know you just keep asking. I literally have told you fucking how many times now that it's a personal opinion. Yeah, absolutely, it's subjective.
Right,
your view is also subjective. You understand that, right? It's based upon God's personal opinion.
Well, it's based on a foundation that's
not a foundation. That's God's personal opinion.
What is your foundation?
If you're saying that opinion, please listen for a second. Listen for a second. Be quiet, okay? if you're saying that a personal opinion is not a foundation, then your God's personal opinion is not a foundation. Okay?
Yeah, but that's not how we view it. We view it as a foundation. Millions of Christians view it as a foundation. And
what's the foundation? What's the foundation?
I don't. There's hundreds. There's thousands. Okay, can we agree on that? It was. And
no. So I don't think that. I think that a predominant amount of people are Christian, but it's not like just specifically Christian. Actually, there's more of a secular basis behind the United States.
Okay, so this just goes back to like what's right and wrong. So what is right and wrong based off of you? You said it's your personal opinion. Mine is foundation.
Same with you, dude. And you understand that your view is the exact same, right?
Listen, can you let me talk? Can I finish?
I already explained this to you, and then you just say the same thing over again,
Most of
dude.
the rest of the world is based off of main principles and beliefs of the Bible, or it would be just everything would be ruthless. It would be do whatever the hell you want every day. You know, this is why it's important to have a foundation.
You're just literally just trying to say no. Dude, you're doing what every other theist does, saying no morals under atheism. This comes from the fact that you just don't understand atheism at all. Okay, you don't understand any of these.
Okay,
because you're missing fundamentally.
If you're a piece of stardust and I'm a piece of stardust.
Hey, so if you're relating to morals, right? Your morals are the same notion as mine. They're just based upon God's preferences rather than being based upon my preferences. You understand that there's no fundamental distinction between the two for you to say that specifically your particular preference is going to be any different rather than like relating to some subjective notion in terms of determining the truth value? Like, it's still subjective. That's what you're not understanding.
I didn't know why you had to mute me. I've been letting you talk. I've been respectful, but back to
so
that.
I literally have had to explain the same thing over and over. Can you tell me what I just said?
You explained
didn't listen.
Yeah, I did listen.
Tell me what I just said.
I'm not going to repeat what you just said. I can't.
Can you tell me the general, not just like the general context?
That you were explaining your case for why we have a disagreement on what is morally right and wrong.
But what did I say? What was the reason?
I don't remember.
This is exactly what I mean. You don't listen to a single thing that I say. I have to repeat it over and over again. The reason why I'm cutting you off, the reason why I'm talking in this scenario is because you're not engaging with what I'm saying. I have to restate the same thing over. You're literally cutting me off right now, and you're saying I'm not. You're like, why did you have to mute me? Like, these are the reasons. I'm giving you the reasons right now. Because you didn't listen to anything I said. I have to restate the same claim that we just went over.
Have I not had to do the same thing? I have had to do the same exact thing. I've had to repeat why your opinion is trumps a foundation several times.
No, because I've already explained. I've given you an accounting for this.
And I'm a piece of stardust. Why does another stardust care if I go in and unalive somebody?
You're not understanding that your critique
You
here.
lost the argument, Parker. You lost the argument.
You're actually not engaging with anything I just said because I already gave you a response to this.
You lost the argument. You have no
Logan,
foundation.
I've given you a response to this.
Are responding with, you're only responding with your personal opinion. Who cares
Are you
what
not
your
listening
opinion?
to me? Is he not listening to me?
What is your foundation?
Hey, Logan, listen to what the fuck I said. I already gave you a response to this. If you don't listen to anything I'm saying, then you're not going to understand. Your fucking beliefs when it relates to morality are subjective. The truth is dependent upon God's stance. There's no distinction between the truth of how the truth is determined when it relates to your worldview and my worldview. So the critique that you're positing also fucking exists under your worldview as well. If you listen to things that I'm saying, you're going to understand it. You're saying the same thing over and over again because you're not listening to what I'm saying at all.
I'm saying the same thing over and over again.
Because you're not listening.
Because I have a foundation and I'm repeating what my foundation is. You don't have a foundation. You're repeating your personal opinion.
Oh my God. What is your foundation? God's opinion?
The Holy Bible.
Is it based upon God's opinion?
It's based off of God, yes. Whatever.
Yeah, so that's fucking subjective, smart one. Do you understand that there's no fucking distinction? But hold up, stop talking.
But that's not my opinion.
There's literally no distinction. That is your worldview. You just said.
That's not my opinion, no.
That is God's opinion. That's subjective.
It is God, the creator.
Yeah, okay. There's God's opinion and my opinion. What's the fucking distinction between the two?
Not to be rude, but I mean, you're not God.
So he's not Parker. What's your point?
Listen, you know why we're not going to agree? Because we have two different faiths. Or I don't know if you have a faith.
I don't have a faith. I'm not irrational.
And this, well, I wouldn't go say it's a rational, but
we would say it's irrational for any other notion of faith. If I believe that Trump won the election with no fucking evidence, I'd say that's irrational.
Right.
Would you say that's irrational?
But listen,
would you say that's irrational? Yes or no?
Say what, that Trump
people who claim Trump won the election with no evidence, is that irrational?
Yeah, because
there you go. So you have no evidence for the assertion, right? And that's why we would say it's irrational. Here's the distinction between the two.
Well, I do
when it
have
relates to, let me explain. When it relates to morality, the truth of morality is stance dependent. When it relates to whether or not someone won the election, the truth of that is independent of a stance. Okay, so that's why we have differences here. I can describe to you what my stance is when it relates to morality, and that's what determines the truth under my worldview. Whereas when we relate to things like whether or not a God exists or whether or not there's these particular things, that's going to relate to a concept that we have to justify with evidence. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that makes sense because 100% I agree with you. We're at the end of the day, I'm not going to convince you any different. You're not going to convince me any different. And
you can if you give me a good argument. That's the difference between me and you.
No, I believe that. I do believe that, but it doesn't look like it's going that way. I believe we have two different beliefs, and I just wish we could have a reasonable conversation. Every time it felt like you were on your heels, you started getting loud and using profanity, and I stayed respectful with you, and that's where my beliefs come into play. Is I'm going to respect you no matter how you treat me. And
he doesn't address anything I said, and he just like goes to that. So here's how it is. This is how it happens on my live chat.
Can I answer what you just said? Can I answer?
No, I'm going to respond to this. So this is how it happens on my live, right? If I give any type of emotional response to something, I'm being overly emotional. If I don't give any type of response to something and I'm just being calm today, like how I was earlier, well, then I'm being overly emotional because I'm super rude and angry at that point. There's literally nothing I can do on the live that I'm not going to get any fucking response or slack for. If I use profanity, if I swear, that doesn't mean I'm angry, right? That just means that I'm being expressive with what I'm saying, right? I use the word fuck, right? Because I'm being expressive with what I'm saying, right? Other people might be angry with what they're saying, right? And I might be sometimes using it when I'm angry, but that does not mean just because I'm using profanity that there's some sort of notion that I'm angry, right? I just want to make that clear.
Yeah. I feel like you said I didn't answer your question about us having a disagreement, but I feel like I answered it. I agreed that we have two different beliefs and we're just on different pages about it. Did I not?
Wait, so about what? Sorry, say that again?
Right whenever you muted me, you told me that I didn't answer your question, and I feel like I answered it because
what
you were
question
explaining.
Did you answer?
The one where you were saying how we have two different beliefs. And I acknowledged, yes, that we're on two different pages. And that's when you said, well, I feel like you could prove me wrong if I provided the evidence. You said I didn't respond to that, but I did.
I'm so confused where you got this from. When did I say that?
Right whenever you muted me, you went on. You muted me and you said Logan's not responding to anything I said, and that was
and I don't think I was relating to what you just said. I was relating to.
Okay, all right, then that clears that up.
I was saying that you're not responding to like my argument as it relates to like, first of all, it was like the difference in like the conclusions formed from the spiritual experience. Right, that was the first part. Right. We can relate to other things though, right? What are you trying to say there?
That's pretty much, I feel like I answered most of your questions. Is there anything else that you want me to clarify on, maybe a little more?
So yeah, you just didn't engage with anything. Dude, like, I'm so confused how you like go through this entire conversation and then literally just like, did you want to relate back to the points about morality? Are you trying to leave right now? Like,
no, that's what I was at. You claimed I didn't respond to most of your questions, and
you didn't clarify anything. Like when it relates to morality, you understand that. Okay, be quiet then.
That's why I just asked you what you wanted clarification.
Okay, I'll clarify then. Okay.
Okay.
So as it relates to the truth of morality, how do you think it's determined?
The truth of morality?
Yeah.
Like, listen, I'm not a dictionary. I don't know big words. I think you're asking me what is right.
Is morality true dependent upon a stance or independent of a stance?
Confused by your question.
Just dumb
it down for me.
Is morality true dependent on God or independent of God?
It's dependent on God.
dependent on God. That's subjective, okay? So you understand that when you're trying to make a critique against me by saying, oh, your morality is based upon your preference, therefore how is it any difference from any other preference? Well, you can say the same thing about God.
Repeat it again.
Okay, so you say that that like, oh, morality being subjective is going to be some really bad thing, right? Because you don't know how to make a difference between any other individual's preference, right? Well, you also believe morality is subjective, okay? So you can't make a difference between them either, okay? So what is the difference between your worldview and my worldview as it relates to morality?
My worldview would be that, look, I'm just gonna always go back to the Word of God. And
which is just God's preference. So there's no difference when it relates to preference. Okay, it's the exact same worldview. So the whole critique that you were positing, saying I was getting fucking destroyed over, you don't even understand the argument. You don't understand.
Yes,
the point.
I do, because the difference is because in Christianity, that is your foundation. That is 100% the Word of God. Everything that you believe on, and which is what you put your faith in. That's what I'm saying. And the difference between me believing that and you not believing it and you just having your personal opinion. I have a basis, bylaws to fall back on. That's what I'm saying. And for
you're just saying that you relate back to the preferences of the Bible. I relate back to my own preferences. Do you understand that there's no fundamental distinction between those two views when it relates to where the truth of morality comes from?
From your standpoint, yes, there's
no, not from my standpoint, from any standpoint.
Do you believe that people don't have religion?
What?
Like I have
are there some people that are not religious?
No, I'm religious and I have a faith, and that's what I believe. Okay, you believe that you have your personal opinions and all, and so you can say to me that, well, that's just God's personal opinion, but to me that it's completely different. We're on two different pages. I get what you're saying, and I can understand what you're saying, but we're not going to agree on it.
Okay, I don't see what your response is to this, but is there anything else you want to talk about or add?
No, I think that's it. Thanks for having me on.
All right, for sure. All right, let's go on to the next person, everyone. Oh, this is going to be even worse.
Oh, this is going to be better, Parker.
What do you want?
I want to know, because you guys got derailed in your last argument with me and my brother. Danny clearly ran you guys into a pit of nothing when he brought up the fact that there was nothing to explain the Big Bang. So I want you to prove to me that there's no God, and I want you to prove to me that
we've already had this conversation platform. You couldn't understand or abstractly think as it relates to the problem of evil.
So, you need to explain.
We're going to just end up going over
the problem of
stuff.
evil doesn't matter when it comes to why there's just because there's a problem of evil for you does not mean there's no proof of God, Parker.
Yeah, there's no proof of God. That's relating to the idea that there's a contradiction in your God's existence.
Well, we don't care about contradictions in our faith.
Yeah, because you're irrational.
So I need you to prove to me that there's no God.
Yeah, so you don't care about contradictions?
So contradictions is something that's man-made terms that you'll never understand as a man. You'll never understand the divine nature of God. So I need you to prove what happened.
So there's no way to justify anything if you don't hold to logic.
Well, you bring up.
If you don't hold to logic, you don't even know that God is God.
Like, wait, no, Parker.
I don't think you realize how incoherent of a stance that was.
No. You say that you go based off of facts, but your whole theory is a Big Bang theory. That's not a fact.
It's a fact. It is literally a fact.
Look up, is the Big Bang theory a fact? It can never be claimed as a fact, Parker.
It is a fact. It literally is defined as a fact. A scientific theory is defined as a fact.
Continue reading. What else does it say at the end of it? Go on Google and search, is the Big Bang theory a fact? And tell me what it says.
Yes, it's a fact and a theory.
No, but it holds as a theory.
So what is a fact? Define fact.
It's never a fact. You can have facts.
Can you define fact?
You can have facts within the theory, Parker, but
can you define fact, please?
You're not going to play this second grade game with me. A fact is something that can be proven. That can be replicated.
A fact is something that's proven. Now, can you define scientific theory?
Parker, can you
define scientific theory, please?
Is this how you debate?
Yes, this is how I debate.
Okay, so let me tell you again. A fact is something that can be proven and replicated. This cannot be.
What is a scientific theory?
A theory is something that has facts within it. That does not mean it can be replicated. A theory does not always mean it's a fact. First of all, it's not a fact.
Can you just define scientific facts for me? I mean, scientific theory for me, please.
I don't have the definition off the top of my head.
Okay, then look it up then. You said to look up the definition. Look it up. Literally, once you read it, you're going to realize that it relates to something that is proven.
Parker, I'm going to read you exactly what it says about the Big Bang Theory. It's going to tell you
scientific
there's
theory.
facts within the theory, but it cannot be proven as a fact.
Can you please listen? Oh my God, he wants to change the topic 24/7.
No.
Can you please just answer the fucking things that I asked you?
You guys hold truth to a theory.
Can you please answer? Yo, dude, can just literally, please, for once in your life, answer the fucking questions that I asked you, dude.
No, I've asked
put
you
your
to
thinking cap on and answer the question.
I've asked you to prove to me.
Can you please answer the
there's no
question?
God.
Answer the question.
Yeah, I'll answer your question.
Thank you.
What is your question? What is a theory?
Oh my God, bro.
What is a scientific theory?
Yes. Define scientific theory right now, please.
For sure. Hold on. Parker, this is the problem with you guys. You hold truth.
Don't meta-convo, just fucking define it, please.
Oh, I will.
I don't want to hear the meta-convo.
A theory is a carefully thought out explanation for observations of the natural world that has been constructed using scientific methods and which bring together many facts and hypotheses. It brings together facts and hypotheses.
Hold up, you didn't finish it. You didn't finish it.
No, that's exactly what it says. The definition of a scientific theory. A carefully thought out explanation for observations of the natural world that has been constructed using scientific method, which brings together many facts and hypotheses.
Yeah. So,
right. So now let me tell you what the Big Bang theory
literally
is.
the first one that you look up, it's going to relate to the idea that it's proven, or the idea that it's justified based upon evidence.
A theory, is a theory considered a fact? A theory is never considered a fact.
No. You're not understanding scientific theory.
You're not understanding.
Literally look up. Scientific theory is a well-substantiated explanation of some aspect of the natural world. Well-substantiated means proven.
Wait,
That's what proven means.
Parker, if you're going to hold to the fact that you think the Big Bang Theory has been proven, then you're delusional. You're really delusional.
No, I'm not.
Because a theory is never a fact. So I need you to tell me what happened.
Dude, you just keep restating the claim, dude. That's not justifying anything.
This is very
the scientific theory is a well-substantiated explanation of some aspect of the natural world. That is literally, by definition, a fact, because
tell me what the definition of a fact is.
Yeah, a fact is going to be something that's proven to be true.
No, not your definition. Tell me the scientific definition of a fact.
That is the definition. It's something that's proven to be true.
Okay, but we can't
proven and well-substantiated are the same thing.
A theory cannot be proven to be a fact, so it can't.
Oh my God, you just keep restating the same claim. Holy shit, dude.
No. Let's have a conversation. I'm asking you, can a theory be proven to be true or a fact?
A scientific theory is proven to be true.
Is it a fact?
Yes, a scientific theory is a fact. I've said
Parker,
that multiple times.
do a simple Google search.
He's just going to restate the same claim. I've done a simple Google search. By definition, by definition, it applies, dude. Holy shit, dude. Like, is he not listening to me at all?
A theory never becomes a fact. I swear, Parker.
Where are you looking at?
This is a very simple Google search.
What science? What fucking source is that, dude?
Newscientist.com. You could do many different things.
Newscientist.com. What the fuck is that? So if you literally look at the definitions, right? If you look at the definition.
Here we go. I got another one for you. Why do we say?
Can you please listen for a second? Platform, please listen for a second.
No.
Literally.
Parker, I think you need to listen.
If you say no, I'm just gonna literally mute you, dude. Like, I don't think you understand.
I think you need to listen. I don't think you're smart enough to realize that.
Our platform, you just keep restating the same claim. If you define scientific theory as a well-substantiated explanation of some aspect of the natural world, that is by definition a fact, because it would relate to the idea that it's proven. Well-substantiated means proven.
Now, let me give you the rebuttal.
Now, give me a rebuttal to specifically what I said, please.
Yeah, no, absolutely. You're saying it's proven, right? A theory is a probability, correct?
Yeah, probabilistically would indicate it to be true.
Okay, so that means it cannot
probable.
be a fact. If there's a probability, it cannot be a fact. There's no fact behind a probability.
Wait, no. Yeah, so if we determine what facts are based upon probability,
right?
No, he's not listening. We determine what facts are based upon what
you saying.
We determine what facts are based upon what's most probable to be the case, based upon probability, based upon evidence.
Parker.
Evidence is inherently relating to something in which is probabilistic. There's not many claims that you can make that relate to the idea that specifically it is like certainty or something.
Parker, look at your chat.
There's a theory is not a fact. A theory is comprised of facts, but it does not mean it is a proven fact. There's a difference between a fact and a theory. When you have a theory, it's a probability of something because of the facts. That does not mean it's a fact. So I need you, once again, to prove to me, was there matter before the time
He's
of
just
the
not
Big
listening.
Bang?
I literally defined it. You didn't relate to the specific definition. Okay, so
yes, I did, Parker. You just saying
a scientific theory.
You're so dumb, bro. I really think you're dumb.
I'm not dumb.
I really
a
think you're
scientific
dumb.
theory, by definition, is a fact because it is the case that specifically, right, it is proven to be true, right? Because again, by definition, can you please respond to the definition? Because I don't want to keep repeating this over and over again. A well-substantiated explanation of some aspect of the natural world. Well-substantiated means proven. Okay.
Wait, well-substantiated means proven, Parker?
Yes.
Wait, so
that's what proven means.
Wait, tell me what give me the definition of proven. This is crazy.
Yes. Yeah, so I would just say well substantiated or justified.
No, I don't need your definition. Tell me
or
the
what's
definition
most likely to be true.
No, I don't care about your definition. Give me the actual definition of proven.
That was my definition. That's how I'm relating to it.
No, I don't need your
I don't know what the
definition.
actual definition. I don't know what it means for something to be the actual definition.
Go off of Oxford Dictionary definitions, Parker, not your definitions, because this is where you get subjective and this is where you start to derail.
So all language is subjective.
To turn it into your beliefs. Tell me what the definition of proven means.
So I just told you.
No, not your definition.
All definitions are subjective.
I'll tell you because you clearly don't know it. Demonstrated
all definitions
by
are subjective.
or argument to be true or existing.
Well substantiated. There you go. What does substantiated relate to? Evidence.
No. Demonstrated by evidence. There's no evidence to prove what was before the Big Bang. So therefore, you can't prove that the Big Bang is a real thing. It's a theory. Tell me what was before the Big Bang if it's been proven. Tell me was there matter before the Big Bang, Parker?
There could be. I don't know what was prior to the Big Bang.
We should know this, right? If it's a fact.
No, I don't know what came prior to the Big Bang. That's not related to the Big Bang. The Big Bang is expansion of the universe.
Yeah, but something had to cause this expansion. So whether it was molecules, whether it was gas, whether it was photon, whatever you want to say, protons, electrons, neutrons, whatever you want to say, tell me. And they claim in science that there was no protons and electrons came into existence a second after the time of the Big Bang. So what was before the Big Bang? This is all based off of your theory. You say we have faith.
I already told you I don't have any evidence for anything that is prior to the Big Bang. There's no data.
You have no data. That's very interesting.
No one has data prior to the Big Bang.
So you must have faith in the Big Bang then, correct? It's not something.
No, we're talking prior to the Big Bang, not the Big Bang.
Right, but you must have faith in the Big Bang, right?
We're talking prior to the Big Bang. No, so like
because you don't know what happened before the Big
Bang. Big Bang. Okay, just because I don't know what happened prior to event doesn't know what I mean. What happened in terms of the event? Like, let me.
Well,
explain.
you must.
Can I please explain? Can I please explain? Okay.
Go ahead.
Yeah. So just because I understand that, say, let's say that you understand that I was talking to you in this conversation, or someone who's listening, right, are talking in this conversation. Right. But that doesn't mean that you know what happened prior to this conversation. Right. It just means that you know what's happening in this conversation right now.
That doesn't prove a theory. Like that's not like you're trying to equate something that's so off. That's not analogous at all, Parker. You have faith in a theory. You claim that us Christians have faith in a God that doesn't exist. Well, you have faith in a theory that has no explanation before the theory. So you need to explain. It's your burden of proof to explain that what was there and what caused this Big Bang or the expansion of the universe. Because you say it's not a faith belief, but it's clearly faith that you're based on.
I never made a claim that something caused. Like, I know what caused the Big Bang.
You need to know.
I don't need to know.
If you're okay, so it's based off.
I'm agnostic. I don't have a sufficient explanation.
So you're based off of faith. You have faith that the Big Bang happened because of some type of steps that happened before the Big Bang that caused an expansion.
No. I know that the Big Bang happened because it is the case that we have observational evidence of the Big Bang happening.
But we have no evidence.
I don't know what came prior to the Big Bang or what led to the Big Bang happening, right? But that doesn't mean I don't know that the Big Bang is happening. This is essentially like saying, like, I don't know what led to the process of evolution being able to undergo, but I know that evolution is undergoing.
Wait, but you could explain the process of evolution. A lot of people can, correct?
Yeah, we can explain the process of the Big Bang.
So why can't we? No, we can't.
Explain
The
what
only
came
thing we can
prior to the
explain
Big
is that
Bang
there was an
now,
expansion.
because that's not the process of the Big Bang.
No, we can explain
That's what the Big Bang is. The Big Bang is expansion.
Evolution. We can say this is what caused evolution. We can't sit here and claim that there was something that caused the Big Bang. We don't know what caused the Big Bang. So you have faith in the Big Bang. So just like we have faith in God, you have faith in the Big Bang, a theory.
I don't know why he keeps saying the same thing. Like I just like.
Yeah,
what do you
because
mean
you're
by
not
faith?
understanding. This is what you and Danny died on in the last argument with us, with me and my brother.
On anything. What is faith?
Faith is something that you believe in that could be true, could not be true.
So it's just a belief? So if you're just saying that I believe in something...
In your eyes, it would be just a belief, but in my eyes, we have evidence behind our faith, so...
Okay, so if by faith you just mean belief, well, yeah, sure, I believe like in the Big Bang, right? But I believe in the Big Bang. Can I please finish? I believe in the Big Bang, but based upon the evidence, right? You don't have sufficient evidence indicating your particular belief to be true. We do have sufficient evidence indicating the Big Bang to
Wait, so you taking
today.
So you not taking our evidence means it's not sufficient evidence? We have plenty of evidence.
Can you give me the specific evidence that is good?
And you have yet to prove that there's no God. I'm still waiting for that proof.
But you didn't let me even get through that point. We didn't even get to that point. We started talking about something separate.
I want an atheist to prove to me that there's no God, and then I'll get to my
Well, we already went over that point of the argument, right? In prior conversations, and you weren't able to conceptualize.
No. We don't need to conceptualize because it doesn't make any sense what you're saying.
Platform, you reject logic. You literally, like, if I give you a contradiction, you're just not going to accept it because you think that logical contradictions can happen.
Yeah, under God, absolutely, He's all powerful.
Yeah, so God can cause this glass to be full of liquid and empty of liquid simultaneously.
Absolutely, if He wanted to.
Yeah, platform, you're just a dumbass. Okay.
Yeah, well, Parker, you have yet to prove what was before the Big Bang. You have yet to prove that there's no God.
Just please, think about it for a second.
No,
platform.
First off,
platform. Please think about it for a second. This cup can be full of liquid and empty of liquid simultaneously.
No. God, that would be a contradiction, but you don't understand contradiction in the divine nature.
Can God make atheism true?
What do you mean, can God make atheism true?
Can God make atheism true?
Can God make atheism true? What does that even mean?
Yeah, God can do anything, right? Can God make atheism true?
God can make atheists become Christians, absolutely.
No, can God make atheism true?
That wouldn't make any sense.
Yeah, well, why doesn't it make any sense?
Parker, you've yet to prove that there's no God.
I like how we can't answer the question.
You bring up contradiction.
Wait,
you
understand that? You understand? Hold up. Can God make atheism? Why can't God make atheism true?
Parker, atheism is a belief that there is no God. So therefore, it's once again a man-made definition that you hold to and that you have faith in. This is all the faith that
why
you have
can't God make atheism true?
No, you won't answer my questions. Prove to me there's no
dude,
God.
You're the one not answering right now. Can you please answer the question? Why can't God make atheism true?
Are you going to write that down because you think it got somebody? It doesn't get any Christians. It's a stupid question.
No, I was pulling up Streamlabs so I can continue to record this because the recording went away.
Yeah, well, it's a very, very dumb question.
It's not a dumb question. You literally think God can do logical contradictions. Can God make atheism true?
God can do anything He wants to do.
So can God make atheism true?
That's a dumb question. No.
Why can't He? So He's not all powerful.
God can do anything, but because you have a definition does not mean He's not all powerful. You're weird, dude. Answer my question.
He can't account for it, chat. This is actually so funny watching Platform Waffle, dude. This is actually like probably Parker, the funniest live.
You have yet to answer my question. You have yet to answer my question. Prove to me that God doesn't exist.
Dude, you understand that when it relates to yours, you don't actually use logic. So if we don't use logic, there's no way I can show you that God doesn't exist if we don't use logic, right? But what I can show is that your view is absolutely
absurd. So you can't prove
because you have no reason.
So you just admitted
you have no reason
prove that God.
Hold up, you have no reason as to why you can't.
You can't prove that God doesn't exist.
Yeah, so that's if we don't use logic. Right? But
no, I don't.
If we use logic, can I please finish? If we use logic, we can prove that God doesn't exist. But if you don't accept logic, well, then I can just show you that you clearly do accept logic by asking you the question, can God make atheism true? And very clearly speaking, you're going to say that God cannot make atheism true. So if God cannot make atheism true, well, then it's going to be the case you have to hold to some notion of logic.
I'll let you go on your monologue, but what you don't understand is you cannot prove, and no atheist can prove, that God does not exist. That's the facts. And the facts is you bring up the Big Bang, and you bring up all these things of the expansion of the universe and evolution, but you have no proof that what was there before the time of the Big Bang. You have nothing when it comes to the evidence that there is no God. We have evidence of the 2,000-year-old churches. We have the evidence of the manuscripts that were ancient manuscripts that have been preserved over time. We have evidence that you're only 1 in 400 billion chance to become on this earth and become a human and have special DNA, and your DNA wraps around to Pluto and back. We have all of this evidence. You don't understand these things, so you take a theory, you hold to this theory, and you think it's proving something. You have yet, no atheist can prove that there's no God.
Yeah, so you just don't listen at all, right? And I'm going to explain it again,
I don't care
right?
about I don't care what you keep repeating yourself on. That's what you die on.
Because
you and Danny
I'm not dying on anything.
Die on this
Platform.
sword.
Are you going to let me finish?
Sword. I'm just telling you, you guys are every atheist will die on the.
Okay, are you going to let me finish, Platform?
I'm going to finish saying what I need to say. You will die on the sword that there is no proof of there not being a God. We have proof of there being a God. We have scripture, we have prophecy, we have miracles. We have many different things that prove God. That's all I'm going to say.
So none of those prove God, right? If we're looking at historical evidence, miracles are the least probable. I like how we can't. Oh, let me finish.
No, go ahead.
Miracles are the least probable thing to happen, so you can't use historical evidence to indicate that miracles occurred, right? As it is the case that historical evidence is looking for the most probable thing. Least probable thing can't be the most probable thing. If there are multiple things, that can be the case. If we're going to talk about like back to like what I said, right? The reason why this shows that your view is like incoherent is because you think that God can do logical contradictions, right? And if God can do logical contradictions, right, then there is absolutely no reason as to why God cannot make atheism true.
You keep
saying that God can
Parker, let me respond.
Make atheism true.
Let me respond.
Is demonstrating
You're
that
trying to get your chat
logic
to w Parker, but
is applicable to
platform.
your God.
So let me finish. So you just keep repeating yourself yet again. This is what you do, Parker. You think that
you didn't respond to it.
You saying the same phrase. No, I've already answered your question, but you
actually didn't, man.
No, I did. I told you it's not possible for that to be true because that wouldn't make any sense. So what
it wouldn't make any sense. Sense relates to logic. Sense relates to logic.
Parker, you're conforming.
Making sense relates to logic. You know that, right?
You need to understand that you are
making sense relates to logic. Platform.
Parker, you have the burden of proof. We don't have the burden of proof as Christians. We have the proof. We have the evidence.
You have to prove that God exists.
No, you need to prove to us Christians why God doesn't exist. There's only 7% of atheists in the world.
Prove to me that Snuffleupagus doesn't exist.
So I'm going to prove to you right now. I'm going to give you some evidence.
Prove to me flying unicorns don't exist.
So is that what you do? You answer a question with a question because you have no facts?
Prove to me that a stick cannot turn into a snake.
Parker, prove to me that there's no God. I'm going to ask you the same question.
I like how he can't answer any of those questions.
You can't answer these questions either.
Prove to me I'm not God. Platform, prove to me I'm not God. Preach this
Parker, prove to me there's no God.
Prove to me that I'm not God.
Yeah, you didn't die, buried, and resurrected on the third day.
I did.
No,
I did.
You saying you did?
Platform,
Parker?
I did.
How many followers do you have? What?
350K.
350K. How many followers does Christ have?
He has like a few billion.
Oh, okay. So do you see how illogical you sound? So let's continue. So
at
when
that time, you understand at that time he didn't have followers? That's not a critique because at that time Jesus had no followers. Literally 0 followers. Literally no one followed him. He actually got crucified for his particular beliefs because there were literally not sufficient people following at the time. So this particular argument that you're trying to use against like me right now actually could have been used against Jesus at the very time in which he existed.
Parker, the difference is God has close to 3 billion followers. Actually, you could say God has close to maybe 6 billion followers in all of the religions combined. But in Christianity, we have...
That's not true.
87%.
Islam. Billions of people believe in Islam. 1 billion people believe in Hinduism, right? You understand that there are billions of people that are false under your view.
That's 5 billion people right there, Parker.
No. Those are not 5 billion people. There's literally like 3-something billion people that believe in Christianity. And not everyone's not saved under your worldview. Hold on, every single Christian is not saved under your worldview because they hold different notions that you probably would think that would make them not saved.
Wait, so you're derailing the argument because you're trying to bring up different Christian. We can get into why our faith is the correct faith when it comes to Christianity.
Yeah, but you don't think other Christians are saved, right?
I just simply said there's a belief. You said that you said, why am I not God? Prove to me I'm not God. Well, I asked you how many followers you had. You said 350,000. God has over 5 billion followers. God does. Whether we believe in the same God or not, it's the same exact God up in the air.
Definitely not 5 billion. That's not Jesus.
You said 1 billion Islams. We have 1 billion Hindus.
1 billion Muslims?
Muslims, whatever. We have 1 billion.
Whatever. Islams?
We have 1 billion Hindus and we have 3 billion Christians. So yeah, that's 5 billion followers of God, Parker. So I'm not going to even, I don't even need to go to the majority, but you asked, why am I not God? So let me continue.
Yeah. So
First
again,
off,
that you just went to majority. You did. I'm not going to go to majority, but I just went to majority.
Well, right. You asked me why you're not God. Well, clearly you don't have 5 billion followers. That's why
I don't need 5 billion followers to be God.
You do.
Wait. Did Jesus have 5 billion followers when he was alive?
First off, do you even know what God?
Did Jesus have 5 billion followers when he was alive?
That's the point, Parker. No, he
was
didn't.
Was Jesus God then?
Jesus was God, and we can get into the
So that does not mean that I'm not God. So give me a reason why I'm not God.
Parker, tell me the definition of God.
Give me a reason why I'm not God, platform.
I will. Tell me what the definition of God is.
It depends. What's your definition? I'm talking under your definition.
No. What is the definition of God? This is what's going to get you.
I'm talking under your definition.
No, what is the definition of God?
Under your notion.
No, you give me the definition because you won't answer the question. You won't answer the question. What is God? What is the definition of God? Parker, you want us Christians to answer all these questions for you, but you atheists seem to derail every argument and just ask a question with a question.
It's Parker.
So answer
That's
my
the
question.
The definition of God is Parker.
Parker, give me the definition of God or I'm leaving.
All-knowing, all-powerful, all-good, creator of the universe.
Okay, so creator of the universe. Were you a creator of the universe, Parker?
Yes.
No, Parker, stop being this.
I did create the universe.
No, you're so disingenuous.
I did.
Arguments, it's sad. And
wait, give me a reason why I didn't. Give me a reason why I didn't. How do you know I didn't?
Ignorant towards God.
How do you know that I didn't?
You're an ignorant. You atheists.
You can't tell me. You can't tell me.
You guys are ignorant debaters.
You're gonna ask me. You're gonna ask me to justify. Wait, platform. You know what's crazy? You're gonna ask me to. You're gonna ask me to justify that I'm either all-knowing, all-powerful, all-good, or create the universe, right? And then I'm gonna ask your God to justify the exact same fucking thing.
Sure, and I will.
If your God can't justify it either, so it seems like we're in the same.
He justified it for 2,000 years, Parker. He's justified.
No, I don't see that. I don't see that.
I don't see you having churches built in your name. I don't see you having followers. Like I said,
that didn't exist when.
I don't see prophecy that happened.
He's not understanding.
Parker,
platform. Jesus at that particular time period. You're just gonna keep on muting, all right? Jesus at that particular time period, he didn't have those followers. He didn't have these things established either. Yet it still was the case that he was God. So you making these claims do not specifically indicate to me that I am not God. Okay. If you're going to ask me to justify that I'm all-knowing, all-powerful, all-good, I can ask the same thing as it relates to Jesus, okay?
Sure, and I'm going to ask you a question, Parker. Were there kings coming after you from the time you were born, yes or no? And then
yes.
No, they weren't. Parker,
yes, there were.
You atheists are some of the most disrespectful and disingenuous debaters
disrespectful
I've ever heard.
For applying the same standard of proof.
You can't prove there's no God. You can't prove
wait. You can't. I literally
can't prove
because you don't hold to logic.
Parker, let me finish.
Wait, so can you please explain to me how God cannot How can you say that God cannot make atheism true?
This is what my little brother didn't understand. This is what Michael didn't understand when he was debating you atheists. You guys try to conform him into answering all of these questions to try to get you to a gotcha moment. You have the burden of proof. I'm not answering your questions. You need to answer our questions.
I have to prove that God doesn't exist, but I don't even. Yes. But you don't even hold the logic. So there's no way to prove that God doesn't exist.
So there's no proof to. So you've admitted it. There's no way to prove that
if you don't hold to logic.
Wait, so there's no proof.
If you don't hold to logic.
So you've admitted it for the chat.
If you don't hold to logic.
Parker can't admit that he cannot prove that there is no God.
I like how he doesn't say the last part of it. If you do not say that logic exists,
I think I've done my duty here. I think I've done my duty here. And I can't wait. I can't wait for our debate in the future, Parker. I've done my duty.
You're going to run away? Are you actually going to run away?
You are
hilarious.
You just
platform.
Said 3 different times
away?
you cannot prove that there's no God. I love it.
Can you say what I said after that?
Parker,
platform. Can you say what I said after that?
You conceded. Thank you for conceding.
I like how you're being. This is actually disingenuous.
No, you're disingenuous.
He's running away right now.
Ever debated?
Can I get a platform running away? Can we get a platform running away? He's running away right now, chat. Look at him running. Look at him running, chat. He's running.
You are one of the most ignorant debaters when it comes to Christianity I've ever met.
Says
You don't
fucking
have real
platform. I
debates.
can't even believe it.
You don't
dude.
have real debates. You and Danny just ask questions and then you answer questions with questions and you try to get the Christians to conform to what you believe, which will never happen. You guys will understand that we are the power.
Everyone
of
sees
the
your
earth.
irrational platform.
I don't care what your 4.3 thousand people. I can promise you I have people in here that are saying W platform. Platform is just got Parker. Everybody in the chat.
I don't see a single one in the
Platform
comment
just got
section.
Parker to say he
I don't
cannot
see a single
prove that
one.
there's no
Can
God.
I get an L platform in the chat? Let's see.
get a
I want
W
to see
platform
only
in the
L
chat.
platforms, chat.
Let's get a
see
W
L
platform in
platform.
the chat.
L platform.
Let's see a W platform in the chat because let's be real, Parker. You cannot. You just admitted.
Look at the chat, dude. I don't even see a single one.
I
don't even see a single one platform. Not a single one.
Parker,
literally, not a single one.
Parker, thank you for admitting that you
That's
cannot
actually
prove
crazy,
that there's no
chat.
God.
Yo, that is crazy. That is
Parker,
crazy.
Thank you for admitting that you can't prove that there's no God. We love it. Christians,
you want to know what's crazy?
Saint Michael protect us. Saint Michael protect us against.
So you want to know? Even if that is true, even if it is true that we have no proof of God not existing, that would still be the case. He just left. You have no justification for your God existing. But secondly, you didn't say the second part of my statement. That was if you don't hold to logic. But if you don't hold to logic, then there's no reason as to why God can't make atheism false. Like he should be able to make atheism true, not false. He should be able to make atheism true if contradictions can exist under the notion in which God exists. So we're gonna go on to the next person. Let's get Rudy on real quick.
Oh, hold on, move, get out of here.
Are you okay with what your brother just did?
No, he's got to understand that, like, when we mean omnipotent, like, we believe that God has to act, or he has to act in accordance with the laws of logic, basically. I don't think he understands
your
that.
brother's irrational as fuck, dude. Like, I'm sorry, I feel bad. Like, dude, yeah. So, like, you agree that he can't make atheism true?
No.
Yeah, your brother has no reason why that can't be the case. Right, because he doesn't hold to logic.
But he's got to understand. I think he's just. I don't think he. I don't know. He's got to understand that the view of He's got to understand the view of like Catholicism and stuff is when we mean by omnipotent. Like God can do anything.
Parker, when did I? Michael, shut up. Michael, be quiet.
God can do anything.
Hold up. Platform. You have an echo, man. Fix it, dude.
Michael, I never said that God. Parker, you're lying through your teeth. That's the funniest thing that you've ever said. What did I tell Michael? When did I ever say that? If you were listening in the chat, you know I didn't say that. So tell me what I said, Parker.
Yeah.
No, what he was saying is, like, if you don't conform to the laws of logic, can God?
Michael, I understand what he said, but we don't need to conform to these atheist views.
But we have to conform to logic. In order to have a
but
discussion.
There's not, when it comes to God, there's not going to be, their understanding of logic is not going to be the same understanding that we have of logic. Do you not understand that?
What do you mean by that? Like, is the law of identity, law of non-contradiction, and law of excluded middle any different?
So take it away, Michael, but don't come up here and try to say that I said that. That's not, Parker. You just make things up and you try to, you can't prove.
What I was trying to say
is
you got to understand that when we mean by omnipotence, we mean that God can do anything that is logically possible.
Exactly. Right. So this can do anything logically possible. Plus he can do things that aren't logically possible. And I got a violation warning, which is crazy.
What'd you just say?
I said he can also do things that aren't logically possible. This is what they don't.
No, he can't. He can't.
So you're telling me he can't.
So platform, under your view, he can make atheism true.
Michael, can he heal a limb that's not? Can he heal somebody's amputated limb? Yes or no?
That's not logically impossible.
That's not logically impossible. It's like we're trying. No, basically what we believe is if you look it up, Dominic, look it up.
Michael, I've looked it up.
No, I'm reading it from Catholic Answers right now.
Can we get some W Rudies in the chat, everyone?
This is not what Christian theologians mean by omnipotence. Instead, they mean that God can do anything that is logically possible. That is, anything that does not involve a logical contradiction. This causes the objection to vanish because if omnipotence excludes logical contradictions, then by definition, it does not involve them.
Great. I don't care about the definitions. Once again, God can do anything. He's all powerful.
Yeah, but he can't do anything that's logically impossible.
I don't care. I just don't care about the definitions. I know that God can do anything that's within God's will. So that's all I know.
Could he create a married bachelor?
Michael, obviously there's things that he couldn't, when it comes to these things he couldn't do. Obviously, I'm saying those things are not even realistic questions because no, you couldn't.
Yeah, because they're not realistic because they're logically impossible, right? So God...
Great. I don't care about the definitions. Once again, I need Parker to prove to me why there's no God. Michael, don't let them run you into this pit of answering all these questions.
I had a whole argument.
Rudy is like actually so right here, platform. Like
I hear what he's saying. I understand what you're saying. But once again,
I
Parker,
respect Rudy. I respect Rudy so much because he takes bullshit from you constantly to be genuine and to be true. Like that's why I actually respect
Parker,
Rudy so much now.
I've yet to care what you've said, and I've still asked you multiple times to prove that there's no God.
Well, I mean, if your notion of God just entails that like God can create married bachelors and that God can make atheism true, right? Well, then like I don't need to disprove your notion of God. Atheism is true.
I never said that. I agree. That can't happen. But now I'm asking you, prove to me that there's no God.
Oh, okay. So, but so you do hold that logic.
Sure.
Logic upholds.
Sure.
Okay.
Michael said it in a different way. Absolutely.
Okay, so then let's go back to this then.
Don't ask me a question, Parker. Answer my question. Prove to me there's no God.
Okay, so it is the case that God can create a world in which there's free will and no evil, right? As it is the case that God is all-knowing and all-powerful. God knows how to create a world in which there is free will and no evil. God has the power to create a world in which there's free will and no evil, right? So it is the case that God is going to have a choice between a world in which there's free will and no evil and a world in which there's free will and evil. Given the fact that God picks the world in which there's free will and evil, that tells us that God prefers evil, all things considered. And the reason why God can create a world in which there's free will and no evil is because there is a different expression of free will that exists for every other human being on the planet. This morning I could have had Cinnamon Toast Crunch, or I could have had Captain Crunch, right? And that's two different expressions of free will. So both these possible worlds God sees. So when God is actualizing one of these worlds, it is the case that...
I know what you're saying. My response to you, Parker, is going to be, under the Christian views and Christian beliefs, God is all good. So anything that's in God's will is good. So therefore, he can't be the one to do evil. So the fact is that you bring up evil in this world. Well, that's not God doing the evil. That's Satan or the devil doing the evil. So if you understood and believed what the Christians believe, then God is all good. So everything in God's will is good. So whether there is evil within the world, in the end, it's all good. There's a reason for
Parker,
there's a reason for the evil.
Can I respond to that, Parker?
Michael, take it.
Yeah, actually, first, Rudy, before you do, I just want to respond to platform real quick. The idea that I'm establishing essentially is kind of like heaven, right? Like heaven, there's free will and there's no evil, right?
I know what you're saying, but once again, in God's plan is only good. So therefore, there can be a world of evil, but that does not mean that God's plan is evil. It does not mean that he caused this evil. This evil could be a lesson for the good.
So God did not cause all things?
No, I didn't say he does not cause evil.
You just said he doesn't cause evil.
He doesn't cause people to do evil. No, that's Satan.
So that's different. But God created all things. So God did create evil. It's just God created evil for a good purpose.
Exactly. If you understand in the Christian view, wait, let me finish. If you understand within the Christian view that God is all good, then everything within the aspect of God, of him creating evil, is for the greater good of his plan and his works.
And the greater good being heaven, right?
Whatever his plan is. The heaven is just where our souls will end up if we are good on this earth. So
is heaven better than earth?
Absolutely.
Okay. So the idea is that God could have put us in heaven directly without putting us on earth in the first place.
God doesn't want
the idea is that earth is unnecessary. And the idea is that if we're talking about using evil for a greater good, if the evil is not necessary to reach the greater good, well, then the evil in itself would just be evil, all things considered. It wouldn't be evil for the purpose of good.
Evil clearly is necessary for the greater good because he doesn't want slaves. He doesn't want people following him because they're forced to follow him.
There's free will in heaven, right?
There's no, yes, there's absolutely free will in heaven.
And there's no evil in heaven.
Yeah, there's no evil in heaven.
Okay, so there's free will and no
I don't
evil.
know. I don't know. I'm not going to answer that with there is no evil in heaven, because I believe that Satan was cast down from heaven. That's the whole spiritual war that happened at the beginning of whatever. So I don't know if there's people that can do evil and be banished from heaven while in heaven. I don't know. Michael, maybe you can take that.
Yeah, let's see what Michael's response is, and then I do want to reference back to that.
So basically what I was going to ask you, Parker, so like, is your premise that God could have created, or, well, what was I going to say? If there was a God, he would have, or God would have created a world with free will and no evil. Oh wait, let you guys keep talking. Let me refresh in this.
Yeah, Rudy, I'm essentially saying, like, why couldn't have God put us directly in heaven? Because it is the case that, like, for example, I'll ask you this question: do aborted fetuses go to heaven?
Yes.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Okay, if they go to heaven, that means that they didn't have to have a mind and experience things on earth in order to experience the greatness of heaven. So if heaven is better than earth, and he can put us directly in heaven with no consequence, well, then it's going to be the case that we should have been put in heaven, all things considered, as it wouldn't be the case that we would have a greater good by going to earth.
Well, this is where you don't understand, Parker. This is where you're lacking the understanding of God is all good. If you understand that God is all good, then even with these evil things, or even with these choices that he's giving us, even with this free will that he's giving us, the end goal is always good in God's plan. So therefore, you can't keep repeating yourself because you don't understand something, because you don't understand the Christian belief.
Oh, no, I understand. So your view essentially relies on the idea that this sin is necessary, but what I was critiquing is that the sin is not necessary, that there's a world that can exist without this sin, and the world that can exist without this sin is heaven. And it does exist. You already agree it does exist.
Yeah, I know what you're saying, Parker, but you're trying to get your basic understanding of why God did something like this. God's plan is only good. That's the only basic understanding you need to understand when it comes to God. And if you understand his work is only good, then you don't need to conceptualize why this world has sin, why we have free will, why we have all of these things. If you just simply understand that God's work is good, because trust me, before, when I became super Catholic, when I was in college, I didn't understand these things. I questioned God. I questioned why there was slavery in the Bible. I questioned why all of these things were happening. But what I've come to realize and what I've come to awaken to is the fact that everything in God's will is good. And so these things are bound to happen because of God's plan of good. So that's just, it's maybe hard to conceptualize, but this is something that you need to understand if you're going to conform, or you're going to get your eyes into the Christian beliefs.
So again, you're trying to argue that it's necessary for a greater good, right?
Yes, but you're not.
Necessary. What is necessary? Necessary means it cannot fail to exist. Okay, if necessary means it cannot fail to exist, that means that there is not a possible world in which free will exists and there's not evil. But it is the case that we see free will and no evil in the context of heaven. We see free will and no evil within the context of Jesus. So I don't see as the reason as to why free will entails evil, given the fact that, again, we see this in many circumstances not entailing evil.
Sure, then I would say it's necessary. I would change my stance to saying that maybe I believe it's necessary because that's what we see within our earth, and that's what we have to understand if we understand that God's will is all good. But maybe in God's eyes, it's not necessary. Maybe these things that he just chose to do, I don't know. I don't have an answer for you. So, Michael,
I would say, I think God, so I believe that when we get to heaven, we have perfected wills, right? We still have free will, but it's a perfected will to where it perfectly aligns with God, right? So there would be no choice for evil, I guess. I don't really know how to explain that.
Okay. So essentially we're just getting rid of the concept of free will. My idea, but you still think that heaven's better than earth then, right?
Yeah, but what I was going to say is I believe...
Rudy, before you go on, this is a really, really, really important point.
Okay, yeah.
My point is that the only way free will and the evil that comes from free will can be justified is if it leads to a greater good. But if there is a greater good in heaven that is achieved without having that evil, right? No free will, right? And in heaven it's better. That means that free will, all things considered, isn't going to be good because it doesn't produce that greater good.
I would say that there would have to be a notion that the goods that come with the allowance for evil, like the creating beings that could have the desire for evil with free will, leads to goods like compassion, courage, stuff like that, that God may have seen as goods that would override those evils that we see in the world before they get to heaven. So like this growing towards heaven. Maybe God saw good in that you have to grow towards that.
That's why it's a relationship thing. That's why it's a love thing. Like Michael said, it's a compassion thing. These are things that are outweighed in the sense.
So you're saying that like the good outweighs the bad, therefore it's still good.
Well, I was saying that God may have seen a good, or there may be a God. See, the thing is like, in order to prove that it's like not logically reasonable, would to prove that any evil that exists, God can't overcome that evil. So my thing is like, maybe there's a good. I don't know exactly how to explain it, but I would say maybe there's good that God sees in us growing towards that perfected.
Maybe, Michael, you mean there is. I don't know what you're saying maybe for.
No, so like
there is. I just don't know how to explain it. Exactly.
Now we're saying that this greater good is achieved through spiritual maturation, right? This perfected will is achieved through the experience. Is that what you're saying?
Right. But then you
no, not necessarily.
Yeah, because then that would fail as it relates to Jesus. That would fail as it relates to the aborted fetuses that go to heaven.
Well, that's why you got to understand, like within our Bible, it talks about these innocent beings that don't really have the experience to choose the desires that we have as we grow up and as we age. So like these innocent beings are clearly going straight to heaven as they've done no evil.
Yeah, that's the point. But like prior to us all being created, we did no evil. So if we did no evil prior to us being created, well, then don't we still deserve the same thing the aborted fetus deserves?
Well, that's what your non-denominational Christians would believe, as long as you have the faith in Jesus or God.
But we wouldn't even have to have faith in Jesus because we wouldn't exist yet. God, because we didn't exist yet, and God could just exist on earth. We existed as souls, right, under your worldview. So just existing as souls, God sends us right to heaven.
Yeah, but what I was saying is that I believe there was a good in the fact that he didn't want us to be mindless slaves, that we had the choice to fall away from him, because maybe he sees more good. Like maybe if you think of it as like a marriage, like if someone was forced. Oh, well, how would I
Michael, just bring up the fall of Satan. Come on, this is the reason. I mean, Satan had the choice. He was a spirit. He had the choice to be in the kingdom of heaven or turn against the greater good of God and turn against God, thinking he is a God. So God banished him into hell. So these are things that you can clearly see within our stories in the Bible, within our scripture.
Well, hold on. Let me finish my point. What I was saying is, like, if you think about like two people getting married and they were just arranged to this perfect marriage, right? Maybe there's a good in, or I do believe there's a good in the fact that these two people grew together and came together into this perfect marriage, right? So maybe God does have a reason for why he sees the latter part of that as a greater good than just arranging that right off the bat.
Because it produces some greater sense of good in the end. Is that what you're saying?
Well, it leads to a
Here's my point. Here would be my point.
No, I get what you're saying.
Mm-hmm. All the functions that exist in the world, are they determined by God?
What do you mean functions?
Like how everything functions, that's determined by God. Like how gravity functions, how
like natural laws.
Yeah, how our body parts function, that's all because of God, right?
I would say, yeah, it's from his design.
Okay. So if all these different functions and these outputs are specifically in relation to God, well, then the only reason why things result in this particular way is because God set functions to operate this way.
Sure. We're not.
So the only reason why we would need spiritual maturation to be able to reach this point of heaven is because God programmed it to be that way. God could have programmed it to be a way in which we didn't need that.
Yeah, but
that's why I'm saying it, because it's not a need then. Because if it can fail to exist, it's not a need. It's not a necessary.
Yeah, but you would have to prove that the evils and suffering that we do see in this world can overcome a greater good that God sees in order for it to be logically inconsistent, like for our definition of God.
So that it can Wait, so all I need to prove is that it's not necessary. Because if it's not necessary, well then that's exactly what proves that you can reach the greater good without this being there. Because you could have gone through another route.
Yeah, but that would mean that this infinite good that God provides can't overcome.
Annie, I appreciate the description. Thank you.
That would have to mean that this infinite good that God provides can't overcome this evil that is there, right? Like for for God to be logically inconsistent, right? Not like so like.
No, so it's not about whether or not good overcomes evil. It's about whether or not the evil is necessary. Because it is the case that God is all-knowing and all-powerful. So any evil that exists and which is not necessary does not have to exist, and God would get rid of.
But the thing is, these evils are necessary for some other goods.
Right. There you go. So if these evils are necessary for other goods, you're then making the claim that it's necessary.
Well,
you're going back on the original claim that you said that it wasn't necessary.
Well, that's kind of what I was trying to say, Parker. That's why I agree that sometimes I think that you could say it's necessary in the aspect that God doesn't want slaves, and you could the whole point behind this is no matter how many evil souls that Satan pulls together and tries to fight against the greater good, he would never overcome the good. So it's kind of like a proof that the good is always going to prevail. If that makes sense.
Hold on. Before you answer, Parker, what I was going to say is that, wait, I just lost my train of thought. What was I going to say?
Well, he thinks about that. Everyone here in 9 minutes, we are going over to the sub-only chat. If you want to keep tapping the screen, everyone, let's straight to 750,000 likes as well. Share the live copy link, send it to a few friends. Plus, everyone, Venmo, Cash App in the bio if you do want to support me all.
What I was going to say is that not necessarily that these evils are necessary for some goods. I would say because God gave us these goods, there are some evils that come along with them, right? It doesn't mean those goods were necessary, but maybe God saw a greater good in having those goods compared to...
So you see how it was necessary for the greater good then?
Sorry?
So you see how it was necessary for the greater good then?
Right.
Because necessary is going to be in context to something else.
Yeah, Michael, you'd have to pretty much say that, because I would pretty much say, like I said before, like Michael's saying, the overall outcome is going to be, I guess, a proof that the good will always prevail over the evil, no matter how much evil, no matter how much like Lucifer takes in with him, or how many souls he takes to him and tries to fight against the greater good. It's always, so like maybe this was a necessary thing to prove the good.
So in order for us to prove that good exists, or to know that good exists, or for good, clarify, is it to know good, to prove that good exists, or is it to reach the greater good?
Say that again.
Is it to know good exists? Is it to prove good exists? Or is it to reach a greater good that you're referencing there?
I would say all three.
Okay, so to know good, to prove good, and to be able to reach a greater good. So it's necessary for all those things. Okay, so to know good, I can dispute that on the idea that God knows good and knows evil prior to evil even existing, because God's all-knowing, right?
Yeah, but this is for man's like understanding. This isn't for God's understanding. So I would say that, like, yes.
No, we're just talking about what's logically possible. We're not talking about what's man's.
Right, but
because whatever is logically possible is not determined by what's physically possible currently within humans. It's determined by what's logically possible. Because God can actualize our physical possible reality to take into account being able to do these types of things.
Sure. So go to the next one then. So what was the first one you said? There was three of them. What was the first one you just said? God could have this before.
I forgot. Sorry.
There was three things you said. There was three things that maybe
no, prove, and then
okay.
No, prove, and I forgot the last one. Sorry, I apologize.
So the prove would be
reach greater good.
Right. Okay. So the first one, we can agree that God, I guess these are all, I guess the proof would be there too, because he proved to, I guess, saying that he banished him to hell. And then know the greater good would be, I guess, maybe that's where our trial comes in, to understand the greater good. So we wouldn't understand that before. You know what I'm saying? Kind of.
No, not necessarily. I have a question here. Actually, like, I feel like when we're saying that sin is necessary, we're limiting God, right, to something that's not logic. Appreciate the subscription. Thank you so much, because it doesn't seem like there's a logical limitation here.
Well, that's why
think of the subscription.
It's kind of like hard to say that it's necessary and it's Like that's why it's kind of like on
because
the
I'm
edge.
saying logically necessary. I'm not saying physically necessary in the current world that we have. I'm saying logically necessary because again, God knows of every logical world and God can actualize any logically possible world.
Right, but those three things you just brought up would say this is why it's necessary. The first two things could be
under that. Sorry, Dominic. Sorry.
No. Go ahead. Take what you say.
I was gonna say, but that under that premise, you would assume that those other worlds have more good than our world. Therefore, he should have chosen one of those other worlds.
You already agreed with that when it relates to heaven.
So what was the third one?
So there is a logically possible world that is better than the one we live in. That's all I'm saying. I actually didn't have to assume that.
Yeah, but heaven was not a it was a created thing. Heaven's a created thing.
Yeah, so is Earth.
Exactly. But what I'm saying is, like, there's other creations, not necessarily worlds, but other creations that he could have, under your premise, there would have to be another creation story that would
No, there doesn't have to be something other than heaven, because heaven can just be an example that's logically possible. I don't even need an example to prove to you that it's logically possible, right? In order for something to be logically possible, there just has to be a lack of contradiction. Okay, but like I gave you an example that indicates to you that you already consider it to be possible.
But would you say
heaven's
heaven's logically possible under the atheistic view?
Say that again?
Would you say that heaven's logically possible under the atheistic view?
No.
Right. So maybe I'm misunderstanding, but
under the atheist view, because you're already presupposing atheism.
Well, we would have to presuppose something.
You can't say God exists and God doesn't exist simultaneously.
No, right.
So it is logically possible for there to be some type of state of affairs that exists that's better than Earth, not under the notion of the Abrahamic notion of heaven, right? Like maybe there's some type of like Hindu notion of heaven or something like that that would be able to describe that. I don't know. I did the Christian notion of heaven. That's gonna be derivative of Christianity. If I think Christianity is false.
Well, I know you believe Christianity is false, but we also believe in like purgatory and these like trials when it comes to. I mean, I guess it just derails everything we kind of talked about, but it's like the problem with evil. You say there's a problem with evil, and God has these three things that are necessary that He could have before all of these. I guess like He could have these things without creating evil, but that's where we bring up it within our view, like purgatory and these trials of the proof of God. And like what we keep going back to, we don't want to be slave. God doesn't want slaves. I don't know. I don't really know.
Well, then why would God put people in heaven? Because aborted fetuses in heaven, because aren't they technically slaves then? Because they don't have free will?
No, because they're born into there's original sin. So I don't know.
Not in heaven, right? Like aborted fetuses.
No. You're born into original sin.
But they weren't born. They were aborted, right?
I don't know if Michael take it. I don't know.
Because it does use specific language like born. So actually, I don't know how theologically speaking you'd get around that.
Yeah, I don't know if it's like strictly like born as like literally born or like born as in just like conception, like once you're
because born seems to be relating to birth, right?
Well, translation is translation.
Can I just ask you a question real quick?
Go for it, yeah.
So in that world where it's just heaven, right, there would not exist goods like virtues, right? Because there were no virtues to be developed, correct?
Oh, sorry. Say that one more time. I muted my mic on accident.
So basically, like these goods that come with these evils, right? Or these evils that come with these goods, whatever. This world on Earth where we have free will and these choose like compassion, courage, stuff like that, which are necessary only with evils, right? What was I? So why does a world where those goods exist, right? As well as that growth towards heaven, right? Why is that good less good than just the world where there is heaven?
One, I don't know why there can't be virtues, and then why is the earth not as good as heaven? Well, that was something you already associated with earlier.
No. I didn't say no. Our creation is earth and heaven, right? There's earth and then there's heaven, correct?
They're both created, yeah.
Yeah. But it's within the creation that God chose, correct? God and
heaven's within creation. Heaven is a creation, yeah.
Yeah, but you're saying he could have just chose a creation where he just created heaven, right?
Yeah. He just sent people to heaven.
Well, but you don't understand that heaven's a created thing. It's not a thing that's always existed.
Yeah. What's wrong with that?
So he's saying they have to be created
so like, say there's two universes, right? One universe is our universe where there's earth and heaven, right? And then there's a universe where there's heaven, just heaven. Our universe 1 we'll call earth and heaven. Universe 2 is just heaven, correct? Why is the universe 2 with just heaven without those certain goods, but of course without those evils, right? Why is that one better?
Parker, drop Danny. Nobody wants to debate him.
Platform, are you really that scared of Danny?
No,
people
just don't. He sounds
Christians
like a
really
chihuahua,
don't
bro.
like debating Danny.
Because he asks
almost
questions.
every Christian runs from Danny. I'm not joking.
You don't run.
Parker,
He derails.
Parker, the thing is, to me, I think your question would be more reasonable if there was no heaven and there was just this earth.
There was no heaven. Is it? That would be given our conditions now, because that's physics. That's what physically exists now. We're talking about like what's logically possible, and it doesn't seem like we have to relate to what currently exists in the world to say that's the only logically possible notion. We agree there are logically possible things that could have happened that didn't happen.
Yeah, but God didn't choose to just create a universe that's just Earth, right? Maybe if it was just Earth, right, and there was no other greater good like heaven. So our universe 1 has Earth and heaven. Universe 2, which you're saying he could have created, is just heaven, right? You have to prove to me why universe 2 has more greater goods than universe 1.
Oh well, with heaven. You already agreed it's better. I'll let Danny butt in that.
No, heaven is greater than no. You gotta be particular. You gotta be precise in that. We said heaven's greater than earth. We never said a creation where there's just heaven is greater than earth and heaven.
Okay, I see your distinction.
Yeah,
but like that's why I asked you the question about aborted fetuses.
Well, just prove, Parker. Just prove it. Prove to us why Earth or this second.
Well, let him respond.
But he's just gonna ask a question again,
and then we'll address it. Just let him respond.
Sure, but this is not gonna. This is what they do.
No, I was going to describe a statement to you. So aborted fetuses, they go directly to heaven under your worldview. They don't require being born on Earth, right, or experiencing things on Earth in order to reach the greater good of heaven. All right, but I'm gonna let Danny jump in now.
Well, I think the presumption is that God prefers a creation on the whole without sin. And I think the reason why you brought up heaven in the first place is that it's possible to get a situation where you have creatures that are making choices and the possibility of sin is eliminated. That's all heaven stands for in this case, is that heaven, at least for the sake of the argument, just means a place where we make choices and sin isn't possible. Does God prefer a place where we make free choices and sin is not possible, or does he prefer a situation where we make free choices and sin is possible? It seems like a God that hates sin would prefer to eliminate sin, the possibility of sin, and still retain creaturely free choices.
Michael,
I would say God prefers.
Michael,
God prefers. God prefers an earth where you can have that you can have sin and free will and choices, and then you reach heaven. So it's earth and heaven. It's conjunction of earth and heaven.
Now ask them the question you asked them.
It's not just two separate creation stories where there's earth and then there's one other universe that he could have created that's just heaven. It's earth and heaven over here, and then there's heaven over here.
Right. So ask the question again, Michael. You need to prove to us, Danny and Parker, why the second, just the heaven, would be a better good or have a greater good than the earth and the heaven.
The presumption is that God hates sin. He doesn't want sin to occur. That's the presumption.
But you need to prove it. I don't care what you're presuming.
But he also loves good.
Wait. Okay.
So with these sins comes greater goods as well, right? Like we wouldn't have these goods that are dependent upon these certain evils, right? So maybe God sees a world where these goods out kind of like sort of like cancel it out to where those goods in that world equals the good of that other universe 2, where it's just heaven.
Okay, so you're saying that there's certain things that God wants that are only possible if he allows evil.
Sure, yeah.
Okay,
Say,
well, there are two issues with that. Number one, these things can't be like, for instance, certain virtues like courageous or being I guess courage is the best example. Like you have to overcome something that you fear, something that it's some kind of adversity. God could never be courageous then, because the idea is, so there are going to be certain values.
This is why I hate debating you, Danny. This is why I can't stand debating you.
Just let him finish. Let him finish.
He puts these limitations on what his beliefs are. But go ahead, Danny.
Just let him finish. He's saying that courage cannot exist because there's no evil within God.
I know what he's saying.
You can't have courage.
Yeah, he's saying you can't because this is what he believes. This is why.
The point is that are there
He's going based on our worldview?
Are there goods that God can only achieve in his creation? If there are, then there's certain goods that God could never have by himself. That's one question. And the second thing, I think the bigger problem is if some evil is being utilized for good, then in that sense, that evil should occur. But I don't know how to unpack that. You're saying evil should occur, but evil is precisely the kind of thing that shouldn't occur. So for instance, if you, let me give an example. A lot of people like horror movies. And I asked, I don't like horror movies, but they think that the fear factor in the horror movie is good. Okay. That all the pain and suffering, the horrible crap that happens in horror movies should happen. It's not something that shouldn't happen because they have a certain end. There's a greater good in mind, which is the thrill of watching a horror movie. And if that's how we're treating evil, then the kind of evil that Parker and I are talking about is the kind of evil that should not happen. That's pointless. That there is no good reason for.
But
that's what you don't understand, Danny.
Hold on. Under that premise, you're saying that you're saying your premises are, if gratuitous evils exist, then God does not exist. If gratuitous evils exist, therefore God does not exist.
Well, that's a claim that has to be unpacked, but that's the conclusion of our argument.
What if I were to change your premises around to this? Okay. If gratuitous evils exist and there is a God that cannot overcome those gratuitous evils, right? Cannot bring more good out of those gratuitous evils, then God does not exist.
Wait, gratuitous evils are already defined as unnecessary. The move that you have to make is saying that they're not gratuitous, that there's a point to the evil.
Yeah, which I do agree. Yes. Yeah. So, yeah, exactly.
Okay. But but if there's a point to the pain and suffering, if there's a point to the evil because of some further reason, then to the extent that you have that ultimate reason, it should occur. But we're talking about what shouldn't occur. So is there anything in this world that you think shouldn't occur?
I would disagree I would say no, because we look at it as God's greater good. Like whether this is a evil that you think shouldn't occur because of your worldview. In our worldview, this evil needs to occur.
So I would say no. I don't necessarily believe that this evil needed to occur, but I believe God saw a good in letting the allowance for that evil to occur, so we could have our own choices.
Okay. I'm not clear. So do you think there's anything in human history that should have not occurred?
Yes. I believe that there's evils that should not have occurred in this, because I prefer a world where there's no privation from God.
Okay, does God believe that there's anything in human history that shouldn't have occurred?
Michael, I would say no. That's what I'm saying. Our subjective understanding of it, where we don't think it should have happened, but if we take it from the Christian perspective, it's if God is all good, and that's what we believe, that God is all good, then why would he think that these things shouldn't have occurred?
That's kind of where Parker and I are coming from, is that I don't think a theist is in a position to say that God thinks that there stuff that happened that should have not occurred. Everything that's happened should have occurred the way it did. In other words, that's a synonym for perfection. If something is perfect, nothing should be different. Okay? So what you're in essence saying is that, given the way that I just outlined what perfection is, human history is perfect. Nothing should be different.
Absolutely. Under God's view, absolutely. Maybe we as humans can be like have a subjective understanding that's not, maybe we don't think it's right, but once again, under God, if we believe God is all good, then we have to take the stance that absolutely these things that should have happened, happened.
Okay.
Or should not have happened.
I agree with your logic there, but the kind of reductio here is that God believes the Holocaust should have occurred.
See, no, now you're taking it from your understanding. God maybe, I don't know what to respond to that. Michael, take it.
Yeah, like he would have desired those things not to occur.
So then we got to backtrack.
But Danny, they had to have occurred. Maybe he desired them not to occur, but they had to have occurred for his greater good.
Or he allowed them to occur.
But he allowed them to occur for a reason.
Right.
Right. So that means that whatever was about to occur, he had to think, okay, should I prevent this or should I not prevent this? And what determines whether God prevents it or not is whether he believes it should occur. Because if he doesn't think it should happen, he's going to prevent it. But if he thinks it should happen for some other reason, then he's going to allow it.
We have free will, Danny. Under our worldview, we have free will. We have the ability for these things. He gave us the ability for these events to happen. And I know what you're saying, that he has the power to maybe stop these things, but he doesn't interact with our free will. He won't come in and stop our free will. So with one hand...
And what you're saying is that the things that humans do to each other should occur for the sake of free will.
Michael, I don't know.
I don't know if they should. I'm trying to like dissect that like terminology, because I believe he doesn't desire these things to happen, but he allows them to happen.
Right.
Okay, but
for some greater good.
You remember
like, the fact that you're saying should is implying that he's like, oh, this needs to happen in order for this to happen. Because there could have been humans could have never fallen away from God. Right? Like that could have happened.
Look, this is what I'm thinking. Okay. Suppose something is about to occur. Of course, God is omniscient. He knows what's about to happen. Okay. He sees a future mugging. Someone mugs an old woman for her purse. Okay. God has to make a choice to prevent it or to not prevent it.
Yes.
Okay. Now, what guides God's action in terms of whether he prevents it or not is whether he believes it should occur. Because if it shouldn't occur, he's going to prevent it. If it should occur for some reason, because God doesn't do things without reason, or doesn't allow things without reason, if he thinks it should occur for some reason, then he's going to allow it. He's not going to prevent it. So the mugging in this case, the fact that it happened means God revealed what he chose. He chose not to prevent it. So he doesn't think it shouldn't occur. And so what that does is that all of human history is the kind of thing that should have occurred for some reason, because God doesn't allow things for no reason. Okay. And now you got a kind of history that shouldn't be any different, aka perfect. But that's not what any normal Christian says, right? Most Christians want to say human history is wrought with things that are impermissible, right? I see Christians attacking Muslims over the Aisha thing, and that they always say that is impermissible, right? The view that
the reason why it's impermissible, though, is because it's coming from a completely different, like, God, you would say. It's not coming from the same God that we believe in, that we hold to.
Did you want to say something, Murdy, before I respond?
You can respond.
No, well, I'm just pointing out that Christians make evaluations about how the world is all the time. They say this shouldn't happen, that shouldn't happen. We live in an imperfect world. We live in a fallen world. All of this is incompatible with thinking that God believes everything in human history should have occurred the way it did for some greater reason.
Well, right, but that's the incompatibility of what people don't understand. That's why people don't have a full understanding. And I don't even know if I do, but I would say people don't have a full understanding of God. Once you understand the simple fact that God is only good, then you can only see the good that comes from all of these things that occur.
Okay, so I'm trying to understand where you're disagreeing.
I guess I'm disagreeing in the fact that, like, you're saying, well, all of these Christians are saying these are impermissible things that have happened within history, which we could subjectively agree. But in the long run, in the turn of things, we're looking at, if you truly believe God is all good, then sure, they're subjectively wrong, but they had to have happened for God's greater good or his will.
So, Danny, so God doesn't have the ability to change, right? So his creation, okay, doesn't change his mind based on his creation, okay? So he believed it should have, the free will and the fall from him should be allowed, not necessarily that he desires it. I don't know if that answers anything you were saying, but I was kind of like trying to piece that together.
Well, let's not digress on whether God, we had that conversation last time, whether God can change or not, but all I'm saying is that, okay, look, do y'all believe we live in a fallen world?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, the Bible says that creation groans, like this world, the prince of this world is for Satan, for crying out loud, okay?
Yeah.
So it seems like you could not think that the way that human history has occurred, that it shouldn't, we would want to think that it should be different.
We would want to.
Yeah, is that what y'all believe? Do you think this world should be different, or at least human history should be?
I don't. That's you're saying should, but I don't know if it should be. I think we would want it to be, but I don't think if it should be, because it's all within the greater good of God.
Okay, I understand how you're getting to your conclusion. That's, by the way, this is a very Calvinist position, right? Most Calvinists say that, look, yeah, everything that's happened is God decreed it. Okay, that's I don't know if you're a Calvinist, and then that would make more sense. But then again, I just don't. How is it compatible for us to say, on one hand, God believes that everything that has happened is according to his purposes and therefore should occur, and on the other hand, creation groans, Satan is the prince of this world, this is a fallen world. I just don't see how those two views mix. And maybe Parker can word it differently.
I would say the fact that he allows for those evils to happen, right? He has to allow for those evils to happen in order for the good of free will, right? So yeah, those evils, not necessarily that those evils had to have happened, right? Like I wanted there to not be a fall from God.
Let's do it this way.
They had to have happened, Michael, under God's view.
Do you think, maybe we'll do it this way, when I use the term good and bad here, I'm going to imply it in a moral sense. So I don't want to have to repeat myself and say morally good, morally bad. So just when I say good or bad, I'm always talking about a moral context. Okay. Right. So is what's good what should occur, or what should occur, is it good?
So what's good should occur.
I'm not sure on
Hassan. Thank you for the subscription. Peyton as well. Thank you for the subscription.
The definition of good would be.
Okay, because this is how I use the language. If I tell you that it's morally good for you to help this, okay, I'm telling you what you should do.
Sure.
Okay, so if the premise is that if what's good is what you should do, and what you should do is good. Okay, now so that means that if you say that evil exists, but it should occur, right? Of course, evil is the antithesis of good. So if the antithesis of good is evil, that means that the antithesis of what you should do is what you should not do, what should not occur. Okay? So then you have a tension now. The tension is this, that if evil exists on one hand, to say that it should occur for some ultimate end or an ultimate goal, right, is to imply a contradiction. And the only way that you get out of it is
What's the contradiction? Because I know what you're saying, but there wouldn't be a contradiction under our view. Because, like we said, we can have a subjective understanding that this should not happen, but it has to happen because it's in the greater good of God. So
right, I was about to say something like that. The only way to get out of the contradiction is to equivocate, meaning using the term evil, good and evil in a different way other than what you should or shouldn't do.
Well, right. And that's, I think a lot of Roman Catholics, I mean, I don't know. That's how I would believe. It wouldn't be, you would have to say that this should happen because the good has to happen.
But then at the same time, that what is what is happening is evil, and that's presumably is evil not something that shouldn't happen or you shouldn't do? If I were to tell you that something, hey, platform, this is morally evil, am I not telling you that you shouldn't do it or you shouldn't? Right? I mean, like, am I not saying that?
Well, you should tell people those things. Like you should. I don't know if I'm understanding, because like I think we have the righteous judgment when it comes to like doing morally wrong things. We should be telling people not to do certain things because it is morally impermissible or morally wrong. So we need to understand that, I guess. Like you still have free will and you still have the choice to do these things, but you should still always, I guess, you know what I mean, kind of.
Well, look, if you're saying these human actions, well, the free will, I mean, like, I really don't think it's going to help that much, because even if it's the kind of thing that God allows certain actions for the sake of free will, then those actions should occur for the sake of freedom. Because if he prevents them, then freedom is lost, and that undermines the good. Okay?
Right.
So,
yeah, absolutely.
Okay. Yeah, so, I mean, it almost sounds like you agree up until I say, well, then God believes the Holocaust should occur, and then suddenly you're off the train.
Well, yeah, because if you come from the Christian or the Roman Catholic point of view, a strong Christian, not your lukewarm Christians, you're going to understand that God is good. God's will is only good. So when you say that you're labeling him as this should happen, you can't label him as that because it had to have happened, but it doesn't mean it should have happened. It's just the fact that God had a bigger plan, if that makes sense.
Do you have any thoughts on how this would?
I guess I would change my premise that I don't believe that these evils were necessary for us to have free will.
Okay.
We could have free will without evil,
Sure.
yeah.
You could have free will without evil, right? So
that runs you right into the point we were making in terms of if it is possible for that to be the case, well, then why hasn't God actualized this world? I think it would be expected or entailed that God would actualize this world, given that God's all knowing and all powerful. God knows all possible worlds. God can create all possible worlds, and then now we're saying that God would have the preference against sin, which should tell us that this world wouldn't exist then.
Yeah, but I guess it would lie more with the what God allows for our desires to be.
One second. Strokes. Me and Danny drink soda. W soda in the chat, everyone. W soda in the chat. Sorry, say that again.
I drink too much.
Michael?
But...
I do too.
I would say, I don't know. I would say God sees I guess there is some greater good in allowing us desires to not be completely good all the time.
You have to understand that.
Let's use a Bible example. Okay. So one way where evil is used instrumentally, and we can analyze it, is when Joseph's brothers sold him into slavery, Joseph into slavery, right? Yeah. Would y'all say that's an example of evil being used for a greater good?
So when Joseph sold his brothers into slavery,
Joseph's brothers sold Joseph into slavery.
Okay, yeah, I would say yeah, because like when you could bring up millions of things of like people always talk about, God was the biggest mass genocide, whatever. He caused the biggest mass. I don't know. I don't want to get banned out of violation.
For example, because for the heathens in the chat that's never opened the Bible,
Cody, think of a subscription. Tusk, thank you as well.
The idea is that Joseph's brothers sold Joseph into slavery, and there was like a whole story where those actions, him being sold into slavery, led him to prevent a horrible famine, or at least he got really powerful and would save Egypt from a famine. So the idea is that the sin of the brothers led up to a greater good, which is the Egypt being saved from famine. So we look at that story and we ask, number one, was it good for Joseph's brothers to sell him into slavery?
In my eyes, I would say, see, this is where you try to like it. I wouldn't say it bothers me, but it kind of, you're trying to bring us into say that it wasn't good. Obviously, subjectively, it was not good. But in our eyes as Christians, it was good in the aspect of what Joseph did after this event happened. Do you see what I'm saying?
Okay, so I think what you're are you saying this, that from our point of view, it's bad?
Right.
Okay, but from the bird's eye view, God's view, it's good.
Right. It needed to happen.
Okay, but what matters, your point of view or God's point of view when it comes to the good that matters on the Christian view?
God's point of view.
Right, so we can just ignore our evaluations.
I know, but people in the chat, Danny, you know, people go crazy when Christians say specific things. It's like, oh, they're all of a sudden, you know what I'm saying? So
yeah. So from God's point of view,
I'm trying to think of a scenario in which, like, there's something that we see that we believe shouldn't happen, but we allow it to happen for some other greater good.
Okay, there are cases like that, but
yeah,
they're instances of coercion. They're instances of acrasia, weakness of will. The thing
and
is,
like out of necessity, right? Like, whereas we're saying here, we're like removing that. Like, God doesn't have a necessity here,
right? God is a different kind of situation because look, I'm limited, so sometimes I have to endure what I think shouldn't occur.
It's not like God's limiting his ability to. I wouldn't say necessarily he's limiting himself. I'm saying he's choosing not to step in.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
Step in.
He's not. It's not like he's limiting. It's not like his nature is being limited. It's the fact that he's
I think the Bible example will actually help us the most. Okay, because on your view it actually happened and it's theological in nature. So the idea is that from God's point of view, he thinks that, does he believe that the sins of Joseph's brothers and selling Joseph into slavery, does he think that sin should occur?
I don't know.
Under God's view, yes, I would say so. Michael, I would say yes.
So the Calvinist will say yes.
Yes, I would say yes, Danny.
The Calvinist will say yes. And then what's left is that a lot of Christians think that God believes sin shouldn't occur.
See, I don't know who believes that. Like I said, in my family and what we've been taught and how we've been raised, it's this sin needs to occur for the greater good.
No,
So then, in a way, I know this is going to sound like a straw man, but it's not. In a way, if the brothers were to have an audience with God after they died, and then God explained to them, look, here, what you did here in selling to slavery actually led, you saved millions of people inadvertently. The brothers will say, oh, praise God that I sinned. That's just not how Christians think about sin.
No, you're right. And that's not, it would be like you guys did wrong. It would be the brothers did wrong, but Joseph, you did right by persevering through this being sold into slavery and not giving up on my word. And now you've changed the world for the better.
Okay, so if I was one of
Kiki, thank you for the Venmo.
Sorry, if I was one of Joseph's brothers, okay, I would ask God, if I didn't sell Joseph into slavery, would millions of people in Egypt die from the famine? What would his response be?
I don't know. You're asking something that's like, this has been told to us. You see what I'm saying? So I don't know. I couldn't perceive that.
So fine, let's look at both answers. And I think there's a problem either way. So if God says, look, what your sin actually was the only way to save the people from Egypt from famine. In which case, if I were the brother, I'd be like, okay, I sold one person to slavery and what I got out of it was saving a lot of people. I'm glad I did that. And in which case, I'm glad I sinned. Okay, that's weird. The second is that God can say, well, no matter what you did, okay, I was going to put Joseph in a position of power to save Egypt. Okay, in which case the slavery, selling Joseph being sold into slavery was unnecessary.
Sure, but that's from our subjective understanding. Like I said, I agree with you on the aspect of no matter what, whether they sold Joseph into slavery or not, God's will and God's good would have prevailed either way, with or without this evil. But this is what me and Michael keep going back to, is sometimes we have the free will and the choice to do these.
I'm a little lost. So if Okay, which one do you think is more plausible? I'm not going to force you to commit. Do you think God would say that was the only way to save people from famine, or would he say, no, I was going to save people from famine no matter what you did? Which one do you think is more plausible?
I don't understand. I just don't agree with the premise because he knows what will happen, right? But he doesn't allow for himself
to remember. This is after everything occurred. Right. I'm one of Joseph's brothers. I'm in heaven or whatever, and I'm asking God about what happened. Okay. And God tells me, look, you sinned. And then I ask God, well, look, from what I understand, because I sold Joseph into slavery, he got in a position of power and saved millions of people from famine. And then I would ask God if I were one of the brothers, had I not sinned, would millions of people die in Egypt? And if God says, then you have those two options. Either what I did was necessary to save millions, or what I did was not necessary for that.
I would say it's necessary.
Okay. But how do you know that though?
I'm not saying I know this, Michael. He's saying you don't have to commit. He's not saying we have to commit to this, but from my understanding, I would say it had to have been necessary because
otherwise it'd be pointless.
I would infer that it was necessary. I would infer it was necessary.
Okay, yeah,
based on the context.
Most people read that story as God uses the sin for a greater good. But then here's the weird part of it is that if the brothers taking the bird's eye perspective after everything is said and done, if it's necessary to save millions of people, I, for one, would be like, I'm glad I sinned.
Sure, but you could be glad, but now it's what you do with that sin. So maybe sending Joseph into slavery or selling him into slavery, maybe you're glad because it did do this greater good, but now what are you going to do after you've done this wrongdoing? Like, are you still going to turn against God and continue to sin, or are you going to now change the ways and what you're doing and see what you did? You know, like I see what you're saying, but
I think y'all got to think about it. I could at this point. I'm giving different ways of presenting the same issue.
Yeah, I got you.
But maybe there's something to think about there. That's how we see it, as like at least Parker and I, and maybe we see it as if God's in control. Everything that occurred has got to be necessary. Everything that should occur because God is in control. And then that would include sin. That would include things like evil. Evil should occur. And then you either get a contradiction or an equivocation on the term evil. And there's the relevant sense of evil is going to be the sense of evil that I'm trying to, link to what should or shouldn't occur. And if that's the sense of evil that we care about, there is nothing in human history that shouldn't occur because everything is necessary for God's plan.
Right.
And then we can ask you down the question.
We would agree.
All things considered, should the Holocaust occur? All things considered, should pedophilia exist?
That's just like trying to bring us into
all things considered, should child sex trafficking occur? Those questions.
No, right. And you can ask us these questions, but once again,
you have to say yes. You have to say yes. It should.
Well, that's just you trying to put us into a position of an
absurdity. Yeah.
Yeah. So,
I would just say,
hold on, Michael. Let me respond. Can you guys hold on? Let me respond. With these things that are necessary, Danny, it's like, once again, we go back to the relationship with God. These things had to have happened. We had to have had free will. These things are all necessary. This evil had to be within our lives so we could resist this evil or resist these desires for the relationship, the love that we want to have for God. And all of these different things that we want to have in the greater good for God, if that makes any sense. I don't know.
Well, pardon me. Okay, look, I mean, without, I don't mean to repeat myself. The question is, okay, how about this? The last time you sinned, whenever that was, let's say the last time you sinned, you lied to your parents.
Sure.
Okay. God, you live your good life, your good Christian life, and you die, and you go to heaven, and then God points out, hey, look, when you lied to your mom, believe it or not, if you didn't lie to her, your whole family would have died.
Well, that's why, Danny, I mean, I see. Yeah, I don't know. We have mortal sin in our faith, if you know what that is.
Okay, well,
so there's sin that sometimes are just. So there's sometimes sin that is just like venal sin, like where it's not as like big of an impact.
Okay, but I think we're missing the forest for the trees, or the trees for the forest, whatever. I feel stupid, but the idea is this: it doesn't matter what kind of sin, just the sin that presumably lying to your mom about the cookie jar is not a good thing. It was a sin. You should have not done it. But then when God tells you that He used it to that in a way where further down the line it saved your entire family, you're gonna think, and presumably God's gonna think, that your sin. It was good that you sinned.
Well, I don't see, Danny, and I don't see God coming to us and saying, let me point out all of these sins that did you good, or did good for the greater good. I don't see Him doing that. The only thing I see Him doing is judging your sins and saying, you did these sins, but I still love you, and you're welcomed into the kingdom of heaven. So I don't see Him like pointing out why His will is good. At the end of the day, I don't think
He's going to try and justify your sin.
Right. I don't think He would do that.
I don't see it plausible to infer that He would justify your sin.
Well, justify just means like if it's justified, it should be done.
Well, I don't think He would I don't think we would go into like Judgment Day and He would be justifying why these things had to have happened. I think it just had to have happened because of His will. So it's just like
but no, there would be reasons as to why they're happening.
But
right?
you don't need to know these reasons, because it's either you enter the gates of heaven or you don't. It's like He's not going to give you these reasons. You don't need these reasons.
Wait, so earlier didn't you actually say that like God has to like prove sin, or prove why sin is? I forget what it was, but it was something that like God had to prove things to humans, like in terms of what they did.
No, I said this is the proof. I said this is the proof for us humans. God doesn't need to prove anything to anybody.
Could I say something like, okay, what actually, to me, what's more interesting right now is why on earth are you suddenly behaving so well?
Well,
yo, facts. Yo, W, yo.
What happened?
Well, to be honest, I don't like when we have disingenuous conversations. I felt like our last debate we had, Danny, you just kept answering our questions with questions, and Michael was being conformed into this. He was trying to give you things that like weren't, like, even for example, when he was talking to Parker, he said, well, maybe it's for God's good. No, it is for God's good. There's certain things that just bother me when I hear, I don't know. That's
so
fine.
you just felt like we weren't being disingenuous all of a sudden?
last debate, absolutely.
Okay, that's
He thought I was conceding by literally saying that we don't understand the Trinity fully. So I think it would be speaking in vain if we tried to explain it and we explained it incorrectly.
Oh yeah, Danny, you could go into a whole conversation about.
We can talk about the Trinity, and I wanted to say this before I got kicked. My brother sent me, I said it to Parker, Danny, with the whole Trinity thing. You could think of like H2O as being a molecular structure, but you have different properties of this structure.
Well, look, that's compatible with a certain kind of heresy called modalism. So
I know. Explain to me what modalism is.
You're going to put yourself into these heresies. That's what
Michael, I know. I don't care. I like to talk about these things. I would like to know what modalism is, because this is something that we believe, and this is something that
it's not something we believe. I'm
not saying we believe modalism, Michael. I'm saying we believe that it's a molecular structure within three properties.
We don't believe it's a molecular structure with three properties, because that leads to modalism, which is a heresy.
Let me give.
Look, Michael's mad now. Michael's mad because I called him.
Because he's like, oh, this is what we believe. No, don't let him.
You guys want to hear what you think? Michael's calm. He ain't calm.
You're lucky that I know the Orthodox view. The Orthodox view is this: God is three persons in one being. Okay.
Well, wait, hold on. Is the Catholic view different from
the Catholic view is different. The Orthodox view is an energy sense when it comes to the Holy Spirit.
I don't necessarily I don't necessarily think that
the difference between Orthodox and Catholic really has to do with the
energy and essence.
You know what the filioque is?
No. From my understanding, Danny, it's just an energy and essence. That's the only difference that we have with
the essence distinction is very Eastern Orthodox.
Yes,
but
Eastern Orthodox.
Okay, but that's some nuance there that we don't need to get into right now. Okay, the Trinity, all standard non-heretical Trinitarians will say something like this: there are three persons. These three persons are distinct, but they're inseparable. They're undivided. Okay, and they are one being. They are there's three persons in one being. The beings are distinct and they are inseparable.
They can present themselves, Danny, in three different forms.
That is not.
Just let him explain it first. Just let him explain it first.
There was a heresy, and there are different types of modalisms. Like I think Sabellianism is a kind of modalism where some people thought that there's one person, one being, and then Jesus, the Father, and the Holy Spirit are different presentations, modes, aspects of that person. So some analogies that fall into modalism is the you have H2O, and it can present itself as ice, steam, or liquid. Okay. Another modalist analogy would be I am a husband, I'm a son, and I'm an uncle. Okay. And so those are different presentations or modes or roles that I engage in as one person. So the most Trinitarians are very dissatisfied with those analogies. In fact, in my opinion, the most well-read Trinitarians will just avoid analogies, with the exception of the analogy of this. Well, they'll go essence, energy, sun, light kind of stuff. They like those analogies, but other than that, I don't really hear any other.
What about like soul, spirit? My brother said something along the lines of, my older brother, something along the lines of soul, spirit, and person. I don't know if you've heard this before.
Yeah, so some people think that humans were soul, spirit, and body, or something like that.
Right.
But those seems to suggest that you have one being. Part of your being is your body, your soul, and your spirit. So that seems to be compatible with a view called partialism. Partialism is considered to be heresy because when you're looking at a human being, the body is not the whole human being. At least not if you as a human being, the body is it's part of you, not the whole of you.
Right.
So that's the problem with that analogy. I'm telling you that the best that the analogies, the people that defend the Trinity usually shy away from analogies. They usually do.
Sure, and I think it's more for the people who aren't very knowledgeable on this topic. I guess it's a simpler way, who don't understand modalism, who don't understand partialism. I guess it's just
these analogies do serve for one purpose and one purpose only. That there is a sense in which you can have three in one thing, but some people have, at first might have difficulty thinking, well, how could it be three in one? And you can give examples, but the Trinity is characterized as a three in one that's very unlike any kind of analogy or kind of real world example. So now I personally think it's incoherent. That's what explains that. But you have to be careful with the analogies, especially because they'll just say, hey, this is compatible with a heresy.
Sure. Yeah, that's why I think it's hard to understand. That's why I think Michael was trying to say that to me. Like, because I think we as Catholics just understand that it's something that we just believe, and that's just something that I guess is set into place, and it's a divine thing. So we don't really argue on the semantics of it.
But the problem with the Trinity for me is when you look at the statement, Jesus is God, the whole question is what that is means. So there are different senses of ises. We talked about some already. If I say that pizza, the slice is the pizza, that's a part-whole relation. Is means the slice is part of the pizza. So, but that's not the sense of is we're looking at. There's the is of identity. So Parker is the friend of Danny that is hosting a live. Okay, that is the is of identity. The person that's hosting the live and Parker are identical. There are issues with that. There's the is of predication. A leaf is green. You're predicating an attribute or a property to a subject or an object. Okay. There's some people there's is that gets weird, or there's relative identity, which just gets weird. There's is can express an aspect or mode. And so the whole question is, what is this mysterious sense of is? And for the Christians that say that it's the is of identity and the is of predication, my belief is that it straightforwardly violates classical logic. Okay. Now, there are different ises. So some Christians will say it's not either of them. It's the is of relative identity, or some will go into heresy. But that's the puzzle. That's basically the puzzle.
Why we just have to like take it for what we're told. Like in the Bible, Jesus says, I am. That means I am God. He says, I am. There's just like, there's things that we have to take it for what it is and not read too deep into it. That's part of our faith, you know?
Well,
I guess like this is what we established from the church fathers. This is why we don't interpret. That's why you could say, like, for example, I heard today, it's like, you read on a piece of paper, I never said you stole the money. Well, there's 5 different ways to interpret. I never said you stole the money. I never said you are the one who stole the money. I never said, I don't know the exact terminology behind it, but there's so many different ways to interpret it. But you need to go back to the church fathers and understand what they were saying and what they were told and I guess prophesized to. And that's what we follow. So that's why I think if we look too deep into it, it's going to get us into a deep rabbit hole of confusion.
Yeah, look, okay, 2 things. The first thing is that I don't have issues with Christians saying, I don't know what it is, okay? I see why it can't be the is of identity or is of predication, okay? I see why, but I really don't know what kind of is. I have no beef with those Christians. Philosophically, no beef, okay? I have beef with the Christians that say it's in fact the is of predication, there is of identity. Big time, okay?
Wait,
philosophically.
Hold on, Danny. Lil QB says Galatians 5:21. Let me grab that really quick and see what it says.
Okay. Well, while you're doing
Thank you for the subscription. I appreciate it. Well help. Thank you so much.
The second thing, okay, and this is going to be a criticism of you and others that kind of go the route that you're going. The kind of like, if it was a Muslim or a Buddhist or another person from a different religion trying to explain their theology and they say the same stuff that you just said, most Christians, I think including you, would not accept that kind of out. And so, for instance, Muslims have weird theologies as well. They have something called Tawhid, which is very hard to explain, okay? And some Muslims either mess up or just say kind of the thing that you said. And I hear Christians grill them over it, okay?
At least
so I think that what I would ask is that
he might just be
if a
roaming the
Muslim
earth,
or a
but
person
that's a
from a
whole lot of
different
man to be
religion
roaming the earth and go unnoticed.
says
So
something, says it in my book, I'm not exactly sure how to break it all down logically, but in some senses, got to be true. I would hope you extend the kind of charity that I'm extending to you, and that's all I have to say about it.
No, I get that. What it says in Galatians 5:21, I guess he's just saying, it says, "Do not despise prophecies, but test everything." And I think we are testing it in this aspect of we still are. It's still being it's something that's been tested, and it's something that we've tested as Roman Catholics. So I don't really know how to respond to that. I think it's hard to explain.
If you don't hold a position on what kind of it is, then there's not much to talk about.
Yeah, I don't know.
Okay.
Like I said, there's certain things within faith that you just kind of, sure, you can test, but you also have to follow the church fathers and look back into it. Like I said, there's so many ways to, I don't know. So.
Well, where do you want to go from here, Parker?
Connor O'Neill, I appreciate the subscription. Thank you so much. I actually wanted to ask them, like, do y'all hold to like the flood happening?
Yeah, absolutely.
You do?
I'd have to see what the teaching of the church is.
Sure, that's fine. So for platform, do you think that took away their free will to kill them?
Like I said, why does it matter if it did take away the free will?
If it did take away the free will, then you're saying it's justified for God to limit free will to for some greater good, right? So then why wouldn't God step in when it relates to the Holocaust or relates to child sex trafficking?
I don't have an answer for you. I don't know.
Okay, maybe
Michael, you answer.
Maybe because of
yeah, you said that one. You said that one last time.
Last time I battled with you, I actually don't think I had any
Threshold when it relates to like Noah's Ark. but it doesn't meet the threshold when it relates to the Holocaust or American slavery or child sex trafficking?
Under the premise that is true, right? Then no, it did not meet the threshold that God deemed it was necessary to end the world.
Okay, so essentially, it is the case that it's just not bad enough of something that's happening for him to limit free will.
I don't know why you do these things. Why do you try this? Like that's a disingenuous comment. Like
But that's actually what it means for you to say that it didn't meet the threshold.
Sure, but we don't mean that.
I do. That's exactly what you mean.
I mean, you can drive us into this, like trying to get us.
Yeah, but it doesn't meet the threshold. It is not bad enough to consider that God would step in and limit free will.
Under God's view, I guess it wouldn't be bad enough.
Which is also your view.
My view is whatever God's view wants, whatever's the positive.
Yeah.
Whatever. No, because I can have a subjective. I could think that this isn't right, morally right, but it like we kind of got back to earlier in this conversation. Just because I think something's wrong doesn't mean it's always not for the greater good or not. You know what I mean?
Because I think something's wrong, that doesn't mean it's not for the greater good. So you're saying that the Holocaust is for the greater good?
Why do you do like? I think it was wrong. I think what happened was wrong, but I think it. Like I said,
so you think it shouldn't have happened?
It had to happen for God.
So it should have happened?
It had to have happened for God's will to.
So it should have happened.
I don't think it should have happened. That's my answer to you.
Okay, so if you don't think it should have happened, then there's something wrong there with God letting it happen.
Is he muted or am I not hearing anything?
I'm not speaking. Michael, you can take it.
I wasn't really prepared to get into the problem of evil. I'm not going to lie.
I think it's like, I don't know. Parker, I think it's morally wrong that you're a pro-choicer.
I was ready to come in here with some arguments.
We can get into many different things that you think that are right.
Bro, that was actually brutal platform. Parker, he said, is he muted?
Seriously, I didn't know if he was talking.
No, I was
understand something. So just pretend we're right about the problem of evil. I know you don't believe that, but let's just pretend. If we're right about the problem of evil, then when you ask us, or at least we think we are right about the problem of evil, when you ask us, why don't we think that God is the best explanation for the universe? We can say we don't know, but we know it's not a good being. Right? So it's
let me ask Danny, can I ask you the same question then?
Well, I'm just pointing out that
but what if we are right, Danny? Then is this going to be what if us Christians are right and God is a good being and he is real? What are you gonna do?
Sorry, what are you asking?
Hold on, let me ask this better, because this is a question that's never asked to atheists. What would prove the existence of God?
Michael, I've asked that a million.
No, what would to them prove the existence of God?
Jesus literally coming to them. That's what they're going to say. Or some crazy miracle happening in front of their face.
Look, if God is an empirically unfalsifiable theory, like there's nothing that you could observe that can undermine the hypothesis, then in principle, there's nothing that could support it or undermine it.
So there's nothing that could prove to you that there's a God.
There's nothing. This is where your soul. There's a difference, Danny. This is Michael. This is why sometimes I find it pointless to debate atheists, because their soul is so far gone in this aspect that even like QB said in the chat. Michael, but hold on. Danny, hold on. Let me finish.
We didn't know that, Dominic. We didn't know that before we started talking.
Hold on, Michael. Even what QB said in the chat, not even Jesus appearing, they would not accept. You guys would not accept.
Last time it happened, they killed him.
You would be the one.
If God's like appeared right in front of me right now, I'll believe.
So you think a divine reason would prove a divine reason, like God appearing right in front of you would prove the existence of God, right?
Yeah, just right now specifically.
Okay. So if you believe a divine reason would prove the existence of God to you, why don't you believe a divine reason would prove the existence of the universe when we have no explanation for it? Why would you hold that
No
same
explanation doesn't mean that it's God. I was saying something specific, right? Like if a God right in front of me, this isn't just something I can't explain, right? A God in front of me, something that met the conditions that I just explained, right? Then I would necessarily believe, right? Because it would be probable in my head or whatnot, or I would think it's justified, whatever, right? If he pops up in front of me, I'll believe, right?
So on the day of rapture, Parker, when we see people rising to the heavens, are you then going to believe?
Yeah, if people just start disappearing, right, and they go to heaven, sure.
No, rising.
Rising, like they start levitating into the sky?
Sure.
Sure.
Wait, on a platform, are people that never heard of God or Jesus, are they going to be raptured?
See, this is where we could, I believe personally, this is my personal belief. I believe if they had no education or no understanding of God, like the unfortunate people that there is some unfortunate people that have never heard the story of Jesus, then I think they will be. I don't think they lived in a life where they knew God and they chose no God.
Okay, so in a way, by God revealing himself to everyone, or everyone that knows about him right now, he allowed for the possibility of damnation. In fact, many he knew. But in other words, if God had not revealed himself at all and just kept quiet to Adam and Eve and then on, then we'd all be raptured.
But once again, that's not what God wants. God wants a relationship. He wants love. He wants a connection. He wants He wants you to worship him. He wants you to praise him. He wants you to fight for him.
We can do all of that in heaven, right?
No, because clearly we saw the fall of Satan. That's not what we could do in heaven.
Wait, so you're not going to be in a relationship with God in heaven?
Yeah, I don't know what you're talking about.
I'm sorry, not in heaven, not in heaven. I'm sorry. Take that back. But
the point is that it's sort of like God inadvertently, or I don't even know what the right word is, by telling us about him, a lot of people are now damned. If he was just on your view platform, if he kept quiet, if he was completely hidden from us, then everyone would be ignorant and therefore not held responsible, and we'd all be with him after we died.
That's not the world he wanted.
Again, you'd have to. I just think you'd have to prove that this God that we talk about can't overcome these evils. He's an infinite goodly being, right? So no matter the evil, is infinite of good.
I haven't really presented an objection so much as platform thinks that ignorance is a way out of hell, right?
No, I didn't. I'm not saying, Danny, Michael agrees with me on this, though. A lot of, I think, Catholics do agree that even in the Bible, it talks about basically, even there's Christians who just believe in this faith, but aren't following the faith and aren't doing the works of the faith, and are going to say, and God's going to deny them at the gates or at Judgment Day. He's going to say, I never knew you. So,
okay, how about this? Does God want everybody to go to heaven?
It's clear.
Does God want everyone to go to heaven? All humans?
The humans that worship him, sure, yes.
Oh, so the humans that don't worship him, he doesn't want them to go to heaven.
I would say he wants everyone to go to heaven.
Sure, yeah.
Okay. Is a means of getting everyone to heaven is keeping us ignorant about his existence while we're on earth.
This is such a W argument, Danny. I love this argument.
Michael, take it.
Wait, sorry, say that again, Danny.
So if God wants everyone to go to heaven,
yeah,
he wants to accomplish that goal, right? So a means of accomplishing that goal is keeping us ignorant on earth so that we are not held responsible for non-belief.
Wait, hold on. So you're saying we don't know a little bit more from me?
Okay, so I asked about like the indigenous people that have never heard of Jesus or God, little children, that kind of stuff. They're all ignorant, and so they're not held responsible for their non-belief, so they can still go to heaven, right? Yeah. And so that means that ignorance is another way of avoiding hell. Okay, so that means that God could have kept everyone ignorant about his existence, such that everyone can be with him in heaven. By not making some of us ignorant, okay, that has led to a lot of, I mean, whether you want to, I don't want to say cause, but there is a conditional that had he kept us ignorant, we would have been okay, right? The fact that he revealed himself damned a lot of people.
And why did it damn a lot of people? Who caused that damnation?
Once you're shown that God exists for good reasons that God exists, and you reject that, the consequences are hell.
That's not always the case, Danny. That's why we have purgatory. That's why we have in our faith these things that maybe at the time of your time on.
Though? I don't understand.
Okay, look. It's like,
was it your actions or was it God's actions?
Well, it was both.
Why?
Because God acted to present himself so that we may believe in him, right?
Yep.
Okay, so there's God's action. Okay, had God not made that action, we would have not been able to make a choice to accept the evidence, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so it's both.
Hold on, but the thing is, before he revealed himself, like, are you saying at the time of the resurrection or like when he first revealed himself?
At any point, when I say reveal himself, I just mean create a context where we are no longer ignorant. There's the kind of ignorance where it's not your fault, right? Like if I ask you, you're ignorant of the number of atoms in the universe, is it positive or negative? You're ignorant of that, and that's not a bad thing, right? Like, okay, that's because you're not in a position to know. But if I asked you, is a proton in a nucleus or something like that, okay? And you say, well, I don't know what protons are. It seems like we're going to hold you responsible because you were in a context where you should have learned that.
Well, Danny, what I would say is before the time of Jesus, God still spoke to people through prophecy, through dreams and all of these things. So no, hold on. I know. So let me finish. So when we talk about indigenous people, we don't know if these people have been presented God, if God hasn't presented himself to these people in a certain way or a certain aspect of their life. So we don't know if they do understand who God is. We have no idea. So how do you expect us to speak on these things? Because we would hope that these people would have that ability. God would give them the ability to know who he is just as much as he's given us the ability. Who's fortunate.
Someone like me, am I held responsible for my non-belief?
Yes.
Okay. Is a 4-year-old held responsible for their non-belief?
No.
No, I would say
so.
Probably not.
There are different types of ignorance. Okay.
Right.
What about an indigenous person that, like, off the coast of India or whatever? Are they held responsible for their non-belief?
Well, we don't know if they.
Are you assuming they didn't hear any revelation?
Right now, you might just say everyone. It's been revealed to everyone. But that's why.
No. Are you assuming they didn't hear it? They don't know.
Right. There are people that have never heard of Jesus.
Yes. That's what I was asking. Is that what you're assuming?
Yeah. And so the point is that they're not held. Someone like me, I'm held responsible. They're not held responsible, but we don't believe, right? So our non-belief, they get a pass on their non-belief because their ignorance is not their fault.
So now, Danny, this is what I would tell you. Okay, were these indigenous people, Michael, hold on. Were these indigenous people, let's say they didn't have this education of Jesus. Well, were they living their life? Because we believe in objective morality. So were they living their life in a way where they knew they were doing wrong and still choosing to do wrong, even with the not having Jesus in their life? So if they were living their life in this way, then they're still going to be judged under the judgment of God. But we also have a purgatory. So we don't know whether they go to the judgment of God and God says, well, since you didn't have the education of me, I'm going to send you to purgatory. We're going to see how you are in purgatory. And then we will let you, or then it'll be determined if you enter the gates of heaven or not.
I don't know if that's necessarily how we believe it as Catholics, because I believe it's like I believe you're judged on your heart, because there's a Bible verse about the law being written on your heart if you never had that revelation.
Well, okay, fine. Whatever the
where
case
objective
is,
morality will come in.
No, I get, Danny, I get what you're saying. You're saying you're held accountable because you were presented the truth and you chose.
Right.
But the thing is, you chose not to believe the truth.
Right.
You chose to fall away from the truth.
Right. Yes.
Yeah, so it's a
And in
consequence of your actions.
On your view, I don't believe.
Yes,
right?
on my view, yes.
Yeah. Yeah.
So I don't see any problem with that. If you chose to fall away from God, when
yeah,
you're
but God could have created a
revelation-
God could. The context that I was in is such that I was presented the truth, right?
Yes.
So but God could have created a context where I wasn't presented the truth, so I couldn't make the choice.
Yeah.
Okay, and if in that kind of context, God will judge me differently, or I get a pass either way.
Yeah.
Right. And so I'm suggesting that if God's goal is to save all, and he knows by presenting himself or the truth to all, many people would choose to deny it. It would be smart. It would be rational to them to in order to accomplish his goal for everyone to go to heaven, to not present the truth to everyone. To
Hold
those
on.
that will deny it.
I don't know. I don't necessarily think that's like I don't think that's his goal. I think it's his desire for everyone to come to heaven, but he allows people to fall away from him. And he believes, and I would say that the good of presenting truth is a good that he wants and does desire, right?
Okay,
but he
so
also
you're
allows for
saying-
people to deny the truth.
So you're saying that God would rather present the truth to me, even though he knows that I'm going to reject it. That's more preferable because presenting truth is more important than my eternal salvation.
I don't know how those equate. Why would
God has
him?
a choice. Look, we already know that Danny's going to reject the truth because he's a heathen. Okay, so God has to make a choice. Either I present the truth and he's going to reject it and he's damned, or I can choose not to present him the truth, judge him differently, or give him a pass. And it's obvious which one he chose. He chose to present the truth.
You're asking us to speak for God. It's like you know the truth, Danny.
Well, look, in a way, by looking at what happened, we know what God wanted. Okay, what happened was I was presented the truth. That's what God wanted, rather than the truth not being presented.
Well, because of all of this, yeah, sure.
Okay, so then if the idea is that if he didn't present the truth, right, then I would be judged differently and the likelihood of not being damned skyrockets.
Well, life sucks. He presented the truth.
Harrison and Tiger, thank you so much for the Venmos.
Yeah, but I'm letting you know God's values. God valued more in presenting his truth and me to be damned than not presenting the truth and me having a chance at eternal life.
But what are you telling us by this? We don't, like, to be honest, not trying to be like a jerk, but we don't care.
Like God doesn't love me very much.
Well, God loves everybody. He loved you before you were born.
This changes the whole premise of this. Okay, hold on. Let me find this Bible verse exactly. Which Bible verse is it? Hold on. Let me find this. It says Paul says, 1 Timothy 2:4. God desires all men to be saved and to come to the knowledge of the truth.
Okay, then that means that, but then that creates another puzzle. Are there people that have not been presented the truth?
We don't know, Danny. What if these indigenous people have been presented the truth through God, through prophecy as well, but we don't have the knowledge, or like, let's say they have no human interaction. We don't know.
Wait, okay. Are you saying that everybody after Jesus' death and resurrection had heard of Jesus' death and resurrection?
No.
Okay, so there are those that were not presented the truth.
No, presented the truth of maybe they didn't. They weren't presented the Jesus' resurrection, but they could have been presented by God, Jesus could have presented himself in a different manner rather than how he presented to all of us who are fortunate enough to get this truth.
Okay, the truth here should just mean that the gospel, that which gets you or saves you, gets you to heaven or saves you, right? What saves a person post Jesus? What saves a person from hell or damnation?
No act of mortal sin and the faith in Jesus Christ.
Okay, can you be saved without faith in Jesus Christ?
Without faith in Jesus Christ, is this if you do or do not have the revelation? If you don't know about Jesus.
And are there any cases where people after Jesus' death and resurrection, I'm not talking before, after, where someone can be saved and not have faith in Christ?
See, we would believe that the people. Go, Michael.
Well, first off, I would say God can.
Jericho, thank you so much for the cash app. I appreciate it.
He can present his grace to anyone, right, at any time. But I would say that if someone has never heard the revelation, then it says, like as it says in the Bibles, they would be judged on their hearts. So yes.
Okay, so you can be saved without having faith in Christ. Is that right?
If you don't have the revelation.
Yeah, you have to add that if you don't have the revelation.
I thought you were contesting that there are people that are in fact you didn't know whether the truth had been revealed to everyone.
Well, he's not denying that. What do you mean?
Okay, so there are people that the relevant kind of truth that gets them to heaven, there are people that have not heard of that and yet are still saved.
Well, for example, Danny, we look at like specific countries where it's like extreme religious beliefs, or the way they indoctrinate their people is very extreme and very like torturous. These people didn't have the ability to ever have the education of Jesus. So whether it's how these people lived their lives based off of the knowledge that they did have,